Good morning, everyone. Let us open up with a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. God, I ask that you cover this house and every member that sits. Everyone that is a part of the proceedings, God, give them a clear mind, a clear heart, God, and be with them as they attend to the needs of this country, as they attend to the condition and the state of each individual citizen that is connected to the future of these Virgin Islands as they continue forward. Guide them, keep them, and protect them. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen. Amen. Continue, yes?
Please be seated. This House now convenes its sitting. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our listening audience. We do apologize for the late start. At this time, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, announcements by the Speaker. Item number 4, statements by ministers.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of statements. Please bear with me this morning. Madam Speaker, this is a statement on international affairs, specifically small island developing states. Madam Speaker, I wish to update this Honorable House on recent developments in the area of international affairs. A key pillar of our international relations is cooperation with other small island developing states that are commonly referred to as SIDS. There are 49 SIDS around the world located in the Caribbean, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and South China Sea. We are working together along with our international partners to create a more enabling international environment for the sustainable development of SIDS and to build up our climate resilience. It was agreed in 2014 at the United Nations, Third International Conference on Small Island Developing States in Samoa, that the SIDS are a special case for support from the international community. Due to their small size and high vulnerability to external shocks and climate change, the SIDS Accelerated Modalities of Action Pathway, also called the Samoa Pathway, was adopted at the conference and also at the UN. It set out a program of action for support and partnerships for SIDS over the course of 10 years. As the Samoa Pathway prepares to expire, a new developed to succeed it. The Virgin Islands has been actively engaged in this process. We have attended the SIDS regional and intra-regional meetings to prepare a new program of action for SIDS to be adopted at the UN 4th International Conference in Antigua and Barbuda from the 27th to the 30th of May 2024. The Virgin Islands led the way in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Caribbean SIDS preparatory meeting in early August to ensure that the Virgin Islands and other territories that are associate members of UN ECLAC were included in SIDS' call for support from the international community. We reminded our Caribbean colleagues that we are not eligible for official development assistance, concessional financing, or other international support due to our per capita income and political status, which was even more acute after Hurricanes Irma and Maria devastated our islands. Our neighbors agree with our position that this is unjust, especially as it concerns recovery from a hurricane, building up climate resilience and sustainable development. Text to reflect this was included in the outcome document of the Caribbean meeting. We followed through on the inclusion of associate members for international support at the subsequent meeting of all SIDS from every region that took place in the Cape Verde Islands from the 31st August to the 2nd of September. The Virgin Islands again led the way in making the combined 20 associate members of both the UN regional commissions in the Caribbean and the Pacific should receive international support because they have the same challenges as other SIDS in terms of size and high vulnerability to external shocks. We were successful in persuading all of our SIDS colleagues to include a clause in the final outcome document that calls for international support to be extended to the associate members. The outcome document reads, "We acknowledge the need of the associate members of the regional commissions for international support to achieve our SIDS Sustainable Development Agenda and to build resilience against external shocks. We therefore call for so timely as we seek additional UN assistance to support our implementation of our National Sustainable Development Plan. Not only does the Virgin Islands stand to benefit, but also the other overseas territories across the Caribbean and the Pacific. The Virgin Islands can be proud of the work we have done on this issue that has required sustained engagement over time. Finally, Madam Speaker, on a related note, my administration is continuing our engagement with the Caribbean Development Bank and other partners on the inclusion of the Virgin on small islands developing states next year, which we will certainly attend. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to update the House on our international affairs. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the Constitutional Review Commission. Madam Speaker, I wish to provide this Honorable House with an update on the work of the Constitutional Review Commission. Shortly after the deadline for the submission of comments to the CRC at the end of January this year, the CRC began its work to organize, analyze, and address the former Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. He has been with the Commission from its launch and took a keen interest in the views of the public that were captured earlier. During his in-person meetings, however, commissioners were able to have free and frank discussions with him and to call on his immense wealth of knowledge and experience to help confirm its research in some cases, or in other cases to elaborate on that research before taking decisions on some of its work. Madam Speaker, most persons would recall that immediately after the launch of the CRC, there were some initial delays with the CRC being able to commence its work due to additional requirements for getting the Commission fully resourced. Thus, in order to compensate for the setback, the CRC asked for, as was recently granted by Cabinet, an extension of the time within which to submit its report from June 2023 to December 2023. Madam Speaker, I've been assured that the CRC is very optimistic that it will have a draft report concluded ahead of the extended deadline. Madam Speaker, a constitutional review exercise is in and of itself an extremely important undertaking. In our case in the Virgin Islands, our Constitution, which takes the form of an order that is approved by the United Kingdom Parliament, sets out very critical parameters for the relationship between the Virgin Islands and the UK. It sets out the functions of government that are delegated to the locally elected government and devolved to the locally elected government, and those that are reserved for the UK's representative in the office of governor. Generally, constitutions contain or are based on expressions of how a society of people agree to govern themselves. In our case, that would be a reflection on how the Virgin Islanders wish for their society to be governed. In the Virgin Islands context, that would include what functions and powers they believe should be within the remit of their elected representatives, among other matters that have to do with advancing the political development of their territory. This is very important information for us to have at this stage of the constitutional review process. Madam Speaker, we must also bear in mind that when the next constitution order for the Virgin Islands comes into effect, it will be in place for several years before we get another opportunity to review it again. Our current constitution has been with us for about 16 years. Madam Speaker, it is regrettable that given the interventions of natural disasters and the pandemic over the recent years, it was not realistic for this review to be launched before and closer to the 10-year anniversary of the Constitution in 2017. In spite of this, I was personally very heartened to learn of the level of public interest and participation in the exercise. In particular, the CRC's willingness. My next statement, Madam Speaker, is on COI implementation. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to come before this Honorable House to provide another update on the implementation of the COI recommendations as outlined in the Framework Agreement of June 2022. Ministries are currently preparing their updates. Ministries are currently preparing their updates as of the 31st August 2023, but I can report that work has now begun on all of the recommendations. As of the end of July 2023, 24 out of the 50 recommendations have been completed outright, and 26 of the recommendations have some form of actions being worked on currently. The recommendations are currently split into 131 actions. Of these, 77 are completed, which is just about 59%. 41 are in progress, which is about 31%, and 13, which is 10%, have not been started as yet. Madam Speaker, the Framework Agreement outlined 12 official reviews. 10 of these reviews have been completed. The only two outstanding reviews now are Recommendation B38, Review of the Law Enforcement and Justice Systems, and Recommendation B41, which will be the panel to ensure that the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and other law enforcement agencies have the facilities and powers to prevent, monitor, and detect crime and prepare matters for prosecution. Both of these are under the Governor's remit, so he would be best able to provide an update on these matters. Additionally, 7 official audits were agreed. 5 of these have been completed. The remaining 2 are the COVID assistance grants, which has been partially completed, and the House has seen the completed portions, and contracts for over $100,000 approved from 2019 to 2022. Madam Speaker, at the end of July, we launched Government Business at its Best, a Virgin Islands modern governance approach. The purpose of this initiative is to inform and educate the public and stakeholders on government's continued reform initiatives, going beyond the framework recommendations. It is aimed at correcting inaccurate, misinformed, or misleading perceptions about the work that the government and public officers do. This is also in line with the government's commitment to transparency and accountability. The Government Business at its Best initiative, Madam Speaker, seeks to show how the reform work will actually effect change and create new policies that will transform the public service for greater transparency, sustainability, and accountability. I would like to highlight where we are on a few important reviews. The review of social assistance grants has been completed, and the Ministry has completed its public consultation and is currently doing stakeholder consultations to ensure that all the departments and statutory boards that will be involved in fully actioning the changes being made are fully involved in the reform process. The review of education grants has been completed, and the Ministry has completed its public consultation. The Ministry is updating the new policy with the feedback it received, and then the policy will be sent back to Cabinet to be finalized. The review of the disposal of Crown lands has been completed, and the Ministry has started working on drafting instructions for amending the relevant legislation. The ministry is in the midst of public consultation with an aim to send the drafting instructions to Cabinet for approval and then on to the Attorney General's chambers, so this Honorable House can ensure that Crown land transactions are done in a transparent and fair manner. The review of the existing policy for granting residence and belonger status has been completed. The ministry is in the midst of creating a draft policy that will go to Cabinet for approval after public consultation. Connected to this is an immigration action plan by which the Immigration Department is committing to addressing outstanding applications in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, it is important for me to note here that at the end of April, applications were received, interviews were conducted, and recommendations were made to Cabinet. 2 former board members were recently reappointed to serve another 2-year term, while 3 new members have been appointed. This now brings the board to its full composition. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Immigration Department now has 5 additional staff to assist the processing unit with processing status applications. Even without the full membership of the board, applications continue to be screened and interviews conducted. With the board now at full membership, there are approximately 200 applications which received preliminary screening and interviews are now ready to be reviewed by the new board. Even without the full membership of the board, screening of applications continued. With the board now at full membership, there are approximately 200 applications which received preliminary screening are now ready to be reviewed by the recently constituted board, which I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while there are ongoing challenges, we press on because our strong history of advancement and reform must continue to serve us all and the generations to come. I appreciate the efforts of our public officers who are part of this effort. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just bear with me as I pull up just a few more statements. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the Standard Integrated Government Tax Administration System. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to update this Honorable House on a major milestone for our tax administration system in the Virgin Islands, which is targeted to go live by the end of this month. SIGTAS is the Standard Integrated Government Tax Administration System, a software solution that helps governments manage their tax revenue and compliance. Madam Speaker, it is presently utilized by over 30 countries around the world, including the Virgin Islands. SIGTAS 3.0 is the latest version of the system, which offers several new features and enhancements that will benefit both taxpayers. Some of the key benefits of SIGTAS 3.0, Madam Speaker, include the following: improved user-friendly interface and navigation, which makes it easy to navigate and perform various tasks, and also easier and faster to access and process information. It has integrated online services which enables clients to register, file, pay, and communicate with the Department of Inland Revenue electronically, saving the taxpayer time and hassle. enhance security and data protection, ensuring that confidential information is safeguarded and compliant with international standards, customization and configuration options to suit the specific needs and preferences of the BVI tax system. The system is web-based, which means clients can access it from any device with an internet connection, such as a laptop, tablet, or smartphone. And it has improved reporting and analytics, which allows us to generate more accurate changes to modernize our immigration framework, ensuring it meets the needs of our territory. Sustainable development is at the core of our vision. The adoption of the National Sustainable Development Plan reflects our dedication to responsible growth that harmonizes economic progress with environmental preservation. The ministry will play a pivotal role in mainstreaming this plan, involving not only public sector stakeholders, but also private and civil society organizations in achieving our sustainability goals. Furthermore, the ministry will take the lead in cross-government policy coordination by establishing a framework and fostering greater synergy in the policy formulation cycle. We'll ensure that our collective vision translates into meaningful and tangible results. Force, bringing together these critical themes to guide our territory toward a brighter and more sustainable future. As we move forward, we do so with a profound understanding of the interplay between tourism, culture, sustainable development, and immigration. Together, we will shape a future that honors our heritage, empowers our citizens, and embraces the challenges and opportunities of our dynamic world. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on immigration reform. Madam Speaker, today we stand at a pivotal moment in the history of our beloved Virgin Islands. It is a moment that holds the promise of shaping the very foundations of our society, the future of our immigration policies, and the profound impact they have on our future. We have released the Commission of Inquiry's independent reviewers report on belongership and residence in our territory. The recommendations of this review have now been presented to us, and I wish to emphasize that this presents us with a unique opportunity, an opportunity to shape the future of our beloved Virgin Islands in a manner that is firmly grounded in respect for the law and recognition of the privilege granted to individuals who wish to make these beautiful Virgin Islands their home. The independent reviewers' recommendations underscore the importance of addressing long-standing issues surrounding immigration, and we are committed to doing so in a manner that is transparent, consultative, and inclusive. We are guided by the principle that every voice matters, whether you are a resident or a belonger. Our commitment to your input is unwavering, and we'll ensure that your perspectives are heard and valued in this process. The independent reviewers' report will serve as the bedrock upon which we will base our proposals and recommendations for the necessary amendments to our legislation and the creation of relevant policies. We understand that these changes must reflect the evolving needs and aspirations of our people and the challenges we face as a society. In the coming weeks, we will embark on a comprehensive and inclusive consultative process. We'll engage with stakeholders from all walks of life, from belongers to residents, seeking your insights, ideas, and feedback. Together, we will forge a path forward that preserves our heritage, strengthens our society, and ensures that we remain a welcoming and thriving community. In closing, I want to reaffirm our commitment to the principles of justice, fairness, inclusivity, as we navigate the intricate path of immigration reform. This journey may have its challenges, but I'm confident that as one united people, we will emerge stronger and more resilient than ever before. Together, we will build a future that reflects the true spirit and values of our beloved territory. May God bless you all, and may God continue to bless these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I have one final statement. And that statement is on our recovery efforts. Madam Speaker, yesterday marked the 6th anniversary of the passage of Hurricane Irma through the Virgin Islands. While it is a day that we would all like to forget because of the devastation that it wreaked through these Virgin Islands, loss and damage were great. It is reported that over 80% of the housing stock was either destroyed or damaged. Most of our public infrastructure, from buildings to electricity poles, to the government administration buildings, ferry docks, community centers, roads, schools, you name it, were either badly damaged or destroyed. It would be an easier task to say what was not damaged in the direct hit that touched all our islands. The total estimated damage was between $3.5 to $4 billion, and it is said that our development was set back by some 20 years. Many wondered whether we would recover, but today I would like to pause and reflect on the tremendous progress that we have made since that time. Madam Speaker, it was in April 2018 that the Recovery and Development Agency was formed as a dedicated agency working for the government of the Virgin Islands to focus on the rehabilitation of our territory's public infrastructure. Since then, the RDA has completed some 41 activities across 25 distinct projects within 12 subsectors and 5 sectors. The sectors include resilient infrastructure, good governance, nurtured and sustainable environment, cohesive and empowered society, and vibrant and innovative economy. A total of 12 subsectors were impacted following Hurricane Irma. Madam Speaker, namely roads, seaports, water and sewage, model good governance, security and safety for all, environmental protection, renewable energy, education, housing, recreation, waste and debris management, and tourism. From inception in 2018 to August 2023, Madam Speaker, the RDA has delivered $47.76 million worth of projects, raised $4.27 million to supplement government funding, trained 156 distinct contractors to improve local capacity to bid on and deliver projects, and engaged 23 interns across various fields, including project management, communications, procurement, and environmental management. Madam Speaker, active projects include the Jas Van Dyke Primary School, a multi-purpose educational facility, and the Joint Marine Shore Base. Upcoming projects for commencement include the new West End Ferry Terminal and the Eslin Henley Richer Learning Center. The list of projects completed, project activities by subsectors are as of below. For roads, Great Mountain 1 and Great Mountain 2. Hope to Sabbath Hill, Little Dix Hill, Bob's Gas Station, Ballast Bay, Long Trench, Fish Bay, asphaltic walks. For seaports, we have sea markers. For water and sewage, we have Longbush Reservoirs and metering, Carrot Bay Reservoirs and metering, Zion Hill Reservoirs and metering. For model good governance, we have the Virgin Gorda Administration buildings being cleaning. John C. George Senior Administration Building in North Sound, Flax Administration Building, the Vanterpool Administration Building, the Theodore Faulkner Administration Building in Anegada, the Albert Chinnery Administration Building in Jas Van Dyke. For security and safety for all, we have the Road Town Police Station, the Virgin Gorda Police Barracks, Estate House Number 1, and Virgin Gorda Police Station. For environmental protection, we have Marine Survey. For renewable energy, we have the Leonora Delver Primary School, Ivan Dawson Primary School, the Jos Van Dyke Clinic, the Enos Adams Primary School, and the Francis Letson Primary School. For education, we have the redevelopment of the Elmer Stout High School project, the Brigado Flax Educational Center, the Elmer Stout High School demolition, Elmer Stout High School temporary. For housing, we have housing repairs and temporary housing. For recreation, we have the Jeffrey Kane Sports Arena, the Anegada Recreational Facility. For waste and debris management, we have special debris clearance and the incinerator dismantling. For tourism, we have Virgin Gorda at the Bats. Madam Speaker, funding to date has come principally from the government of the Virgin Islands, but also from the UK government and various private donors and non-governmental organizations. While this funding has enabled achievements for the people of the territory, it is clear that the funding requirement to meet our prevailing development needs as a territory has significantly outpaced the contributions. Madam Speaker, despite all of the progress that has been made, we still have a long way to go to continue to deliver results and to meet our territory's substantial development challenges, of which we are all acutely aware. Funding is a necessity, and the government continues to explore our various options for raising this funding. Madam Speaker, Irma was the strongest hurricane that has ever come to, one of the strongest hurricanes to ever be recorded in this part of the Atlantic in recent history, with wind speeds that were off the charts. The memories and trauma are still with all of us who experienced it. We lost 4 members of our community in the storm and quite a few more in the months after. We remember them and we pray for their souls. The weeks and months after the storm were very difficult. People had no shelter to keep their families dry and warm. Electricity, potable water, food, and other amenities were a challenge. Persons became unemployed because the tourism industry, which is the main economic driver and which generates most of the jobs on our islands, could not operate. But Madam Speaker, amidst the tragedy, one of the things that shone through was the resilience and compassion of our people and of our beautiful community. Persons helped one another, whether by offering shelter to their neighbors or sharing what little food and supplies they had. Our people came together, and bit by bit they began the task of cleaning up and rebuilding our territory. This is how we live as Virgin Islanders. Madam Speaker, God has blessed us with an amazing tourism product that was able to quickly rebound. With intensified efforts since 2019, we have seen strong recovery of our tourism industry. This has translated into a healthy recovery of our economy, which was able to fare very well with the shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, and contributed immensely to us being able to achieve a lot of the work of which I have spoken. It is important to note that this work is not being approached solely on the basis of recovery, but also in the context of development. This means that we are working not just to restore and replace infrastructure, but to rebuild stronger and with the needs of the future in mind. Among the private sector, many of the properties that were either damaged or destroyed have been rebuilt or restored and are once again open and welcoming visitors. Other property owners are progressing with their repairs. We have seen high confidence from our international tourism partners, such as the travel agencies, charter companies, cruise lines, and airlines, as well as our local partners. All of these things stand as testimony to the determination and capabilities of our people. We have come very far in 6 years. All Virgin Islands people should feel proud of what we have accomplished in this short time, mostly with our own resources and our own indomitable spirit. As we observe the 6th anniversary of the passage of Hurricane Irma, we glance back at the past, Madam Speaker, but we look forward with hope, determination, and confidence in our people and our country. And Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to recognize every single individual who has assisted with our recovery efforts, whether it be our public officers, whether persons who work in statutory boards, whether including the Recovery and Development Agency, whether it be our private citizens, those persons who came together in the time of need and helped to rebuild schools, the persons who were part of charities, service organizations, everybody, businesses, everybody who lent a helping hand to our recovery efforts, persons from overseas. We thank you for your contributions to the effort of helping the Virgin Islands recover, and we look to you to continue our recovery efforts. May God continue to bless and protect our beautiful Virgin Islands and all her people. Madam Speaker, I thank you. We thank the governor's offices. Thank you.
At this time, I call on the Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have one statement to make in relation to an illicit finance dialogue that's coming up next week in the British Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share information regarding an upcoming event that holds the challenge of global illicit financial flows. Senior officials from the overseas territories and the UK will be meeting here in the BVI from the 12th to the 14th of this month for a meeting on illicit finance. This meeting will be co-chaired by the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and the Government of the Virgin Islands. Members may recall that the establishment of a ministerial-level dialogue aimed at addressing illicit finance was agreed upon during the Joint Ministerial Council between the UK and OTs earlier this year. This senior officials meeting marks an important step leading up to the joint ministerial-level dialogue between OT governments and the UK, scheduled for November. The purpose of this meeting is to provide a platform for open dialogue and collaboration, focusing on themes of transparency, financial integrity, and the collective efforts to combat illicit finance through enhanced cooperation. Madam Speaker, I would like to provide some further context on the matter. The partnership between the UK and OTs offers a platform to address shared challenges, particularly in governance and sustainable development. In today's world where money flows across borders with ease, it is important for partners to come together to address these challenges collectively. Some of the overseas territories and the UK are significant global financial centers, which means that we share common risks and interests in protecting our financial sectors from threats posed by illegal movements of money across borders. Criminal networks are becoming more sophisticated in exploiting stable financial systems for illicit financial flows. It has therefore become crucial for countries to collaborate, share expertise, and find more effective ways of working together. Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the dedication shown by the overseas territory governments in upholding international standards in transparency and preventing illicit finance as set forth by organizations like the OECD and the FATF. The exchange of notes arrangements between the UK and the overseas territories are valued, and this dialogue aims to build upon these achievements to further strengthen the integrity of our financial systems. Turning to the structure of the senior officials meeting, it will include sessions focusing on strengthening technical capabilities to address areas such as sanctions implementation and enforcement, countering the financing of terrorism, and anti-money laundering. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the dialogue participants encompass a range of economies, each with their own unique characteristics. Therefore, commitments and objectives will need to be tailored to each member, ensuring that agreements are suitable for the specific circumstances of each jurisdiction. The leadership of this dialogue carries significant importance. Each year, the UK government, represented by the FCDO and the Home Office, will jointly chair the illicit finance dialogue alongside the government of a designated overseas territory. For this current year, the role of the OT chair is assumed by the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands looks forward to extending a warm welcome to delegates from the governments of Anguilla, Bermuda, the Cayman Islands, Gibraltar, Montserrat, TCI, and the UK, all of whom will be present in the territory. Regrettably, the governments of the Falkland Islands and St. Helena will not be able to join in person, but they will have the opportunity to participate virtually. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that the joint ministerial level dialogue presents a valuable opportunity for the UK and the OTs to work together to strengthen our financial systems and to contribute to a more secure global financial landscape. The deliberations during this senior officials meeting have the potential to set the stage for meaningful advancement in these domains. Lastly, Madam Speaker, allow me to express my gratitude to everyone who has worked together to coordinate the logistics of this meeting. And I am particularly grateful to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Financial, Labor and Trade for her hard work in pulling this together. I extend my well wishes for productive and successful deliberations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call on the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide an update on the traffic in the capital of Road Town. It was on the 15th June 2020, we went live with the historic traffic turnaround, planned to mitigate the traffic congestion motorists were repeatedly experiencing, particularly at peak hours of the day. Because of the limited roads in Road Town, to aid in addressing this issue, a decision to repurpose some of these main roads from a two-way lane road to one-way lane roads. We first redirected the flow of traffic on Main Street from being an eastern-only flow to being a western-only flow from the foot of Joe's Hill. We converted De Castro Street to a one-way traffic flow with its two lanes heading westerly, while the Waterfront Drive in the vicinity of the Administration Drive intersection being converted to two lanes heading easterly. By all accounts, the turnaround was a success, and it has been over 3 years since now implemented. There were some initial growing pains as drivers became accustomed to the turnaround. This was expected as new implementations of any system from what was customary for years will cause initial challenges for assimilation. But it is now obvious that motorists have adapted to the new traffic design and are managing well. Motorists, though, have indicated that they believe the turnaround has improved the overall traffic flow and congestion in the central area of Road Town, which was the end goal of the entire project. Madam Speaker, with any new initiative or plan, there will always be opportunities for further improvement. As a result, we have taken a critical look at the traffic flow, particularly around lunchtime and more definitively after 4 p.m., and we have noticed substantial congestion on Waterfront Drive as motorists travel in the easterly direction. We must admit that we have an existing constraint as we are limited by the number of roads that are available to motorists in comparison to the number of vehicles on our roadways. As a result of the limited roads available, there's a natural bottleneck point at the roundabout, particularly for motorists traveling easterly on Waterfront Drive. Further, even if motorists seek to avoid this bottleneck by taking Shorewood Drive, they will meet another bottleneck at the intersection of Fleming Street and Shorewood Drive, that is right by Right Way, which is linked to the overall bottleneck at the roundabout, as they are faced or forced to turn right onto Fleming Street. Madam Speaker, what we want to introduce by the end of the fourth quarter is an upgrade that we believe will enhance our traffic flow and reduce the congestion as I just described. We will seek to convert only the section of Main Street at the foot of Joes Hill by the Road Town Methodist Cemetery to the intersection of Main Street and Fleming Street into two-way traffic. The rest of Main Street starting at the same intersection of Fleming Street to Customs Road, intersection in the vicinity of the Commercial Court, that will remain a one-way heading in the westerly direction. Madam Speaker, we have recognized that there are many motorists whose route to head up to Joes Hill or perhaps even to Longbush or Lower Estate becomes caught in the traffic along Waterfront Drive that is heading towards Purcell Estate and beyond. We want to alleviate that daily frustration. Our plan is to create an outlet whereby motorists can now take, for example, the Shorewood Drive Road, take a left onto Fleming Street and a right onto Main Street and proceed up Joes Hill or anywhere else. Madam Speaker, this new outlet being created by a conservative estimate, we believe that the traffic congestion will be reduced by at least 35%. I've experienced the congestion and can recognize the immediate benefits of this upgrade to our traffic flow that it will bring to our motorists. Madam Speaker, we recognize the constraint of Main Street generally and know that it is not as wide as other roads. As a result, we will additionally prohibit large trucks from traversing on Main Street and require them to utilize other roads available. Madam Speaker, I have requested of the Public Works Department to develop designs for implementation of this upgrade to see how best we can include sidewalks along this segment of the road to ensure the safety of pedestrians. Even as we look at the overall turnaround, persons have indicated that the roundabout is not working effectively. Madam Speaker, I do note that there is quite a bit of mishaps that take place at the roundabout. We will do our part to best improve the markings on the road and the signs with directions for motorists to follow. I wish to remind motorists that more attention must be paid to those markings and signs in addition to the increased use of good judgment when traversing this roundabout and any other road. The solid lines are there to indicate that you cannot cross at that area of the road. Many accidents take place where persons are crossing the solid lines and as a result colliding with other drivers. If you are on the inner lane of the roundabout and you are driving by the solid lines, you cannot cross over. Many drivers take the inner lane of the roundabout even though they are going in the direction of Fleming Street and simply cross over at any point. Drivers are reminded that if you are entering the roundabout from Sir Walter Francis Drive, please choose the lane that you are going on early when the lines are broken. Madam Speaker, drivers going towards Fleming Street or taking the right onto Fishlock Road are required to be on the outer lane of the roundabout. I believe that if we adhere to the rules of the road, the accidents that we see occurring on the roundabout can be avoided. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, as we seek to make the city of Rotong a thriving and viable place for business and recreation, it is important that we continually seek to improve not only our roadways in terms of the conditions of the road, but also the traffic flows to reduce the congestions as much as possible. Therefore, I'm pleased that this upgrade on the Main Street area will be coming to pass in short order as we make the lives of both residents and visitors much more enjoyable. Madam Speaker, I always welcome the input of our motorists who have shared their insights on where they see areas for improvement. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, my second statement is on the unprecedented growth in cruise passenger arrivals since summer 2021. Madam Speaker, the cruise industry in the Virgin Islands plays a vital role in the overall tourism sector, contributing to the economic growth and development of these beautiful islands. With its pristine beaches, crystal clear waters, and breathtaking landscapes, the Virgin Islands has emerged as a popular destination for cruise operators and tourists alike. Madam Speaker, the cruise industry in the Virgin Islands offers a diverse range of experiences, from leisurely sea voyages to exhilarating water sport activities. Our visitors can explore the stunning coastline, engage in snorkeling and diving adventures, participate in sailing regattas and sport fishing activities, or simply relax and soak in the natural beauty of the islands. The Virgin Islands' unique blend of Caribbean charm, rich cultural heritage, and warm hospitality make it a coveted destination for cruise travelers. To this end, the Ministry of Communications and Work, in partnership with the BVI Ports Authority, is delighted to inform this Honorable House about the remarkable surge in the cruise passenger arrivals since the summer of 2021, signaling a robust recovery in the cruise tourism sector following the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The BVI Ports Authority and the Ministry's unwavering commitment to providing a secure and inviting atmosphere has played a pivotal role in the upswing of cruise tourism, with exceptional passenger numbers, underscoring a positive trajectory that is expected to continue into the upcoming 2023-2024 season. Madam Speaker, comprehensive comparison of data from the BVI Ports Authority manifested arrivals of 2021, 2022, and 2023 demonstrate a resilient cruise tourism sector. In summer of 2021 marked the industry's post-pandemic revival. The cruise passenger arrivals steadily gaining momentum as the season progressed. The passenger figures for each month, Madam Speaker, were as follows. After opening in June, we saw the numbers in July at only 650 passengers. August, 299, September, 516, October, 1,026, November, 22,000, December, 47, for a total of 72,263. Madam Speaker, building on the momentum established in 2021, the territory witnessed a substantial increase in cruise passenger number arrivals throughout 2022, reflecting industry demand and a gradual return to pre-pandemic passenger capacity. In January, we saw 36,602 passengers, February, 32,002 passengers. March, 44,951 passengers. April, 26,446 passengers. May, 16,382 passengers. June, 19,119 passengers. July, 9,894 passengers. August, 14,825. September, 5,959. October, 13,546. November, 45,997. December, 7,852, for a total of 265,723. Madam Speaker, maintaining the upward trajectory in 2023, the territory has achieved robust cruise passenger arrivals. The arrivals up to the 31st of August 2023 as follows. In January, we saw 96,613 passengers. February, 94,854. March, 107,688 passengers. April, 47,645. May, 28,156. June, 44,778. July, 32,943. And August, 39,804 passengers, for a total of 492,481 passengers. Madam Speaker, we have demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability, and we are thrilled to witness this exponential growth in cruise tourism. The dedication of our community, combined with strategic planning, has made this achievement possible. The BVI Ports Authority is anticipating an exceptional cruise tourism season in 2023-2024. Based on ongoing trends and projected estimates, the forecast indicates that passenger numbers are set to reach an impressive 794,489 passengers during the upcoming tourism season. This figure surpasses the previous highest recorded cruise passenger arrival, those numbers in 2016, which is indicated as 699,105 passengers, and is sourced from statistics provided by the Central Statistics Office. This substantial surge in passenger arrivals is a promising development for a territory's tourism industry, signifying substantial growth and potential for significant economic advantages in the region. Madam Speaker, it is essential to highlight that the cruise business is one of the BVI Ports Authority's primary revenue sources, accounting for 40% of its total revenue. Additionally, according to the data from the Cruise Line International Association, every 24 cruiser worldwide supports one full-time job. Cruisers typically spend on average $750 per passenger in port cities during a standard 7-day trip. A significant majority, 6 in 10 people who have taken a cruise, return to a destination they initially visited via a cruise ship. 2022 marks a pivotal transition year for the cruise industry, with a full recovery projected for 2023. Passenger volume exceeded 101% of 2019 levels by the end of 2022, considering that 2019 operated at 100% capacity. The Caribbean region continues to be the top cruise destination, accounting for 44% of cruise travel. The industry is actively pursuing the goal of achieving net carbon neutral cruising by 2050. By 2027, there will be 26 liquefied natural gas powered cruise ships, constituting 16% of global capacity. Additionally, by 2027, 174 ships will have shoreside connectivity which represents 66% of global capacity. These statistics highlight the cruise industry's significance and robustness, not only in the Virgin Islands, but also for the entire region, offering promising economic opportunities for job creation and the growth of local businesses. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have 4 statements, but they're not too long. Update on the national policy for gender equality and equity. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to provide an update to this Honorable House on the Office of Gender Affairs and its plans to push forward with the implementation of the national policy for gender equality and equity. In September of 2015, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which is comprised of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, was adopted by the 193rd member state of the United Nations, including the United Kingdom, and by extension, the Virgin Islands. In keeping with the alignment of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the Virgin Islands developed and implemented our National Sustainable Development Plan, Vision 2036, titled Building a Sustainable Virgin Islands. The first goal in the plan speaks to health and wellness and focuses on gender equality and empowerment of women. Our Vision 2036 recognizes that promoting gender equality and empowerment of women in all spheres of life is a priority for sustained and inclusive development. Madam Speaker, our National Sustainable Development Plan also focuses on gender mainstreaming to promote the economic, social, cultural, and political empowerment of women towards advancing gender equality. Under this plan for the Virgin Islands' future, the national policy for gender equity and equality remains a priority with focus on the elimination of gender inequalities such as gender-based violence in all forms. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to highlight and remind this Honorable House of the notable achievements and efforts made in advancing gender equality and equity for all in the Virgin Islands. In 2008, the Office of Gender Affairs, under the purview of the Premier's Office, created a gender policy framework for the development of a national policy or first national policy for gender equality and equity for the Virgin Islands, which was approved by Cabinet in 2013. The development of tenets of the policy are in keeping with the strategic objectives of government's policy to support and promote the rights of equality of all, regardless of age, sex, gender, or race. The policy was also developed based on the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007, the European Union rights, the United Nations Convention, and the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, the Bill of Rights for Women. Madam Speaker, as we continue to build partnerships for future development, I would like to recognize our partners, the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, the World Health Organization, WHO, and the United Nations Women for their continued work in advancing gender development and relations in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the UN agencies have partnered with the government in particular through the office. For instance, the UN Women provided technical and financial support for the development and implementation of the Partnership for Peace, a 16-week psychoeducational program for male perpetrators of domestic violence who are charged and taken before the magistrate's court. This is a court-connected program, and all referrals come through the court. To date, 150 men have benefited from attending this program. The 20th cycle began in July and will end today, Thursday, 7 September 2023. Additionally, UN Women is in the process of reviving and updating this program and has engaged an expert team to conduct virtual consultations with the Partnership for Peace team in the BVI and other Caribbean countries. Therefore, we plan to reintroduce this program by conducting a 3-day refresher course for facilitators in the upcoming months to reinforce the program's objectives and emphasize that violence against women and girls within domestic settings is a choice, and abusive behavior will not be accepted. As we continue to work towards a Virgin Islands where gender equality and equity are at the forefront of the minds of every resident and visitor that comes to our shores, the Ministry of Health and Social Development remains committed to enhancing the ongoing discussions and initiatives related to gender equality. Madam Speaker, the development and implementation of the gender policy is one of many major steps in the vision we have for the Virgin Islands. Some of our upcoming activities will include the establishment of gender focal points in every ministry, department, and unit in support of gender mainstreaming. One of the main objectives of gender focal points is to identify gender issues in the workplace and bring it to the attention of the Human Resources Manager and the Office of Gender Affairs. As such, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, through the Office of Gender Affairs, will seek to collaborate with the public and private sector organizations to educate and raise public awareness through our gender sensitization workshops. Madam Speaker, as it relates to legislation, the Attorney General's Chambers is currently drafting the Sexual Offences Bill following several consultations with stakeholders. This bill is one of the recommendations in an action plan in the National Gender Policy, which is based on a legislative review that was conducted in July 2011. This bill will serve as a deterrent to potential perpetrators from committing sexual offences in the Virgin Islands, as we eagerly anticipate its submission from Chambers. Madam Speaker, later this year, the Virgin Islands will join the rest of the world in observing 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The theme for this year will be Unite, Activism to End Violence Against Women and Girls. The Office of Gender Affairs will partner with PAHO, WHO, and other key stakeholders in the Virgin Islands to demonstrate solidarity with women's rights activists and to oppose any regression in women's rights. Among the proposed activities for the 16 days is the signature campaign targeting government officials, the public, and youth, particularly those in high school. Will also be more prevalent and prominent in mainstream media with our message. For example, zero tolerance on gender-based violence in the BVI. Madam Speaker, as Minister responsible for gender affairs, I remain committed to playing my part in promoting gender equality and equity as we build a Virgin Islands that is safe for all to live, work, and foster harmonious families. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my second statement concerns derelict vehicles, the derelict vehicle campaign. Madam Speaker, as the Minister responsible for waste management, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage everyone in the Virgin Islands to do their part to assist the Department of Waste Management in the identification and collection of derelict vehicles around the territory. Together, we can clean up this territory as we have done before. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, in 2019, during a derelict vehicle collection campaign, over 200 derelict vehicles were removed from Virgin Gorda and transported to the collection site on Tortola. While on Tortola, over 170 derelicts were collected and processed. Since 2018, over 12,000 metric tons of scrap metals have been packaged and exported out of the territory. The most recent operation took place in May of this year, where approximately 2,800 metric tons of scrap metals were loaded onto a barge and exported for recycling purposes. Madam Speaker, I must commend the community's effort which allowed these initiatives to be so successful. Madam Speaker, I want to encourage the owners of derelict vehicles to retire your ride. Keeping derelict vehicles around is not only an eyesore, but also a habitat for critters or a potential hazard for unsuspecting children, which will do more harm than good. You can retire your ride by taking it to a collection point, either in Parkwood Pond, Tortola, or at Ebony and Ivory construction site in Hanson Bay, Virgin Gorda. If you are unable to get a derelict to a collection point, you can contact the Department of Waste Management at 468-4934, and they will be happy to assist you. Let me repeat that number, 468-4934. Madam Speaker, I would like to also encourage everyone to assist the department to identify derelict vehicles within the territory. If you see a derelict vehicle on public or private property, please contact the Department of Waste Management or utilize government's BVI Gov Reported app. When using the app, we would like you to upload a photo with as much detail as possible to ensure that a team at the department will be able to locate and properly tag the vehicle. If you are not tech savvy, you can simply contact the department at 468-4934 with the relevant information that would allow the team to locate the vehicle. Once the vehicle is located by the department, a notice will be served to its owner or affixed to the vehicle. The owner of the vehicle will have 14 days if it is located on public property or 21 days if located on private property to have the vehicle removed. Once the notice expires and the vehicle remains in the same location, it will be removed and taken to the site in Parkwood Pond and prepared for export. Madam Speaker, the next scheduled shipment of derelict vehicles out of the territory is set for 18 September 2023. We have less than 2 weeks to get as many derelicts as we can out of the territory. So let's mobilize and unite in an effort to preserve and protect our beautiful Virgin Islands. Once again, I'm encouraging everyone to do their part, and together we will keep our beautiful Virgin Islands clean and green. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my third statement is on health advisory on flu season and COVID-19. Madam Speaker, in its latest weekly epidemiological update on 1st September 2023, the World Health Organization has reported that there has been a 38% increase in the number of new COVID-19 cases, totaling over 1.4 million. During the most recent 28-day period from July 31st to August 27, 2023, worldwide. Additionally, there has been a 50% decrease in the number of reported deaths, totaling over 1,800 compared to the preceding 28 days. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization has reported varying trends in COVID-19 cases and deaths across different regions. However, it is important to note that the reported cases may not accurately reflect infection rates globally due to reduced testing and reporting. WHO reported that in North America, influenza activity has remained at low levels, with predominantly influenza A and influenza B circulating together with low levels of respiratory syncytial virus, RSV. COVID-19 has been trending up over the last 4 months in North America and continues to circulate at moderate levels, while cases of influenza-like illnesses have shown a slight increase over the same period. In the Caribbean, WHO reports that influenza activity continues to show a decreasing trend in the last 4 months. During this period, the predominant influenza family has shown an increasing trend with intermediate levels of circulation. Madam Speaker, locally, the Dr. D.O. Leonard Smith Hospital has recorded a total of 4 COVID-19 admissions to the special care unit between March and August 2023. Additionally, during the same 6-month period, there were 12 inpatients who were incidentally diagnosed through routine screening. The BVI HSA recorded 68 individuals diagnosed with COVID-19 in the emergency room between March and August 2023, either presenting with symptoms or incidentally identified through their standard admissions screening. In August of 2023, 16 persons tested for COVID-19 in the emergency room with 2 admissions to the special care unit for COVID-19 symptoms. A further 6 inpatients subsequently tested positive incidentally. Madam Speaker, like all viruses, COVID-19 is expected to change over time, and the WHO Center for Disease Control, CDC, and UK Health Security Agency, UKHSA, monitors new variants closely. Currently, most persons with COVID-19, flu, or respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, have mild illnesses not requiring medical attention. However, persons who are elderly with chronic diseases in high-risk groups may be at risk for more severe diseases. RSV usually causes mild, cold-like symptoms in young children, while older adults are more likely to develop more serious illness requiring hospitalization. Madam Speaker, as we approach the fall and winter months, we are cognizant that these upcoming months are when the North Hemisphere usually experiences their seasonal increase in flu and COVID-19. This also coincides with the Virgin Islands tourism season, with visitors to the territory predominantly arriving from North America and Europe. We have to prepare for these expected seasonal increases. Residents and businesses are encouraged to adhere to the preventative measures to limit risk and other possible negative consequences. These measures include promoting hand hygiene and proper cough and respiratory etiquette generally. Persons who think they have respiratory infections should take extra precaution to prevent the spread of influenza, RSV, or COVID-19. Additionally, precautions include staying at home when sick until symptoms have subsided, and if necessary, seeking medical attention. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development wish to remind the public that both flu and COVID-19 vaccinations are available at the BVI Health Services Authority. The Ministry of Health also supports the current recommendations for the UK Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunization that priority should be given to making COVID-19 vaccines available to residents of care homes, persons over 65, persons who are in high-risk groups, frontline healthcare workers, household contacts of the immunocompromised over 12 years old, and staff working in care homes for elderly adults. Additionally, COVID-19 rapid home test remains widely available and accessible throughout the territory. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development remains committed to the development and improvement of the health and social well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank you, Madam Speaker. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the Ministry's updates. Alzheimer's Month. Madam Speaker, September is Worldwide Alzheimer's Month, and this year the theme is Never Too Early, Never Too Late. This year's campaign hopes to underscore the pivotal role of identifying risk factors and adopting proactive risk reduction measures to delay and potentially prevent the onset of dementia. This includes ongoing risk reduction strategies for persons who have already received a diagnosis. Madam Speaker, with a global number of persons living with dementia expected to triple by 2050, there is greater need for a more urgent understanding and response to the risk factors associated with the condition. According to the World Health Organization, more and middle-income countries. Through a national health insurance database, the Virgin Islands Alzheimer's Association found that 188 persons in the Virgin Islands have been officially diagnosed with dementia. These International estimates that worldwide, roughly 75% of dementia cases go undiagnosed. Understandably, Madam Speaker, based on this data, it can be reasonably estimated that the number of persons living with dementia in the territory may well be above 300. Currently, there is no cure for Alzheimer's, and given the international statistics and local data, now more than ever, we as a community must use this year's theme, never too early, never too late, as a guiding principle to create greater awareness about Alzheimer's disease in the Virgin Islands. We must examine all our personal risk factors and find different strategies to mitigate our risk. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, through its aged care services managed by the Social Development Department, continue to provide services that can be accessed by persons suffering from Alzheimer's disease. We currently have the Eastern Longlook and Carrot Bay senior engagement programs, which are geared to promote the socialization of senior citizens with their peers. As studies have shown that feelings of loneliness and social isolation can be common among persons suffering from Alzheimer's disease and other types of dementia. In addition, the Social Development Department also provides home care services for elderly persons, which can be accessed by families of persons with Alzheimer's disease. With this intervention, the department provides the highest quality service and care in a client's personal residence. Madam Speaker, World Alzheimer's Month presents an invaluable opportunity for individuals affected by Alzheimer's, caregivers, professionals, government, media partners, and communities to collaborate in the fight against dementia. It serves as a platform to raise awareness about the true challenges of dementia, counteract the stigma and misinformation, and advocate for improved support and care. I encourage the entire territory to engage in events organized by the Virgin Islands Alzheimer's Association in partnership with the Rotary Family of the Virgin Islands and the Lion Clubs of the BVI. These activities are also being carried out in collaboration with the Diabetes Association, Sister Islands Unit, and the Social Development Department throughout World Alzheimer's Month. Together, we can raise awareness and reduce the risk and eliminate the stigma. National Centenarian Day. Madam Speaker, National Centenarian Day will be observed this year on the 22nd September. National Centenarian Day is a momentous occasion that celebrates the remarkable lives and contributions of individuals who have reached the milestone of living for 1 century. It's an opportunity for our territory to show our gratitude and respect for their wisdom, experience, and their legacy. Celebrating National Centenarian Day aligns perfectly with the Department of Social Development's mission to foster a supportive and caring environment for senior citizens, ensuring their well-being and acknowledging their significant role in shaping our society. Madam Speaker, we currently have 6 centenarians living in the territory, namely Mrs. Imogen A. Cricky, Mrs. Felicia George, Mrs. Iris L. Harrigan, Mr. Evelyn Hodge, and Mrs. Enel Smith, and Mrs. Betty Yates. Madam Speaker, I will personally visit each centenarian on the 22nd September to extend my gratitude and present a token of our appreciation to him or her. Madam Speaker, the wisdom and insight that our centenarians have amassed over their lifetime is invaluable. But we do hope that our gestures will bring a smile to their faces and warmth to their hearts. The ministry will also be exploring the possibility of honoring centenarians of this territory, those who have since passed and those alive and well today, with their facial replicas in a commemorative stamp. This, we believe, would be an excellent initiative to help preserve the national legacy of these individuals to our community. Almost there, Madam Speaker. OECS PPS Policy Board meeting and Council of Health Ministers. Finally, Madam Speaker, the British Virgin Islands will assume the chairmanship of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, Council of Ministers, and as such, the Ministry of Health and Social Development will host the 36th OECS Pooled Procurement Services, PPS, Policy Board meeting and the 9th OECS Council of Health Ministers meeting from 9 to 13 October 2023. We will be welcoming OECS health ministers and their permanent secretaries from throughout the region to engage in discussions surrounding the theme, improving lives through preventative healthcare, an evidence-based approach. Madam Speaker, preparations are currently underway, and you will hear more about the meetings as we finalize the details and share relevant information. Madam Speaker, that ends my statements. I didn't appreciate the interruption and bickering while I was speaking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Why are they not given a month? And what is the gratitude that he's taking to them, Madam Speaker?
I won't allow that particular question. I think that is something that can be discussed privately
Yeah, but he's
amongst the
making big
members.
statements.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Honorable. At this time, I call on the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have 4 statements, 2 of which some information would have come out in the questions, but I did seek advice, and I believe it's important to read them for the record of the House and for the public's hearing. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the 4th statement is on the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports initiatives over the past few months and into the new school year. Madam Speaker, the development of our children, young people, is of utmost importance to the continued development of the territory. Thus, I am pleased to highlight the reintroduction of summer camps in July 2023 to the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports. A total of 3 separate camps were offered: the Youth Summer Camp, STEAM Summer Camp, and the Multi-Sport Summer Camp. Madam Speaker, the Youth Summer Camp catered to children 5 to 16 years and offered arts and crafts, cookery, STEAM activities, recreation, field trips, and swimming. The youth camp centers were held in Tortola at the Francis Letson Primary School, the Elmore Stout High School, and the Ebenezer Thomas Primary School, and in Virgin Gorda at the Brigado Flax Educational Center, in Anigada at the Claudia Quickie Educational Center, and in Just Van Dyke at the Just Van Dyke Primary School. Madam Speaker, the STEAM Summer Camp catered to children 18 to 14 years and was held at the Elmore South High School. Opportunity to develop their swimming skills. An exhibition of the projects was displayed at the end of the camp. Madam Speaker, additionally, 1 camp was dedicated entirely to sports. The Multi-Sport Summer Camp was held in Tortola at the Multi-Purpose Sports Complex and the E. Walwyn Brody Ballpark, and on Virgin Gorda at the Valley Field and the Jeffrey Kane Sports Arena. This camp catered to children 5 to 16 years and provided an opportunity to learn skills in basketball, volleyball, and softball. Participants were exposed equally to 3 sports. The camps ended with a fun day, and the children got the opportunity to enjoy food and drinks, music, water slides, bouncy houses, and face painting and games. Madam Speaker, 390 children were registered for the youth and STEAM summer camps, and 160 students for the multi-sports camp. Thus, a grand total of 550 children were actively engaged for the summer. This was made possible due to funds allocated to the Ministry of Education and Sports in the amount of $190,000. Madam Speaker, a new school year is upon us, and students will be back in school starting 11th September. After a hiatus of several years, DYAS is preparing to relaunch the After-School Youth Development Program on Monday, 2nd October 2023. 3 programs will be offered: STEAM, academic tutoring, grassroots sports. These programs will be held at all primary and secondary schools in the territory from Monday through Thursday, 3:45 to 5:45 p.m. Student registration forms are available at the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports and at all public schools, and students must be registered in order to be eligible for enrollment. Parents and guardians are encouraged to complete the form and submit it to the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports by Thursday, 24 September 2023. Madam Speaker, as a result, students will be engaged in activities that will help to improve academic success, develop physical fitness and core values, and foster social and critical thinking skills in a safe, structured, and supervised environment. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, through the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, is committed to providing opportunities for our young people to develop and excel through after-school youth development programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, next I will give a statement on the introduction of STEAM innovations at the secondary level. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education welcomes the start of the 2023-2024 school year under the theme Virgin Islands Education Moving Full Steam Ahead. A STEAM education is an approach to teaching and learning that promotes critical thinking, creativity, and communication skills. Madam Speaker, I am excited to report that starting this school year, on Monday, September 11th, public secondary schools in the Virgin Islands will offer STEAM Innovations, the newest addition to our course and curriculum offerings. Madam Speaker, this program is designed to equip students with essential skills and knowledge in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. This course aims to prepare students for the professions of the future by fostering creativity, problem solving, and a deep understanding of modern technologies. All students in 7th grade will be exposed to this new course, which will start off with developing resource skills and learning the nuances of the various applications on the Google platform, improving their chances of success in all other classes. Madam Speaker, throughout the course, students will engage in critical thinking exercises and projects that encourage them to analyze complex problems, think critically, and make informed decisions. In an increasingly digital world, students will develop the skills and competencies that will foster digital literacy by learning about online safety, data privacy, and responsible technology use. These skills are essential for navigating the digital landscape and are applicable in various professions. Madam Speaker, 8th and 9th graders will be able to select the course as one of their technical subjects. Our students will learn programming languages, gain hands-on experience in creating software applications, games, and websites. This foundational knowledge will be crucial for careers in software development, computer science, and other technological fields. The course includes practical robotics projects where students will design, build, and program robots. This hands-on experience will help them develop skills and an understanding of automation, a key component of modern industries. Students will be encouraged to explore their creativity and develop innovative solutions to real-world problems. Madam Speaker, this STEAM Innovations course will introduce students to emerging professions and industries such as artificial intelligence, data science, renewable energy, and much more. They will gain insights into potential career paths and opportunities in an ever-evolving job market. Madam Speaker, this course is part of the ministry's 5-year plan to reimagine education in the Virgin Islands. By offering this STEAM Innovations course, our secondary schools will better empower students with the skills and knowledge needed to excel. This program will not only prepare them for future careers, but also inspire them to become lifelong learners and innovative thinkers. This STEAM Innovations course reflects the commitment of the Ministry of Education to prepare students for this rapidly evolving world of technology and innovation. By offering this comprehensive program, students will be better equipped to meet the challenges of the 21st century, thereby ensuring a bright and prosperous future for themselves and, by extension, the territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my next statement is an update on the H. Lavely Stoutt Community College. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to apprise this Honorable House on the recent notable developments at the H. Lavely Stoutt Community College. 672 students are enrolled this fall semester for certificate and associate degree programs. Included in this total are 77 high school students dually enrolled at the college, the largest number to ever take advantage of this program. These students are from the Elmore Stout High School, Brigado Flex Educational Center, and Siboney School of Excellence. Madam Speaker, I heartily congratulate these students for embracing the opportunity to get a head start on their college education. As they take general education classes over the next academic year, they will be able to shorten the time needed to attain their associate degree at HLSCC prior to transferring to complete their baccalaureate degree. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the college has recommenced its associate degree in teacher education under the Institute of Education, and a total of 25 persons have registered, 21 part-time and 4 full-time students. This bodes well for our ability to prime our immediate workforce needs in education with graduates, while ensuring that more students take up potential scholarships in teacher education abroad. Madam Speaker, the Institute of Education is also collaborating with the Ministry of Education to deliver the Let's Teach VI program to equip new teachers with the foundational skills required for their new roles in the classroom. This program will run from October through May 2024 and will consist of 9 modules delivered via blended modality for students across all of the islands. Madam Speaker, the Robert McTavish Institute of HLSCC will be hosting the capstone presentations and graduation of 18 students in the second cohort of the certificate in FinTech. Allow me here to express my sincere thanks and appreciation on behalf of the college to the Deputy Premier for advocating for a grant of $75,000 from the government of the Virgin Islands to defray the tuition cost of Virgin Islanders. This cohort boasted teams of students that work on projects for the Inland Revenue Department of St. Kitts, the Ministry of Health, Nursing Council St. Kitts, BVI Finance, and HLSCC. Madam Speaker, the RMI has recruited new faculty, and current enrollment stand at 23 students pursuing ACCA certifications. Several students are working towards completing RMI certifications in international financial services and compliance. The RMI is currently taking applications for various diploma levels of the International Compliance Association. Madam Speaker, the college must also be commended for its new relationship with the prestigious Fulbright program. Through the US-UK Fulbright Commission, HLSCC has established the BVI Fulbright Scholar Award. This program brings professors from universities in the United States to spend 6 months in residency in the BVI, teaching at the college, conducting interdisciplinary research, and delivering public lectures. Madam Speaker, over the summer break, the college kept busy. It delivered its second annual cultural summer camp, which included historical tours of Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Guana Island, culinary lessons, sports, games, numerous community presentations, and a cultural extravaganza. In addition, HLSCC continued its long partnerships with CATS by hosting the CATS Basic Sea Skills Camp at the Center for Applied Marine Studies, where students learned to sail and operate rowboats along with the necessary safety skills. Madam Speaker, the college continues to attract international attention and partnerships. Earlier in the summer, the college and the Unite BVI Foundation hosted the Wellbeing's Mangrove Symposium with a number of international guests, as well as a forum between the Mangrove Nursery Project teams at both HLSCC and VHKS Conservation and Historical Trust. Both mangroves projects receive considerable funding from the Wellbeing's Group. Madam Speaker, the Center for Applied Marine Studies continues to be a center of meaningful research. The Darwin-funded Soils Project, in partnership with the Department of Disaster Management and the University of Portsmouth, represents real potential for several applications that require testing the soils of the territory. The center also hosted a visiting group of professors and students from our sister school, Gutman Community College in New York, with particular interest in marine and environmental science. Madam Speaker, with respect to workforce training, the college has recently expanded its beyond curriculum offerings with a series of technical workshops in partnership with Marine Max and Naniki Resort and Marina. The first course in air conditioning systems was delivered by Tim Crevero of Webasto, while the second in water making systems was delivered by J.T. Halden of Halden Marine Service on behalf of Spectra Watermarks. This month, HLSCC will be offering courses in basic outboard engine tech with Mercury Marine and basic diesel engine tech with Volvo Penta. Madam Speaker, the college is also looking forward to the third BVI Lit Fest in collaboration with the Department of Culture and the BVI Tourist Board, with sponsorship from the Unite BVI Foundation, VP Bank, National Bank of the Virgin Islands, and others. The festival will be from the 2nd to the 5th of November as one of the first activities of Culture and Tourism Month, and I encourage everyone to take the opportunity to attend any of the several events planned. An impressive list of guest authors has been confirmed, and more information will be made public shortly. Madam Speaker, the president of the college has just returned from representing the college at an academic fellowship at the Stellenbosch Institute of Advanced Study in South Africa, where he worked on a future manuscript and delivered a literary lecture alongside scholars from around the world. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to encourage us all to continue to support the important work of the college as it completes the first year of its new strategic plan. This institution is tasked to play many roles in the territory, and when it succeeds in its mission, it can be a true source of national pride for all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My final statement is on the start of the 2023-2024 school year. Madam Speaker, it is with immense joy and renewed dedication that I acknowledge the start of the 2023-2024 school year. The Ministry of Education remains committed to moving Virgin Islands education full steam ahead. As educators and students begin this new school year, let us recognize the profound significance of education to our beloved territory. Education forms the bedrock of a thriving society. It empowers us, enriches our minds, and equips us with the tools to shape our future. To our dedicated educators and enthusiastic students, I extend a warm welcome back. Your commitment to teaching and learning is the cornerstone of our educational advancement. Madam Speaker, in this pursuit of excellence, we must remember that education is a collaborative effort. The unwavering support of parents, loved ones, the community, and the private sector plays an instrumental role in nurturing our educational ecosystem. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education recognizes that school infrastructure, professional development for educators, and educational resources play a crucial role in achieving efficient teaching and learning. A conducive and equipped learning environment not only ensures the physical comfort and safety of students, but also facilitates engagement and inspiration. Additionally, providing educators with continuous opportunities for professional development empowers them to adapt their teaching methodologies to evolving educational landscapes, ultimately enhancing student outcomes. Equally critical are abundant and up-to-date educational resources, which ignite curiosity, deepen understanding, and encourage critical thinking among students. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education has committed to focusing in and funding these areas because we believe that when these pillars are robustly established, they synergistically create an ecosystem where effective education thrives, enabling students to unlock their full potential and become lifelong learners. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that Professional Day and Summer Institute 2023, held during the week of 28 August to 4 September, was an overwhelming success. On Monday, 28 August, over 500 educators from public and private schools assembled at the Eileen L. Parsons Auditorium at the H. Lavely Stoutt Community College for Professional Day. During the week of Summer Institute, several training sessions were conducted, focusing on curriculum and pedagogy, STEAM, AI and robotics in education, multi-grade teaching, professional conduct, health and wellness, personal finances, psychosocial health, and special education. Secondary students also participated in a robotics workshop that created an opportunity for them to get a glimpse of the innovation that will unfold in their upcoming STEAM innovations class. Madam Speaker, the Ministry has welcomed guests to the territory. The Ministry also welcomed guests to the territory, namely Dr. Maury Smith, Registrar of the University of the West Indies, Dr. Colin Green, Principal of the Princess Margaret Secondary School in Antigua, Mr. Chandler Griffin and team from iCensus, and a team from Walden University's College of Education, who through presentations motivated, inspired, and shared their experiences, expertise, and programs with educators. Madam Speaker, I believe that our educators are enthusiastic and equipped to welcome students to all public schools on Monday, 11 September 2023. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as a territory, as we embark on this new academic year, let us collectively embrace the theme of moving full steam ahead. This signifies our dedication to science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, an interdisciplinary approach that cultivates holistic growth and equips us for the challenges and opportunities of the future. The challenges of our time call for a generation skilled not only in academic knowledge, but also in critical thinking, problem solving, creation, innovation, and collaboration. These are the skills that will enable our students to navigate an ever-evolving world with confidence and competence. Madam Speaker, with enthusiasm and determination, let us collectively pledge to make this academic year one of growth, discovery, and accomplishment. Together we shall shape a better and brighter future for our Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I will permit the Minister for Communications and Work to give his final statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I read the numbers for the port, with 40% of all arrivals, Recovery and Development Agency under the direction of the Ministry of Communication and Works and in support of the Premier's Office will manage the design and construction. Key stakeholders including the BVI Ports Authority, Immigration Department, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, HM Customs, BVI Tourist Board, ferry operators, and taxi drivers. Madam Speaker, the proposed 42,000 square foot facility will more than double the size of the previous facility. It will have the capacity to process more passengers, provide berthing for multiple ferries, private yachts, and parking for vehicles. The facility will be built from sustainable materials and will incorporate technologies to offer great. It will provide a fast and efficient service with separate handling for private yachts, charter yachts, and water taxis from ferry passengers. The project is now in the final design phase. At this stage, the structural, architectural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing drawings will be finalized and the environmental and social management plan will be delivered. The architectural designs have been completed, are now with the Town and Country Planning Department awaiting approval. Madam Speaker, most recently on August 29, the RDA accepted an invitation to present to the residents of District 1 at a community meeting to provide an update on the Western Ferry Terminal. The meeting was hosted by the representative for the 1st District, Dr. the Honorable Cal Dawson. Madam Speaker, during this meeting, the optimized design solution for the Western Ferry Terminal was presented. This solution factors in climate response and energy efficiency for an innovative experience. It features a cool roof with adequate space for solar panels to maximize energy harvesting. Using high-quality materials, it will be built tough and resilient. It provides simplified construction using local materials to maximize energy efficiency. The RDA has since launched the reintroduction of the optimized design on its website, bvirecovery.vg, and social media platforms. Madam Speaker, in relation to the procurement process, 9 firms have once again submitted bids to participate in the pre-qualification process for the construction of the Western Ferry Terminal, this by the 31st of August 2023 deadline. Interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that although similar in number, a different composition of firms participated in the pre-qualification process. The 9 submissions received will now be evaluated by a panel of evaluators to arrive at a short list of firms to be invited to bid on the construction works. Previously, 9 submissions were received on 9th June for the pre-qualification of contractors for the construction phase of the terminal. However, none of the contractors met the requirements for pre-qualification. The requirements have since been reviewed before the start of the second round of the pre-qualification process. The rebuild of the Western Ferry Terminal will facilitate improvement to the BVI tourism offerings and local commerce. The improved facility is anticipated to also create direct and indirect jobs within the tourism and services sectors, along with an enhanced visitor experience. I will look to publicly thank the RDA for their pursuit of excellence on this major project and for working with the Ministry of Communications.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. 1. Report on the review of the Commission of Inquiry Act 1880 report prepared by Denniston S. Fraser, MBA, LLB, BSc. Review of policy and process for granting residency and belongership prepared by Kedrick E. Malone. 4. Office of the Governor 2022 Annual Report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk. Thank you. I call upon the Premier and Minister to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion.
I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceeding, I will seek leave to ask a question standing in my name under item 7, Roman numeral 1, on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the member for the 6th District to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at a later stage in the proceedings, I seek leave to ask a question standing in my name under item 7, Roman numeral 2, on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the member for the 2nd District to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to ask a question standing in my name under items 7.3 through 6 on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the member for the 8th District to give notice.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to ask a questions standing in my name under item 7, Roman numeral 7 through 11 on the order of the day.
Thank you. Honorable members, at this time, we will take the lunch recess and return at 2:15 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the Leader of the Opposition to ask his questions to the Premier.
There we go again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance provide this Honorable House with how many final judgments within the past 8 years have been granted against the government of the Virgin Islands and their respective monks? And in respect to those judgments, what is the minimum and maximum quantum awarded?
Madam Speaker, regrettably, the information was not. Well, let me say it like this, Madam Speaker. The Attorney General's Chambers has requested more time to provide this information. So I would appreciate if the Leader of the Opposition would indulge me by bringing back the question at a subsequent sitting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, 3 months plus has elapsed. How much more time are we talking about?
Madam Speaker, I'm hopeful that by the next sitting that we'll have the information.
Leader of the Opposition, what is your position?
When is the next sitting, Madam Speaker?
Once this is complete?
Yes.
I can't say, I don't have a date.
So I am guessing that we must have a meeting within 60 days,
Correct.
another 2 months.
So should I defer this question to appear at on the order paper of the next sitting?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Noted. Thank you, honorable members. At this time, I call on the member for the 6th district to ask his questions.
Madam Speaker, there was some question number. There was a question that he didn't have answers to. Not him, but the Premier.
Well, I believe those were supplemental questions.
No, they were not. They were.
If I recall in respect to your questions, Honorable, only one question was deferred to this sitting.
There was a question on the receivables and payables that you didn't have an answer to.
Madam Speaker, I can provide that information to the Leader of the Opposition by the end of the sitting. It's being finalized. The information is being finalized.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorables. At this time, I will call on the member for the 6th district to ask his questions to the Premier. I'm sorry, to the Minister for Communications and Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your kind permission, I'll forego part A of the question. Would the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honourable House with a full and complete update on the status of the situation with regards to the former Palm Grove Shopping Centre? B, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works advise if there are persons with active leasehold interests in the property and their current status vis-a-vis their rights in that property? And could the Minister advise if he or any other government minister, to the best of his knowledge, ever met the former occupants of the property to advise them of the plans with respect to the property and their respective rights and how those will be handled?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And Madam Speaker, allow me to provide some context. The Palm Grove Shopping Center It was built in 1974 in Central Road Town. The original one-level building occupies 0.43 acres of land and housed 17 tenants with businesses ranging from restaurants, salons, to laundromat, pharmaceutical, and retail. The center sustained extensive damage during the passage of Hurricane Irma, which resulted in the loss of the entire roof structure and destruction to all the tenant spaces. The center was rendered unsafe, mainly due to the asbestos detected by the Royal Navy engineers of the UK. The remaining structure was eventually demolished and removed. The only remaining component of the center is the foundation of which the center once stood. Madam Speaker, upon taking office in 2019, conversations were had with the lessees about the way forward. Upon further investigation, it was noted that there was no insurance on the building. Therefore, it made it difficult for the government to rebuild from scratch. In the absence of having insurance, a decision was made to redevelop the center through a public-private partnership initiative. Madam Speaker, the terms of reference were developed and the tender process was launched. Madam Speaker, the ministry has considered the future development of the center and is seeking a comprehensive outlook of the benefits of constructing a multi-level building. The redevelopment of the center is envisioned to act as a catalyst for future development of Road Town through well-planned and quality physical, aesthetic, and public improvements due to consideration to a growing and diverse economy, the environment, social infrastructure, and differently abled people. Madam Speaker, B of the question is, Madam Speaker, there are 17 lessees with active leasehold interests in the property. And C, Madam Speaker, the former minister, Mark Vanterpool, met with the leaseholders prior to me taking office and him leaving. And in addition, my ministry in 2020 invited all the lessees to a meeting to discuss the pending intentions and plans for the property. It must be noted that some of the leaseholders have sought legal advice, which is currently pending.
Madam Speaker, can I have a couple of follow-ups? The first one, this public-private partnership, was there a discussion with the persons who had property rights, whether equitable or legal, in relation to how their rights will be treated prior to this public-private partnership and then the awarding of contracts and so on? Was that discussed? And I'm speaking, and in the question, I'm speaking to you as minister sitting in the seat. Honorable Vanterpool is not here to defend himself. I'm speaking specifically to you as minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I mentioned Honorable Vanterpool because you asked about ministers and who would have spoken to them. Okay. Yes. So after taking office, we met with the lessees, of course, and explained, we understood about the insurance and the lack thereof. After the decision to go with the public-private partnership, there were some concerns, and that decision, I think it eventually was rescinded, so there is no development there with any private or public partners. So we are now where we are speaking with the lawyers pertaining to the way forward to their rights and what is to be done with the lease that they hold for the space at the Palm Grove Center.
I'll pick up just one final follow-up. Can I get an assurance from you, Minister, acknowledging the fact that whether it's a leasehold, it seems like most of them are leasehold or all may be leaseholds, that there is property in those leases that belong to those former tenants, and that the building will not be treated with, or no arrangement will be getting or in other words, nothing that the government will do will deprive those people of their rights that they have. And if the government has to move on to do something, that those people are properly compensated for the legal rights that they have vis-a-vis those leases that they hold that are still active. Can I get that assurance from you as minister right here?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his assertiveness in terms of making sure that this government has made sure that their rights and with their property and this lease is being taken care of. That's why we're at this stage. And they have sought legal advice, and we have also been speaking with our legal team as well. And we are trying to come to an amicable agreement in terms of the way forward for the leaseholders.
Madam Speaker, I don't mean to stay too long on it. I asked the minister for an undertaking, as minister, whether he would ensure that those rights that are held by the former occupants will be properly treated, meaning those persons will either be compensated for their rights or some other thing that works for them so that their rights are recognized and their leases can continue. A simple undertaking is all I'm seeking for, nothing more.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the BVI is a country of laws, and I think we'd let the legal process play out, but we can be assured that this government will make sure that those leases are taken care of. I cannot say what the process would be, but the discussion continues.
So just for clarity, member, what is the position? You are able to give that undertaking, or you're not able to give that undertaking, just so that we could finalize that question?
Madam Speaker, I understand your question, but as it's going through the legal process, I will leave that for the legal team to address, and then I could, get back with what is taking place. Okay?
Thank you.
Not pleased with that response because it is not really a response. I asked the member, him as minister presiding over the process, if he will ensure that BVI landers who have legal rights in a property, that they're not disenfranchised. And I'm perturbed that I can't get a response. That bothers me.
Well, member, it's noted on the record. At this time, I call on the member for the 2nd District to ask his questions to the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, question number 1. Madam Speaker, it has been echoed throughout the Virgin Islands and by extension the world how important tourism is as a second pillar of the economy in the territory of the Virgin Islands by the current Minister of Tourism and his government. Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance and Tourism please tell us, Honorable, the total dollar amount and percentage of revenue received for 2021 and 2022 from tourism in A, Tortola, B, Anegada, C, Just Van Dyke, and D, in Virgin Gorda?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like the honorable members to note that tourism revenue for the Virgin Islands equates to spending by tourists visiting the territory. Madam Speaker, tourism revenue is not currently measured directly, but can be estimated through expenditure made by tourists. Madam Speaker, the last actual data on tourism expenditure dates back to 2016. This forms the basis for tourism expenditure estimates in 2017 and onwards. Madam Speaker, the tourism expenditure data being presented for the question are estimates prepared by the Central Statistics Office. Madam Speaker, while overall tourism expenditure would tend to be more aligned with the patterns in total visitor arrivals, a breakdown of tourism expenditure by island as requested would have deviated in patterns over the years since 2016. Therefore, this response would not be broken down by island, but be based on total tourism expenditure for the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the estimated total dollar value of expenditure received from tourism for 2021 and 2022 was $73,072,170.50 and $225,246,373.48 respectively. Madam Speaker, this is indicative that our tourism sector is on an upward climb when compared to its former levels. After the catastrophic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the tourism industry, this is a welcome shift in trajectory. Madam Speaker, our tourism expenditure experienced a 71.2% decline in 2020 to $112,488,463.12 from its 2019 level of almost $400 million, and a further 35.0 decline in 2021 to $170,170.50 from its 2020 level. From the 2021 tourism expenditure level, a significant and notable 208.3% increase in tourism expenditure was recorded in 2022 to reach $225,246,373.48. Madam Speaker, due to the policies implemented by my government and the hunger of the world for our tourism product, our tourism industry is almost at its 2018 level and well on its way to its 2019 level and higher. Madam Speaker, this revenue from tourism is received by central government, statutory bodies and state-owned enterprises, businesses, and the self-employed when tourists spend in the territory. Further, tourism, due to its permeation across almost all industries in the Virgin Islands, has a significant impact on the value added of the territory. Madam Speaker, the overall revenue for the territory is measured by gross output. In 2016, a good year for tourism in the Virgin Islands, the percentage of tourism revenue to overall revenue was 21%. Madam Speaker, the Central Statistics Office is still compiling estimates for 2021 and 2022. And as so,
if I may, Madam Speaker. A point of order, Madam Speaker, referring to Standing Order 18.3. Madam Speaker, I believe the Premier is, I believe it is his intent to answer the question, but it seems to be going on to be a statement, Madam Speaker. So I would just ask that we keep the answer pertinent to the question that was asked, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm just reading what the technocrats have given me in answer to the question. And I haven't written a statement. I think the technocrats made the best efforts to answer based on trying to provide the information. So I don't know what the member wants me to do, whether he wants me to finish or not.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Central Statistics Office is still compiling estimates for 2021 and 2022, and as such, I am not able to indicate similar statistics for these 2 years. However, Madam Speaker, certain deductions can be made based on the attained percentage in 2016 of 21% at a tourism revenue level of almost 600 million, and the percentages registered between 2018 and 2020. Madam Speaker, it can be assumed with great confidence that the percentage for 2021 would be below that of 2020's 4.3%, and that for 2022 would be below but closely trending that of 2018's 9.3%. And Madam Speaker, I have a table that can further elucidate some of the numbers which I've been speaking about, which of course I'll provide for the member.
So just a question, Premier. So you're unable to give the total dollar amount? based on what is being asked?
Madam Speaker, as I understand it, the member wants it broken down island by island, and the technocrats have not been able to provide island by island statistics. They're basically estimating tourism spend based on visitor arrivals with information from the Central Statistics Office to get an understanding of what tourism spend overall in the Virgin Islands is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this question was specifically referring to government revenue from tourism. And the challenge that I am facing, which is leading up to my follow-up question, is that the elaborate answer that was prepared for the Premier, as he states, gives all kind of other information and other statistics, but it is not capturing active or pertinent data relating to the 4 major islands that contribute to the tourism product of the Virgin Islands, which puts his answer, his response, Madam Speaker, to be in a difficult place, because if you could provide all these other statistics, then you just need to do your job so you can provide the answer that you would need as Minister of Finance. So my follow-up question, Madam Speaker, would be, how long would it take for the Honorable Premier Minister of Finance to provide the answer to the question that was asked, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, perhaps what we need is a bit more clarity on exactly what government revenue the member is referring to. Is he referring to departure taxes? Is he referring to environmental levy, or perhaps he can elucidate exactly what government revenue he's referring to, and how does he expect that this information will be captured island by island? Is it just persons who are arriving directly to Anegada's airport, or directly to the ports on Jas Van Dyke? Or what about persons who come through Beef Island, or who come through Tortola and travel by ferry or private vessel? So it would be helpful to myself and also to the technocrats to understand exactly what government revenue the member is looking for, and how does he expect it to be delineated island by island?
Madam Speaker, the simple answer to that question would be, as it relates to the tourism product, because they couldn't get to 272 or whatever million the Premier, I didn't get to write down a number in time. I think the Premier captured 2 different numbers, so they didn't get to capture that number by osmosis. It came from somewhere, and it would have been a collection of data from some place. So, Madam Speaker, what I am simply asking is, in regards to tourism revenue for the territory of the Virgin Islands, what those numbers are. If the technocrats need more explanation than that, then only God could help them.
Madam Speaker, there's nothing called tourism revenue. There is government revenue broken down into different categories, whether it's fees, whether it's permits, whether it's... So what would be helpful is exactly what areas of government revenue. There's nothing that's captured called tourism revenue. So if he could provide for myself exactly what streams of revenue he's interested in. I'm not confident that those streams of revenue are captured island by island. But if he provides the information for exactly what streams of revenue he's seeking, I can try to try to get that information from the relevant persons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to belabor it any further, but I'm just going to ask the Premier to do this for me if he can. The number for 2021 was what? The amount for 2021 Premier and 2022 or what? Again, if you can just go back to that. And whatever those numbers are, I would like, and not me personally, but for this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, for those numbers to be provided based on the categories that make up this tourism product, whether it is entries, whether it is day trippers, or all the other categories, that the numbers came from somewhere, unless the numbers are juxtaposed to give you an answer.
Madam Speaker, I think the member was correct when he said that earlier that his question referred to government revenue. Now, this information I gave has to do with general tourism spend. You know, I know we have day trippers who go to Jas Van Dyke. They might go to Anegada. They might go to different places, Madam Speaker. And perhaps maybe we can take immigration data and have some type of estimate based on the immigration data. So perhaps maybe that's what the member is looking for.
Madam Speaker, what I would do is I would bring back this question, and it would be much more elaborative and detailed so that the persons that sent me here to work on their behalf can get the answer to the question. I'll move on to question number 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House, from the 2 budgets his administration has been responsible for, what is the percentage or total amount that was injected into the development of the tourism product in each of the 4 islands of this territory listed above in question 1?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the tourism product in the Virgin Islands is diverse and touches the lives of every community, including businesses and artisans in the formal and informal sectors. Enumerating all funds invested into the development of the tourism product is not a simple task, as some injections are direct while others are indirect, but contribute equally to the development of the tourism product. Madam Speaker, government through various programs, projects, and initiatives has a positive impact on the tourism product across all islands of the territory. For example, the Ministry of Communications and Works, the Department of Waste Management, Public Works Department, Office of the City Manager, and initiatives under the rated program support development, maintenance, beautification, waste management, and landscaping of the public roadside and other amenities, which ultimately enhance our tourism product. Another direct injection to the development includes funds allocated to support the operations of law enforcement agencies, which contribute to the maintenance of law and order in the territory and therefore adds value to our tourism product. Madam Speaker, as it relates to direct injection, I would like to inform the BVI Tourist Board received a total grant of $8.82 million in 2022, which covered operational and project-related expenses. The 2023 approved estimates allocated $10.45 million as a grant for the BVI Tourist Board, consisting of a subvention of $10 million and funding of $0.45 million designated for entertainment tourism initiatives. To date, they have received $5.38 million. Moreover, Madam Speaker, approximately $37.13 million of the budget of $58.67 million was utilized for capital expenditure in 2022. This included the acquisition of CCT cameras, rehabilitation of government-owned buildings, reconstruction of schools, enhancements to beach facilities, restoration of the Rotong Market Square, improvements to the water network and sewage system, road habilitation and civil works across all 9 districts, Madam Speaker, for the year 2023, around 5.41 million of the budget of 43.74 million has been spent on capital expenditure, allowing for ongoing investment in the aforementioned areas. Madam Speaker, my response extends to financial resources assigned to the BVI Airports Authority, His Majesty's Customs, the Department of Immigration, and other key agencies. Overall, these programs, projects, and initiatives enhance our tourism product and contribute to the Virgin Islands as a destination that attracts visitors.
Madam Speaker, I am trying to see in the answer where the Premier said from the two budgets that his administration was responsible for, what is the percentage and or total amounts that were injected into the development of the tourism product in each of the 4 islands of this territory listed above in question 1, which is specific to the amount injected in the tourism product on the island of Tortola, on the island of Anegada, on the island of Jos Van Dyke, and the island of Virgin Gorda. I don't know how much clearer that question needed to be, Madam Speaker, because hearing the Premier speak about the budget allocated to the BVI Tourist Board, inclusive of operational expenses, doesn't help any bit, Madam Speaker. And it seems that there is a challenge or lack of effort being placed on understanding how we are marketing or injecting or investing back into what is our second pillar, because a question like this, Madam Speaker, should be easily pulled off a computer. Just hit a button and you should know what you're doing, because on any given month, the beaches in Virgin Gorda and the locations on Jos Van Dyke and different places in Tortola, you're getting these reports. I had a short stint as Minister, Madam Speaker, of Natural Resources. I'm drawing it. I'm bringing it right now, Madam Speaker. Because I know we signed this waiver for this person to come in to do the tourism investment on this island and that island. So I'm not understanding if we're just spending money and we know where it's going. So I'm trying to understand, why is it so difficult to get the answer to this question?
Madam Speaker, I think the difficulty for the technocrats who have to prepare the answers, and I wouldn't necessarily say that they're making a lack of effort. I wouldn't say that. I think they're trying their best. But the question is speaking about tourism. And what I would like for the honorable member to understand is tourism is made up of a number of different activities. And so the technocrats try to describe all of the different activities that go into investing in a tourism product. It's not likely that those activities are being captured island by island. And what I think might be helpful, I mean, I'm pretty sure a study can be done on something like this. But what I think would be useful is if perhaps maybe the member could speak about the various activities he's interested in as it pertains to tourism. And then the information can be pulled from the JDE system to be able to show what money was spent on, whether it's landscaping, beautification, what money was spent on some of these activities. But I'm not confident that right now those activities are being captured island by island. But that is something that I can check on.
Madam Speaker, I'll just ask the Premier while he's making his suggestions, you know, him and I get along very well from school days. I would just ask the Premier as my final follow-up. Since these things don't exist, Premier, can you please assist this honorable House and the members of the public to see what you would do as the minister for the subject to fix this so that we can get the relevant information captured, because it is important now to understand, with a diversified tourism product and a growing tourism product, where we are putting the monies and value for money so that we could get the returns necessary.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to tell the member that I will go and speak to the technocrats and see how we can capture this information, because I'm all for data. And I do see some value in terms of capturing data island by island, and perhaps maybe categorizing tourism-related activities so that we can pull tourism-related information in a more easier and quicker way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance tell this Honorable House what are his plans to improve the road infrastructure and overall beautification of the tourism hub of the BVI, which happens to be in the 2nd electoral district, specifically leading to and from King Garden Bay, Bruce Bay, and the island of Jos Van Dyke?
Madam Speaker, in terms of overall beautification, agencies such as Solid Waste, the Public Works Department, the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, and Town and Country Planning are being mobilized to enhance the beauty of the entire BVI. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I believe the first part of the question was omitted by the Premier. I don't think he intentionally did it. The road infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, that question is best directed to the Minister of Communications and Works. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Premier said the road infrastructure is of a tourism product, which we're marketing for people to come, is for the Minister of Communication and Works, one government. Madam Speaker, this question is 3 months old. So that the agencies that the Premier spoke about that should be working to get things done from back in June to now. Madam Speaker, the BVI, as we know it, from island to island, from District 1 to 9, is overgrown with bush. So I'm trying to understand, Premier, when do we expect to see this happening? Because planes are arriving, day trippers are arriving, cruise ships still coming, and what are we presenting? So I'm trying to understand, Premier, when would we see some of this action being taken in terms of beautification?
Madam Speaker, recently we met with all of the agencies that I described, and we made it very clear to those agencies that we want to see immediate action. That's in the 2nd district, that's in all the other districts. So we're going to be following up weekly by weekly to see what the progress is. We know we have a lot of work taking place as it pertains to derelict vehicles. Let's do our part, let's get these vehicles tagged so that they can be removed from our communities. Of course, we have the rated program, which has allowed us to employ persons who can help us with the beautification and the landscaping aspect of it. Of course, we recent meeting with them, and we let them know that we would like to see a little bit more activity as it pertains to keeping the place clean, and whether we need to provide more resources to make it happen. I told them let's do what we need to do to get the place cleaned up. So just to say, Madam Speaker, it is a matter of concern for myself and for this administration. And as I said recently, we had a meeting about it, just because we wanted to see a little bit more progress in the area. And those agencies responded well, and we're looking for progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the final follow-up would simply state that this tourism hub that I speak about.
You're stating or you're asking a question?
No, I am asking a question. The tourism hub that I stated in the original question, Madam Speaker, has been proven. So I'm asking the Premier, with him and his government, why not prioritize the beautification of something that has been proven and established to bring revenue and tourists to your BVI in these areas from King Island to Just Van Dyke and Bruce Bay? Why not make that a priority and not, have it go on and on and on forever and ever? Amen.
Madam Speaker, the areas that the member described in the 2nd District are priorities. And the areas throughout the entire community are priorities. We all want to see the place looking well. We don't want any district or area left behind. The tourists, they come in through Beef Island in the east. I know member for the 8th would support me here. They come in there from Beef Island, and we want to make sure from time they reach to wherever they get to the destination in the 1st or 2nd District, whatever island they go to, that we present ourselves well. And that's not just for our visitors, but also for our residents. So we know that we need to perform better in that area, and we're going to hold those agencies accountable who have to do it, but we also have to hold each other in our communities accountable, because persons in our community have a role to play as it pertains to keeping the place clean. They have a role to play in terms of making sure that their properties are well kept and well maintained, and that we don't leave derelict vehicles all over the place. For instance, that we properly dispose of our vehicles, etc. And I can go on and on. We all have a responsibility, Madam Speaker. So we'll see if we can make better progress in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the minister responsible with the responsibility for customs and immigration, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House when he intends to increase the number of officers from both agencies mentioned above on island? This is for the island of Just Van Dyke, sorry. What is the anticipation date for more officers to be deployed on Just Van Dyke? B, when will they utilize the Albert E. Chenery Administrative Building as a second clearing point to alleviate the bottlenecks and complaints that we have been receiving, which causes guests to have to wait 2 to 3 hours of their vacation to be cleared and enjoy our paradise?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, as Premier and Minister for Immigration, I've made a commitment to the development and strengthening of the Immigration Department. In doing so, I continue to work along with the Chief Immigration Officer and his team to provide the necessary approvals for an increase of staff for the department. During the 2023 court and budget processes, my government supplied the Immigration Department with a total of 25 new immigration officer positions, with 10 of those posts currently funded. Madam Speaker, the Immigration Department is actively undergoing an extensive recruitment process that will allow for each port of entry to be better manned. In August 2022, the Immigration Department committed to the increase of staff from 1 officer to 2 on a daily basis at the Just Van Dyke port of entry, which was executed throughout the high season. In March of 2023, changes were made due to the reduction in traffic at that location. Following the recruitment process, additional staffing would be assigned in preparation for the upcoming tourist season. Madam Speaker, with respect to customs officers, this government is aware that there are existing staffing challenges at the Just Van Dyke station. In an effort to alleviate same, there has been continued deployment of current officers to assist with the existing workload at this particular station. In addition, this government has also initiated a vigorous recruitment process with a view towards hiring the optimal level of officers to achieve the highest level of operational efficiency at all ports of entry. This process, though critical, has been met with its own level of challenges, but I assure this Honorable House of this government's commitment to achieving this goal within a realistic time frame. In the interim, the previously mentioned strategy will remain the deployment of current officers and continued recruitment simultaneously. Madam Speaker, at present there are 4 agencies utilizing the Albert Chinnery building for various operations. This government has been engaged in discussions to allocate adequate resources to improve the functionality of the buildings for all relevant stakeholders. Further discussions also included the necessity of dock repair following the passage of Hurricanes Irma and Maria of 2017, as the surrounding areas of the dock have been affected with additional sand into the harbor, making it difficult for boaters to maneuver. These aforementioned repairs would poise the facility for optimal use, which would include the alleviation of the present congestion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, my classmate and the leader of the country, I don't think he's trying to confuse his friend, but I'm confused. Madam Speaker, question A, I didn't get the anticipated date for more officers to be deployed on Just One Night. And Madam Speaker, keeping in mind that this question is 3 months old.
Madam Speaker, my answer said that in August 2022 we increased from 1 to 2. It was reduced due to lack of traffic, and it will be increased again with the upcoming tourist season.
Madam Speaker, the question that I asked would have been posed for June of 2023. So the fact that I'm asking about from June 2023 and the Premier is giving me an answer from August of 2022, we have a bigger gap. So I want to know, and it was reduced from August 20, after increasing in August 22, he said it was reduced again. So I'm asking for when it would be more officers who would be deployed as of this date in June when we had these original questions. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Madam Speaker. Premier, please help me.
Madam Speaker, I repeat again. It said that in the high season it increased to 2. In March it went down to 1, and when the high season comes again, it'll increase again. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, follow-up number 1. Madam Speaker, currently on Just Van Dyke, the office hours of any government building is supposed to be 8:30 to 4:30. The officers being deployed from Tortola to work on Just Van Dyke, if they deem it slow, they shut down the office and go back to Tortola. And persons are forced to go to Virgin Gorda or back to West End or other ports. So this question that I'm asking, Madam Speaker, has relevance because it's not just about what we would consider the high tourist season. You have persons that operate their businesses on the island of Just Van Dyke that have to come in, and when you're coming back home at 3 o'clock, they're telling you gotta go back West End or go Virgin Gorda or something. So I'm trying to get an answer to this question. I'm not being at all facetious or troublesome. This is something that is a reality on the ground. And if I were just to elucidate a little bit further, Madam Speaker, you have the Just Van Dyke ferry, you have the St. John ferry, you have the cruise ships that come in with the Rubneys, as well as aquatic sea charters. Madam Speaker, is a lot of traffic that you have tourists just sitting there within 2 and 3 hours. So that's the reason of the question. I'll go on to B, Madam Speaker. Because the Premier, I don't think he has an answer. Premier, you stated in B that there are 4 agencies currently using the Albert Shinnery administrative building. Madam Speaker, just for clarity, could the Premier please tell me which are the 4 agencies?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to say, I understand that there's a challenge that the member is describing as it pertains to clearing visitors who come to Jasper Van Dyke. I've heard other persons speak about the challenge as well. So I would just pledge to the member that I'll personally look into the situation as it pertains to visitors coming to Jasper Van Dyke and whether they have adequate arrangements for them there. And I will certainly intervene if we don't have adequate measures in place to service the visitors in Jasper Van Dyke.
Just the visitors.
As it pertains,
Is it residents as well?
Honorable, just to keep respectful, thank you.
I'm talking about immigration officers. Madam Speaker, the agencies are HM Customs, Immigration, BVI Ports Authority, and HM Customs.
Madam Speaker, Premier, I'm going to write to you, Premier, and set up a meeting so that we can have further discussion. B is for the Albert Shinnery Administrative Building, which is in Great Harbor. The only agencies, Honorable Premier, just to give you the actual facts.
Is this a question?
It is a question, but I have to clarify the answer, Madam Speaker. The only persons utilizing the administrative building that was rebuilt since the hurricanes is the district officer and the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force on the top floor. Customs and immigration are down in the Dog Hole building. And the reason for this question is to help alleviate, Madam Speaker, the question simply says, the utilization of the administrative building as a second clearing point to alleviate the bottlenecks down in the Dog Hole area. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, Madam Speaker, because right now, nothing there. Nobody's there. It's just a building that we spent almost close to $1 million to refurbish that is not being used.
Madam Speaker, certainly the information that was provided to me obviously was an error. So I'll go back and clarify the question for the member. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, my final follow-up on this one is Premier.
Honorable, you have had more than 2 follow-ups.
No, Madam Speaker, the first thing was a clarification on the 4 agencies.
Question came just before your final question. Part of your 2 follow-ups.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get the answer to begin with, so I was seeking clarity. But
so let's please move on. Thank you.
Yes, Lord. Madam Speaker, this is interesting. Question number 5. We'll be back. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance explain to this Honorable House his government plans for a marine safety vessel to respond to medical and fire emergencies throughout the territory?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Vigilant 2 has been returned to the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. The fire response system is in disrepair due to lack of maintenance, but the damaged parts are being sourced and replaced. Once this is completed, the manufacturer will be engaged to recalibrate and recommission the system, making it ready for fire response. Madam Speaker, the crew is being trained in marine operations to safely man the vessel first aid, and emergency medical response training are being planned. Once completed, the discussions that began with the HSA will continue with the goal of implementing a 24-hour response service. The Marine surveillance officers at the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry are being trained to fulfill the role of operating the vessel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the follow-up, since the Premier answered the first part of the question, or the question, Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell this Honorable House the emergency vessel that was arranged for medical purposes on the island of Just Van Dyke, when would that be restored, Madam Speaker? The medical vessel, or the contract with the medical vessels that were arranged for Just Van Dyke, they haven't been operational since about 2020. When would those be reinstated?
Madam Speaker, I'd have to seek that information and get back to the member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And final follow-up. Madam Speaker, based on the return of the, I didn't catch the full name of the vessel that the Premier says now back in Vigilant. Madam Speaker, based on the return of the Vigilant, does the Premier, Vigilant 2, does the Premier believe that that would be adequate to be able to cover the marine safety and medical emergency and fire emergencies throughout the territory?
Madam Speaker, the answer is no, but just to say that the Shipping Registry, as well as the Health Services Authority, as well as myself, were in active conversation about improving the situation and having an active plan to do so. So those discussions will bear fruit because, of course, it's an area that we believe is that we certainly need to improve, especially on our sister islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Premier, I thank you and appreciate you for that. Question number 6, I believe, is the final question. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Premier, Minister of Finance, state for this Honorable House the complete list of entities that fall under his portfolio, broken down by category: A, departments; B, units; C, statutory bodies; D, enacted bodies; and E, task force?
Madam Speaker, when you look at the picture, the memo on the wall, you see a lot of white hair, and I guess he's trying to figure out why getting white hair as well. But Madam Speaker, the full list are as follows: Premier's Office, led by myself and supported by PS Carolyn Stout Igwe. The departments are the International Affairs Secretariat. Under that falls the BVI House of Asia, the BVI London office. B, the Information and Public Relations Department. C, the Town and Country Planning Department. D, the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. Units include the COI Implementation Unit. Statutory bodies include the Building Authority, the Appeals Tribunal, the Planning Authority, and the Recovery and Development Agency. The Ministry of Finance, led by myself and supported by Financial Secretary Jeremiah Frett. Departments include the BVI Post Office, Department of Information Technology, His Majesty's Customs, Inland Revenue, Internal Audit, His Majesty's Treasury. Statutory bodies, we have the Board of Referees, the International Tax Authority, the Stamp Advisory Committee, the Asset Seizure Committee, the Disaster Fund Committee, and the National AML CFT Coordinating Council. On the Ministry of Environment, which is led by myself with the support of the support of Permanent Secretary Ronald Smith Barkley, and of course, Junior Minister Honorable Dr. Carol Dawson. We have Departments Agriculture and Fisheries, Land Registry and Survey, statutory bodies. We have Climate Change Trust Fund Board, Land Surveyors Board, and National Parks Trust. Under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sustainable Development, led by myself with the support of Permanent Secretary Joseph Smith Abbott, Junior Minister Honorable Lusard Smith. We have Departments Culture and Immigration, statutory bodies, Board of Immigration, BVI Tourist Board, the Gaming Commission, Prospect Reef Board, Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Committee. And in terms of the task force, I also have some responsibility for joint task force. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is quite a hefty list, and I would just ask the Premier, given all that he's responsible for, and also given the charge that he has to lead this territory, Madam Speaker, I am asking if the Honorable Premier feels that he has enough support to be able to execute the responsibilities that he just listed out for this Honorable House.
Madam Speaker, there are not enough hours in the day, but I continue to do my best with the support of my colleagues and of course the support within the ministries, with the departments, statutories, etc. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that I believe we as a House have to consider seriously, which at some point we'll start to have those discussions about a boundaries commission, and that will allow us to be able to add an additional minister. But in order to do so and maintain the ratio of cabinet to House, we'll have to consider adding 2 additional seats. But without a shadow of a doubt, we do need an additional minister because, of course, we have many portfolios, and those portfolios certainly need the attention of another minister. So those discussions we will start shortly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Premier for answering the questions posed.
Thank you, honorable members. I now call on the member for the 2nd District to ask his questions to the Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the chronic issue of unemployment, particularly among young males and females in the territory, was discussed every day for about 2 months during the 2023 election campaign season. Could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade tell this Honorable House what specific plans she will implement before the end of this year as she begins to address this most concerning national issue?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member, the honorable member, for his question. And of course, I answered it in June, when it was supposed at the end of June. Madam Speaker, I stand resolute in my commitment to enhancing employment opportunities and the career progression for young men and women of the Virgin Islands. Regarding specific strategies from my ministry, we have embarked on re-evaluating the present labor policies. After insightful discussions with the head of the International Labour Organization's Caribbean office during his visit to the territory in June, I have reached out to the ILO seeking technical assistance for an extensive labor market analysis. A well-crafted labor policy would provide specific provisions for the most vulnerable groups, including youth, women, and persons with disabilities. It would help address their unique challenges and barriers to employment. In addition, Madam Speaker, I will be advocating for the essential human and financial resources to resurrect the National Business Bureau. This initiative is intended to provide direct benefits to prospective entrepreneurs, including our young people, by providing access to training, business mentorship, microfinancing, and other necessary resources to initiate and expand a business. Madam Speaker, in my preliminary talks with banking representatives, I have emphasized the necessity of enhancing their support for business startups. Moreover, Madam Speaker, my ministry supports the RATED program, a workforce development initiative championed by the Honorable Premier, alongside other active labor market policies such as work placement schemes, apprenticeships, or reskilling programs that can help unemployed individuals gain work experience, learn new skills, and improve their employability. Madam Speaker, additionally, with the backing of the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance, I have committed, and in fact, as I said, this was from in June, to financially supporting scholarships for BVI students to participate in the FinTech program at the Robert Mathavius Institute of the H. Lavity Stout Community College. We look forward to expanding our partnership with the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports on similar workforce development initiatives. Madam Speaker, in the endeavor of equipping young people for the workforce, it is clear to me that the government cannot shoulder this responsibility alone. Hence, during my ongoing engagements with businesses, I have underscored the need for a collaborative approach in training, retooling, and upskilling the local workforce to adapt to changing needs. Our philanthropic community has signaled its support for these endeavors as well. And so I'm pleased to say that one wealthy benefactor has already pledged $1 million towards fostering local entrepreneurship. I view this as the beginning of great things to come, and I encourage others in the private sector to emulate this laudable gesture. Lastly, Madam Speaker, by implementing the Labor Market Information System in the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, we aim to enhance job matching and employment placement services with the objective of augmenting our support to job seekers. Madam Speaker, these initiatives commencing this year will be rolled out over the short to medium term. I, however, understand that employment opportunities for our youth and all working age individuals will be significantly bolstered by making it easier to do business in the territory and attracting inward investment to stimulate economic growth. Thus, the Ministry for Financial Services, Labor and Trade will persistently strive to identify and seize these opportunities to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the Deputy Premier for that very well-crafted answer. And my follow-up will simply be in the form of this question. Madam Speaker, has the Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade, have you already established these private-public partnerships with persons in the HR field, like I know there's Sherm VI and some others. What has been that relationship thus far?
Madam Speaker, I was very pleased, in fact, to do an interview with the SHRM, that's the Human Resources group, and they have offered to assist me in the development of human resources, especially in the Labor Department, and I'm very grateful to them for that support that they have offered, and I shall be following up with them.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll move on to question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade tell this Honorable House what is the unemployment rate of the workforce in the territory?
Thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, I'm afraid my statistics are as recent or as old as 2019. That's what I have. The latest unemployment stats from the Central Statistics Office were gathered via a survey of living conditions in 2019. The unemployment rate was noted as 5.5 overall, while for youths between the ages of 15 and 29, it stood at 11.7.
15 to 29.
Sorry, 15 to 19, 15 and 29. Okay. Yes. Madam Speaker, it is important that we acknowledge the influence that external factors, including the repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic and the state of the global economy, on our current employment statistics. The ongoing population and housing census will offer more recent data, which we will communicate to this Honorable House as soon as we have that data.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Deputy Premier seemed like she in notes, because she answered the follow-up in terms of how soon that we should expect the data. And Madam Speaker, I would ask only the information that is needed to be gathered. If I could be of assistance, because I believe it's important, if I could be assistance in any way, that we could get this number more up to date, because we need to address this issue, I would be happy to assist. And I want to thank the Minister, Deputy Premier Minister, for answering the questions posed to her.
And Madam Speaker, I would gladly accept that offer of assistance, because 2019 is old and it is a concern. And we thank you for your offer. And Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you.
I said thanks.
Honorable members, I call upon the member for the 2nd District to ask his questions to the Minister for Communication and Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works provide this Honorable House with an update on the road network in the district that I have been asking about since April of 2019, namely A, Rudy's to Foxy's in Jos Van Dyke, B, Windy Hill resurfacing and overlay, C, the Mayabar Road, D, Soldiers Hill to Bruce Bay, E, Ants Hill, F, Mount Healthy, G, the King Garnaby Road, H, the Spooners Road infrastructure, and I, Luck Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it relates to the road network and Jos Van Dyke from Rudy's to Foxy's, 500 linear feet of the most flood-prone road extending from behind Foxy's was addressed with a reinforced concrete road and drainage improvement as the first phase of this project by the Public Works Department. The next phase of this road is to include an additional 2,000 linear feet of road network inclusive of the areas from Rudy's to Foxy's and the area from the Jos Van Dyke School to Foxy's. The designs and bill of quantities have been completed. Madam Speaker, however, due to, as we go through the budgetary process, we would hope to gain the funds to have these roads completed. The Windy Hill Project B has been executed in phases. Madam Speaker, over 520 linear feet of the Windy Hill Road was restored. Two sections of the Windy Hill Road were a combination of retaining walls to rebuild the undermined areas of road, along with the casting and restoration of that section of the road. Madam Speaker, the Public Works Department has completed the designs and the estimates for the restoration. An additional 4,000 linear feet off on the cliff side to include the removal of failed concrete. Refill and recasting of that section of road is required. There is currently no funding at the moment, but hoping to have it addressed in the upcoming budget cycle. C, Madam Speaker, the Mayaba Road is basically a private road and is registered to several landowners in the area. And there are discussions right now with the ministry in terms of to have access to that. Madam Speaker, the portions of road between Soldiers Hill to Bruce Bay constitute a primary road. This area will be addressed as a matter of urgency for resurfacing upon the commissioning of the asphalt plant. Drawings and bill of quantities have been prepared for Ants Hill. However, the current budgetary allocations do not allow for this project to be executed at this time. Madam Speaker, as Mount Healthy is a priority road, it will be addressed as a matter of urgency, again, upon commissioning of the asphalt plant. Given the extensive sewage work that needs to be completed in King Garden Bay, the Public Works Department will temporarily overlay the road until the completion of the sewage works. Spooners Road infrastructure is the responsibility of the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change. Provisions for the funding to pave these access roads is also with that ministry. However, communications and work to Public Works continues to stand ready to assist and to grade where necessary to enhance the road conditions in Spooners. Madam Speaker, the Lock Hill Road is confined to budgetary confinement. And Madam Speaker, in summary, there is limited funding to address the territory's road network and secondary roads. However, upon completion of the asphalt plans, all roads in all districts will be addressed in order of safety and road conditions. And Madam Speaker, as the Premier has stated publicly, we are seeking to get loan funding so we can address our entire road infrastructure. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, before I ask my follow-up, there's just 2 points of clarity that I'm seeking. Minister, you said according to C, Mayaba Road, that's a private road? A private? Madam Speaker, I'll ask the minister to revisit that, because that is a public road as far as I am aware. The second clarification, Madam Speaker, and I have to bring context to this question for H, simply because Spooner Road infrastructure, when asked back in 2019 to the minister, said minister, he was transportation, he referred me to the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor. I redirected the question in 2019 to the then Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Whitley, who referred me back to the Honorable Minister of Communication and Works. Madam Speaker, I'm not trying to, and then in May of 2022, after getting a little appointment, a short 10-month stick there in the cupboard, I realized that Spooner's Estate is a joint partnership that is supposed to be handled by Ministry of Communication and Works, which deal with infrastructure, together with the Ministry of Environment, which deals with land. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask that something definitive be put in place so that the people of Spooners could get some sort of result, because the answer is not acceptable any further. My follow-up, Madam Speaker, to the minister would simply be, what timeline can I give 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 5 years, to the people of these varying communities that they should expect some sort of work to be done on these hazardous roads?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I must acknowledge that the member has been asking, indeed, for updates on these roads, and I was actually a little pleased to state that we have addressed some, especially on Jos Van Dyke. Well, Madam Speaker, it's just like anybody, we want to get these things achieved, but with the lack of funds, it makes it quite difficult. And I have asked, and the Premier has agreed and stated publicly that he will be seeking loan funding so that we can get these roads addressed. And there's no way possible for us to be able to get the road infrastructure done based on the budgetary confinement, based on the fiscal space that we have within the budget. Madam Speaker, we speak about a $400 million budget, but when in actuality, the Ministry of Communication and Works is allocated $12 to $15 million of that budget for capital works, and of that $12 to $15 million, it's assigned to the administration complex, to the Eastern Langlois Sewage Project, to the Board Point Sewage Project, to Kinganbe Sewage Project. So when in actuality, there's very little funds to get much achieved, but Madam Speaker, it makes no sense sitting, given a timeline, when I have no control over what monies I get, but I will continue to fight for the funds so that we can get these roads achieved and these roads paved, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, my final follow-up will simply be to the minister. While I appreciate his answer, I would just ask him and his government to prioritize the priorities, because the road infrastructure on the entire territory, but specifically in the district, again, for 5 years have been deteriorating and are getting much worse. So
What is the follow-up, Honorable?
I'm asking him to prioritize his priorities, Madam Speaker. There's no response for that. He said yes. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, the issues of potable water continue to pose problems for the people of the 2nd District and the wider Virgin Islands. Could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House a copy of the strategic plan to remedy the frequency of water distribution due to broken pipes and burnt pumps? And could the Honorable Minister could the Minister tell this Honorable House when he intends to provide water on a regular basis for the people in the communities of Chalwell, A, B, Great Mountain, C, Doty, D, Bruce Bay, E, Mount Healthy, F, Mares, G, Lock Hill, H, New Bush, I, Mayaba, and J, in Garden Bay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the root cause of disruptions for the water distribution in the areas in question is the insufficient capacity of the water distribution piping system to meet the demands of the residential and commercial needs of all the respective locations. To comprehensively address these issues, the Ministry is currently exploring options for a public-private partnership to upgrade the water distribution network across the entire territory. Through this PPP, a strategic plan will be developed so that the entire water network can be systematically addressed. The pipeline on the Ridge Road will which also conveys water to the second district, has been experiencing repeated breaks. Madam Speaker, the root cause is multifaceted and often as a result of damaged old infrastructure. Due to unrealistic ceiling amounts allocated by the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry for Capital Expenditure for all infrastructure needs, the amount is simply insufficient to address these projects. Madam Speaker, to answer the member's question more specifically, the following refers. The water line 2 and in Chalwell require replacement to be able to sustain the demand of water in the area. The installation of a high-pressure booster pump is also required. These replacements are contingent upon available funding to execute this project. Water will be provided on a regular basis to the people in Great Mountain pending the funding to conduct water pipeline upgrades along the Ridge Road. In order to provide Bruce Bay with water on a regular basis, the water lines will need to be upgraded. This will be subject to the approval in the next budget cycle and based on the PPP arrangement. Water will be provided on a regular basis for the people in Mount Healthy pending the funding. In order to, okay, you see that one. Water will be provided on a regular basis for the people in Mount Healthy pending the funding to conduct water pipeline upgrades along the Ridge Road. Water will be provided on a regular basis for the people in Mayors based on the same budgetary confinement. The people of Lock Hill will be provided with water on a regular basis, again, based on the adequate funding with the upgrades of the pipeline. Water will be provided as we pursue the PPP arrangement for New Bush, for Mayaba, and the water lines in Kingarden Bay, again, requires a replacement to be able to sustain the demand of water in the area. The community also requires the installation of a high-pressure booster pump. These works are contingent, again, on the funding and based on the arrangement for the public-private partnership that we think in the ministry and this government would be the only way that we would be able to upgrade the entire water distribution system.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get an answer to C. I don't know if the minister omitted it. I was trying to get his attention to it while he was going from Great Mountain, from B to D. So if an answer could be provided for C. Which one? The different categories.
Yeah, Doty falls into the same category. They're all a part of the water infrastructure that we have already mapped and hoping that this would be a part of the re-engineering for the replacement of the water infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the minister then, as a follow-up, just remind me and remind this honorable House of the amount of money spent on water versus that collected?
Madam Speaker, for accuracy, allow me to get that information and come back to you.
Not a problem, Madam Speaker. Based on my recollection, I think it's somewhere between $24 million spent and just under 5 collected. But Madam Speaker, the follow-up is simply this. For 7+ years, we've been hearing about this number that increases every year. Minister, don't you think it would be prudent to not keep letting the number aggregate, but just find a way to address one side? I would prefer if you start in the second district, but start somewhere so that you could get somewhere, because, Madam Speaker, I don't understand how people that are paying for water and getting bills not receiving water are expected to just go on their daily lives. I don't understand it, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. You're so correct. Unfortunately, if you're correct with the number of 24 million, that number would always remain until the plant is turned over in 2030. What we have to do is take a different approach in terms of trying to collect additional revenues. Since taking office in 2019, we were able to purchase some meters where we would be able to change out and add some meters to the system where we could actually do some collection. Well, Madam Speaker, the water infrastructure has been this way for quite some time, and we all know that it's based on the age-old pipes that we have on the system. We can't expect a different result by doing the same thing. And Madam Speaker, we come year after year, come to the House and try to get additional funding. And Madam Speaker, you are always faced with the constraint and the various means of not getting this money. We were able to, in this SAP number 2 that we did in July, we were able to allocate $500,000 where we were able to now be able to purchase 3,000 meters that we can also add to collect a bit more revenue. So, Madam Speaker, we are trying to do as much as we can with what we have, the little that we have, and we realize that we cannot get much achieved as to why we have been seeking this public-private partnership to do a comprehensive rehaul of our water infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we do not have an issue producing water. The issue is trying to collect and trying to get our water to people's property and people's home. And we will continue to do that, and I applaud the small crew that is left at the Water and Sewage Department that go out day and night to try to get the pipes repaired when they burst. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I had my 2 follow-ups.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I just want to make sure. You're keeping track, Madam Speaker. You're very, huh? No, it was. She's keeping track because I was going to ask who's stopping you. But I can't ask it because, Madam Speaker, I was going to ask what's stopping you from doing the work that you need to do. But, Madam Speaker, I've said I already exceeded my question, so I can't ask the question. Madam Speaker, question
Although
number
you just
3.
did, but we'll move on.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I apologize. Madam Speaker, question number 3. Madam Speaker, part 1 of the question above speaks about the broken pipes, and with broken pipes, we have roads that have been dug up and left to be sinkholes, and most of them in the 2nd District. Could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honorable House when the roads that have been dug up and left in the 2nd District, namely the road from Great Mountain, where his district meets mine, to Enos Adams Primary School, Bruce Bay, Just Van Dyke, and King Garden Bay will be repaired to avoid the one-way traffic that is caused in it to be very unsafe for residents and the commuting public. Without.
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the digging up of the roads in that area, it's causing great pain. But the Water and Sewage Department was able to concrete some of those sinkholes that the member spoke about in those areas. But Madam Speaker, hopefully in the short term, once the asphalt plant is commissioned, residents should begin to see that the roads are completed at a greater pace. So, Madam Speaker, I ask for your patience and the motoring public's patience as we work to address those roads.
Madam Speaker, I know I can't go back to a question, but the more roads that are being dug up are only compiling on top of the ones I asked about earlier. And I am trying to understand, Minister, that when water and sewage, I know there's a limited staff, but when water and sewage even pour the concrete, Madam Speaker, and I think that was in preparation for the House. But Madam Speaker, it could be done with a little bit more care, as the old people say, a little bit more decency, because it is now, if you drive on the concrete, you're basically in a hole. And persons are avoiding the concreted areas and still driving on one side of the road. So, Minister, I am just asking that priority be given to fix, I can't ask the staff, but to you, the minister that directs, to fix those areas from Enos Adams, Great Mountain to Enos Adams, Bruce Bay, and Just Van Dyke, Madam Speaker, because they are indeed terrible. So even with the concrete, let me do a little better job, please.
Thank you, member, and I do agree with you. And the areas are actually priority for resurfacing once we start with the actual plan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the minister said priority, what's your priority, like 1 through 10? Where do we fall?
I'll confirm with the list. We have a list of areas that we want to start patching as a matter of urgency, and I can let you know where it falls in on that list, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the minister can provide that answer with the priority before the end of this sitting, I'll be most appreciative because I have a meeting this evening in Mayors. Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House the definitive start date for the roadside sewage network for Kingane Bay, to which the contract has been awarded since 2020? A, how much was budgeted in 2023? And B, how much money is currently there at the end of May 31st, 2023?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Cabinet awarded a contract, but no contract has been signed for the King Admiral Sewage Network project. Therefore, there is no definitive start date. Madam Speaker, $1 million was budgeted for the King Admiral Sewage Network project in 2023 budget estimates. Madam Speaker, B, SAP number 1 that was approved in February 2023 reduced the budget by $290,000. In addition, payment has been processed towards the wastewater treatment plant contractor to Toshiba Water Solutions America, Inc. That's the state-of-the-art plant that was commissioned in Kingambe. Madam Speaker, as of the 31st of May 2023, $685,812.52 was available. Madam Speaker, with the approval of SAP number 2 in July of 2023, a total of $650,000 was deducted. Therefore, there is currently only $35,812.52 left for that project until the next budget cycle.
Madam Speaker, that is disheartening. Madam Speaker, disheartening is a word that comes into my mouth. I don't want to say what I feel. It's unconscionable, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, are you asking a question?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to. It's going through my system. I'm trying to reject it.
Let's get there quicker.
I'm trying to compose myself, Madam Speaker. I want to use parliamentary language.
Well, then I'll advise you just to take stock and in your mind
That's
just
what I'm doing,
come
Madam
up with
Speaker.
it.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Minister, if the minister could tell me, why hasn't the contract that was awarded since 2020 been signed?
Madam Speaker, firstly, let me address his unconscionable feeling.
No,
Madam
Honorable,
Speaker,
let's not address it because I did stop him. So just go on to answering the question. I try
Madam
not to get him to expand on that feeling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker,
Thank
but
you.
I think the member in the next session should reach out to the Ministry of Finance and ask what happened during that SAP. That SAP, I think that is what he wants to say, without saying it. Well, Madam Speaker, the contract for the sewage project, Madam Speaker, the member had happened to be involved in some of the discussions pertaining to why the contract was not signed. I know there was some issues to be worked out with the way that the company was addressing the matter. And Madam Speaker, I think the last conversation was that the ministry was supposed to provide some updated drawings based on what the difference in what was tendered and what was presented and what is actually on the ground. So Madam Speaker, the contractor, the contractor and the ministry is to finalize these drawings before the contract is signed.
Madam Speaker, the minister is correct. I was involved in a meeting that I asked for with the minister, but that meeting happened almost a year ago. And there has been no further development from the ministry. What I do see is the money going from $1 million to $685,000 to $35,000. Madam Speaker, and I will simply ask the minister, isn't the King Garden community and the sewage issues that affect that community important enough for him to ensure that he works with his colleagues to have addressed for the beautiful people of King Garden Bay from which he comes from?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we all sat in this room in July 2023 as we went through the SAP process. And Madam Speaker, the member started feeling bad from then because he was a part of the process when he got the news that the money would be cut. Madam Speaker, the reason I said earlier he should redirect his question to find out why finance cut it, I stand by that because I too was not in favor of the money is being cut. So Madam Speaker, I know the member wants his constituents to know that he fought for the money and the money should be there. But Madam Speaker, don't blame me.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Minister for doing his best to try to answer the questions, and I believe his heart in the right place. Sometimes I don't wonder.
Honorable.
He's a good member. I thank you, Minister, for answering these questions. My good cousin and friend. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for getting that information out there to asking me these questions that he knows should be directed to the right person, the right ministry. But Madam Speaker, we will work for the people of this territory continually. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am now to the Minister for, I think it's Minister for Health. Madam Speaker? Yes. That's where we are.
I call on the member for the 2nd District to ask his questions to the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I try to ensure that the questions I ask are to the minister responsible for the subject, because I took an example earlier. Question number 1 to the Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House the status of the repairs and works to be completed in order to have the King Garden Bay Community Center opened, operational, and functional for the residents of the community, inclusive of the clinical facility? A, the status of the tender. B, the expected start date. C, the expected completion date. And D, provide the proposed maintenance plan.
First question. Madam Speaker, the project for the repairs to the King Garden Bay Community Center was advertised through the government's procurement office on 25th April 2023. Interested contractors were instructed to submit their bids by 30th May 2023. The bids that were submitted were evaluated by a technical committee on 21st June 2023. Madam Speaker, as a procurement unit under the Ministry of Finance continues to advance this project, we are hopeful that a final decision will be made within the next few weeks. We expect a start date. Madam Speaker, we currently do not have a specific start date for the repairs to the King Garden Bay Community Center. However, we are hopeful that this project will start by the beginning of the fourth quarter of 2023. Expected completion date. Madam Speaker, without an exact start date for the repairs to this community center, I am unable to provide an exact completion date. However, based on the construction documents...
I'm sorry, Honorable, for disrupting members. If I could just ask you to remain respectful, please. Thank you. Please proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, without an exact start date for the repairs to this community center, I am able to provide an exact completion date. However, based on the construction documents, we envisage the project to have a duration of approximately 3 months. Proposed maintenance plan. Madam Speaker, landscaping activities and general cleaning for all active community centers are done on a monthly basis through the direction of the Social Development Department. However, non-active community centers, as is the case of the King Garden Bay Community Center, are generally maintained on a needs basis. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the Ministry of Health and Social Development and the Social Development Department are currently in the process of formulating a comprehensive maintenance plan for all community centers in the near future. Apart from the general cleaning and landscaping, this plan will include the regular checks and maintenance of all electrical, plumbing, and other major components of these facilities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Minister for his question. Madam Speaker, October is the beginning of the fourth quarter of 2023, so I am assuming, Minister, that by next month we should be ready to start?
Hopefully. That is a hope. So we don't control the finances, but that is indeed a hope, and I'll do all I can to make that happen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the second follow-up, I understand the Minister said that the inactive community centers are operated on a needs basis, but Madam Speaker, I'm asking that the Minister direct his team to do some sort of cleanup down there so no more videos are taken and used for whatever purposes. Please.
Madam Speaker, I am content to oblige. I did visit the community center a few weeks ago, and I was actually surprised to see the state of it and to learn of a more annoying sort of situation, Madam Speaker, with that community center. I didn't realize it was land donated by one of the good residents in King Garden Bay for that purpose. And the bounds apparently are not clearly demarcated, and persons have moved into that area that was set aside through a kind donor for that purpose. So yes, I will get a team mobilized as quickly as I can to arrest that situation before it gets any worse. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House the status of the repairs and works to be completed in order to have the Bruce Bay Community Center open, operational, and functional for the residents of that community, inclusive of the clinical facility. A, Madam Speaker, status of the tender. B, expected start date. C, expected completion date. D, provide the proposed maintenance plan. E, provide the architectural plans and cost for each facility. F, is the new design for Bruce Bay intended to be multifunctional? And I believe, Madam Speaker, this is a repeat, so it should go to H, the estimated cost for each facility. I, the time period in which works on the facility will be completed. And J, the proposed maintenance plan for each facility.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I have a little. Okay, there we go. I don't think my answers are quite in order. Madam Speaker, I'll get back to some of the answers. Let me go to the ones I have here. Madam Speaker, in 2021, the Ministry of Health and Social Development received approved plans for the redesign of the roof of the Bruce Bay Community Center. The cost of redesigning the roof was $20,500. The final floor plan design for the said center was recently completed and submitted to the ministry. The cost of the architectural services for the floor design was $9,750. Madam Speaker, the floor plan for the Bruce Bay Community Center will be similar to the previous layout. The center will have an area for the community clinic, senior citizens program, as well as other community-based activities. Arrangements will be made for a review of these designs with the honorable member. Madam Speaker, there's been the cost for the repairs to the community center. I think it might be an error here. Sorry. The estimated cost to fully repair the Bruce Bay Community Center is $621,000, $647,095. $621,647.95. Madam Speaker, I am unable to provide an exact start and completion date for the repairs to the Bruce Bay Community Centers. However, based on our projects, we anticipate that the repairs to the Bruce Bay Community Center will have a duration of approximately 6 months, while the previously mentioned repairs to the Kingadme Center will have a duration of 3 months. Madam Speaker, as mentioned previously, the landscaping activities and general cleaning for all active community centers are done on a monthly basis. However, non-active community centers like the Bruce Bay Community Center are generally maintained on a as-needs basis. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the Ministry of Health and Social Development and the Social Development Department are currently in the process of formulating a comprehensive maintenance plan for all community centers in the near future. Apart from general cleaning and landscaping of these facilities, this plan will include the regular checks and maintenance of all electrical, plumbing, and other major components of these facilities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just clarity, the status of the tender, Minister. I think you went out of order. The status of the tender.
Oh, here we go. Madam Speaker, given the fact that we are just about to start a tendering process, I am able to provide a specific start date at this time. Oh, I think it was probably an error in this one response, so I'll just take out King Garden Bay and put in Bruce Bay. Madam Speaker, the project for the repairs to the Bruce Bay Community Center was advertised through the Government's Procurement Office on 25th April 2023. Interested contractors were instructed to submit their bids by 30th May 2023. Okay, that's the wrong answer. Let me get that for you. There's an error when you printed this.
Madam Speaker, Minister, I thank you, and I look forward to that. Madam Speaker, within E, my follow-up, E, Minister, are the architectural plans which you spoke about in the cost of $20,900, are they available?
Madam Speaker, from reading my notes, I would say yes. If anyone would like a copy, I'll be happy to provide a copy of the plans for you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was part of the question above. Madam Speaker, again, just like King Garden Bay, second follow-up, just like King Garden Bay, Madam Speaker, the maintenance of the compound for the community center in Bruce Bay needs urgent attention, and I am asking that the minister has his team to address it as soon as possible. And while I'm here, Minister, I will thank you for your response and answers to the questions.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member again, and the same team that I intend to dispatch to King Garden Bay, I'll have them go to Bruce Bay also. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I apologize, Minister. I thought you were done. I had one more. Question number 3. There is a continuous increase in the amount of waste or / garbage that is produced and dumped in and around the bins in the territory, especially in my district, which is deemed as a tourism hub. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House what measures he plans to put in place to address this issue, and A, when will we see these plans shared with the people? B, what will be the proposed plans cost? And C, how soon can we expect to have the plans executed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Department of Waste Management has seen a significant increase in waste during the last few months. While we understand the large percentage of this increase is due to the rebound of tourism season, we also understand that waste will continue to increase as the population grows and the territory further develops. For this reason, the department is seeking to expand its recycling efforts to help divert materials out of the waste stream and towards more environmentally friendly methods of management. A major aspect of this initiative involves public education, as the success of the initiative highly depends on the public's willingness and efforts to make a change. Therefore, once the necessary funds are made available, the department intends to educate the public before and during the program's execution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continue.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for that, and the Minister, oh, sorry, I apologize.
Madam Speaker, the estimated cost of the expansion initiative is $454,960. This amount includes the cost of an additional collection point, the collection of recyclable materials from the various collection points on Tortola and Virgin Islands, public education, as well as other services and materials that will be needed to execute the program. The Department of Waste Management has made a request in the SAP for the additional funds and are anticipating the approval. Madam Speaker, the plan will be executed within the first 2 months of receiving the additional funds. The department requires the extra time to make sure that the rules of the new Procurement Act are satisfied. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer. Again, Madam Speaker, it is a bit difficult because of how old these questions are. So the Minister and his team would have addressed some of my concerns with his director since this question was posed, and I am looking forward to the execution of those plans. And I want to thank the Minister, Madam Speaker, for answering the questions that have been posed to him.
Thank you, members. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess. This House now resumes its sitting. I call on the member for the 8th District to ask his questions to the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please give this Honorable House a detailed breakdown of how the monies were spent for the non-stop concert held shortly before the Emancipation Festival activities?
Madam Speaker, the non-stop concert was held at the festival grounds on the 30th June 2023. The event featured various artists, and the categories of the various expenses range from direct payments to the performers, accommodation costs, stage, song and lighting, transportation, and related expenses. The total amount expended on the concert was $255,089 and is broken down as follows. Insurance $1,350, transportation $16,958, human resources $17,115, artists $102,375, infrastructure $87.18, food $2,036, marketing $9,010, bar stock $20,910.48, accommodations $9,248 for a total of $255,089.66. Madam Speaker, while the member only requested information on money spent, I wish to know that a total of $45,153 was earned in revenue, broken down as follows: vendors fees $800, sponsorships $8,000, bar and VIP $36,353. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Premier, for your response. Madam Speaker, I just want some clarity in terms of the details. Premier, the actual answer is going to give the details, the actual details. When the breakdown come, will have the details of the artists, who paid what, etc. Is that in the details, or you're giving those broad categories?
Madam Speaker, you want itemized in terms of all the different vendors who are paid? Okay.
The big numbers, Premier, the comprehensive details of the big numbers. I don't know, I want to know who get a $10 drink. I don't want to know who get a $10 drink.
Okay, I can provide line by line itemized breakdown.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one follow-up, maybe two. Madam Speaker, can the Premier, now that we've had the event, we've seen the money spent, can he now give us, calculated what the benefit was from the concert to the economy overall and to the people of the Virgin Islands?
Madam Speaker, I believe I answered that question already on Tuesday. I believe that's the same question I was asked. I just refer, Madam Speaker, I refer the member to the earlier answer I provided on that question.
Madam Speaker, it will be good to be referred to it because we haven't received the answers from the last witness yet. So I don't know what I'm referring to.
Madam Speaker, by the end of the sitting, all members will receive it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll move forward. Madam Speaker, question number two.
Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide a detailed breakdown of expenditure and receivables for all three festivals for 2022 and 2023, inclusive of any reports, preliminary or final?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A report on the combined financial performance of the three festivals held at Roadtown, Virgin Gorda, and Carrot Bay for the year 2022. Members may recall that the events related to last year's celebrations were reduced as the territory and the world were coming out of COVID-19 restrictions. Madam Speaker, the total income in 2022 is mainly comprised of the government subvention of $500,000, sponsorships and entry fees into the festival village and events. The expenses detailed for the same year include those for the performance of events at Roadtown, Virgin Gorda, Carrot Bay, and Eastern Longlow, as the committee did not separate all expenses by the location of the events. The categories of expenses include entertainment, village-related infrastructure, the parade, rise and shine and warm-up events, and other general expenses. The preliminary expenditure for the 2022 Emancipation celebrations is $762,783.52. Madam Speaker, the final report of the Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Committee for the year 2022 will be tabled in the House of Assembly at a later date, which will detail income, expenses, and all related activities. Madam Speaker, as the Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Committee continues to address various costs associated with the recently concluded 69th Emancipation celebrations for 2023, I can only provide preliminary figures at this stage. The government subvention was approximately $1.02 million. Estimated revenue is $1.07 million, and estimated expense is $1.87 million. The committee is in the process of finalizing this year's accounts, which will be included in 2023 report. I anticipate the report's completion by December 2023, and I just want to emphasize those figures are preliminary figures and most certainly will change in the final report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Premier. Premier, I don't know though, Premier, if I could accept your answer for 2022, that it doesn't separate based on location. If you're paying for entertainment for a certain location, you should say where you're paying for the entertainment for. So if you can get back to your team, because I think it's important for us to get an understanding on the funds that are paid, particularly in Virgin Gorda, particularly in Carrot Bay, Eastern, Rotan, etc. I think that's important information for the public to see how public funds are being expended.
Madam Speaker, I would agree, and I'll ensure that when the report comes to the House, that all of those details are there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have no other follow-up, but I'll await the additional information as it relates to the details surrounding these particular festivals. And I'll ask, as I asked for the previous question, to get the details, Premier, not just broad strokes, but the details of how the monies were spent and received. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House how much money was spent for the Emancipation celebrations in Eastern Longlow for the years 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023, respectively?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the expenses for the Eastern Longlow Festival activities for 2019 related to the operation of the committee's booth, Mr. and Miss Junior BVI, entertainment costs, the village infrastructure and the parade and rise and shine, expenditure totaled $327,152.19. Madam Speaker, let me mention here that the Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Annual Report for 2019 was tabled in this Honorable House on 11 June 2020 with a breakdown of all activities and financial matters. But of course, to be helpful, I just brought the information here. For 2021, Madam Speaker, the celebrations were virtual and nominal in nature, and therefore the committee did not incur costs for that year in relation to celebrations in Eastern and Long Loop. In 2022, Madam Speaker, the expenses from the Virgin Islands Festival and Fair Committee for Eastern Long Loop for 2022 related to entertainment for the Rise and Shine, Tramp, and the coronation of the Mr. and Miss Junior BVI. The approximate costs are $22,000. A detailed breakdown of the specific costs, Madam Speaker, will be detailed in the committee's 2022 report when finalized. Madam Speaker, the Festival and Fairs Committee is still in the process of finalizing the financial report for 2023. It's expected to be submitted with the 2022 report by December 2023. So I would humbly ask for us to await the details once finalized for the Eastern and Long Loop Festival activities for this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier, and I think 2023, Premier, is safe to say that will be less than 2022, because virtually nothing happened in Eastern in 2023, and I understand that you funded, if you could tell this Honorable House, whatever activities that was held on the Greenland Field, that was funded through the Premier's office. Is that accurate?
Yes, Madam Speaker, but the expenses for 2023 will be more than 2022 because we had a Rise and Shine Tramp that was funded through the committee. We had Mr. and Miss, I think it might have just been Miss Junior BVI, I believe, Miss Junior BVI, funded by the committee, as well as a cultural day on Greenland Field, funded by the committee. So it will indeed be significantly more than in 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just clarification before my next follow-up, Madam Speaker. The Premier said that the Greenland activities was funded by the committee, but I heard in a previous report that was funded by the Premier's office. Which is it, the committee or Premier's office?
Madam Speaker, was funded by the Festival and Fairs Committee.
All right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll rest for now. I'll move on. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please give this Honorable House the following: a detailed breakdown of the monies owed to the BVI Electricity Corporation by central government in all subvention receiving statutory entities under his purview as Premier, and B, of the amount owed, what is the plan to pay off the outstanding balance?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Outstanding balances owed to BVI EC by central government and its statutory bodies and agencies have been a challenge over the years that has spanned several administrations. But Madam Speaker, since taking up office, my administration has committed to pay to vendors what is owed. BVI EC is no exception. Madam Speaker, it is important for me to point out that the majority of outstanding balances owed by central government represent current balances, or balances that are between 0 to 30 days old. Madam Speaker, the aging report prepared by BVI EC shows that the total outstanding balance under central government as of 31st August 2023 is $833,518.42. Of this amount, $728,111.77 represents current balances, which are balances between 0 to 30 days old. It is also important to note that of this current balance, $455,998.75 is the current balance owed for Bywater operations. Madam Speaker, this demonstrates that central government is largely honoring the amounts owed to BVIEC. Madam Speaker, as it relates to statutory entities under my purview as Premier, the only statutory entity under the Premier's office that would be billed for electricity is the Recovery and Development Agency. Madam Speaker, this Honourable House would be aware that government has centralized payment of utility bills under the Telephone Services Management Unit, and this has worked well to ensure electricity bills are paid when due. Building on this success, ministries, departments, and units will be encouraged to continue to ensure electricity bills are paid when they become due. Madam Speaker, the challenges extend much further than outstanding balances owed to BVIEC, but government is exploring all options, including payment plans, settlement in full, and application of any credit card, any credit notes at BVIEC. In addition, the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor the performance of statutory bodies to ensure that they are meeting all obligations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for your response. Madam Speaker, don't have any follow-up questions, but just want to say it's good to hear that central government is keeping up with its obligations to BVIEC. So I'll move on. I'll thank the Premier for answering the questions asked of him in kind, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the details that I was asked and requested for in the subsequent questions, in the previous questions.
I call on the member for the 8th District to ask his questions to the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to try our best. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor and Trade please tell this Honourable House the following? A, does any grant or loan program currently exist to assist struggling small businesses in the Virgin Islands? If the answer is no, B, why not? C, is there a plan to establish any? And if so, please provide a timeline for the same.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, or his question in 3 parts.
Yes.
I appreciate his question and the member's concern for struggling small businesses in the Virgin Islands. As I have reiterated on multiple occasions, our government is diligently working to provide comprehensive business development services to enhance the economic environment in this territory. While the government does not currently have a specific business loan or grant program in operation, I have been actively engaged in meaningful discussions with financial institutions and the philanthropists. These deliberations aim to explore avenues for increasing access to financing for small businesses. These discussions are integral to our ongoing efforts to confront the economic challenges that small businesses in the Virgin Islands are facing, and I am pleased to report that they are showing promising results. Madam Speaker, we anticipate that the advancement of business development services will be overseen by the National Business Bureau, set to be established in early 2024. Re-established, thank you. This move will significantly contribute to our overarching goal of fostering a more conducive environment for businesses to thrive. Madam Speaker, I eagerly anticipate working collaboratively with all members of this Honorable House to shape and implement effective solutions and mobilize the necessary resources to bolster our small business community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for the response, and I think small businesses will be happy to hear that this program will be reestablished in early 2024. I have two follow-ups, Madam Speaker, and first one, just to ensure that I know persons are listening, particularly young entrepreneurs who have come to me, and I know they've come to many members in this Honorable House seeking support for their small businesses. Can they have a sense of when some type of documentation could go out so they could know what they will be preparing for in early 2024 so they can get themselves ready to be able to capitalize on this opportunity once it's come to fruition?
Madam Speaker, it would be difficult for me to be any more specific other than saying that we will re-establish the National Business Bureau. And as I've said, we are talking with banks, philanthropists, and so on. I am afraid I cannot be any more specific than that at this point in time.
All right. Second follow-up, Madam Speaker, just on the side of, there was an innovative lab that was established under the Smith administration in the Trade Department. Is that lab still in place, or is it accessible to small businesses who might need to have those services and tools?
Madam Speaker, the Innovative Lab is currently not operational, but it's certainly a very good, it's certainly one of the tools that should be used by small businesses, especially startups. And it would come under the National Business Bureau.
So I rest assured that it will be restarted and re-energized to be able to offer those services to the business community.
Indeed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll move on to question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Labor, and Trade please tell this Honorable House the following? A, is the Trade Commission fully operational? And if the Trade Department, Consumer Protection Affairs, and the Investment Promotion Unit Investment Promotion Operation subsumed under the Commission as is prescribed by law? B, if the answer is no, why not? And C, when is this expected to happen as is required by law?
Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act was brought into force in November of 2022. This act provides for the establishment of the Trade Commission, which is tasked with a substantial mandate to promote and oversee business, trade, investment, and consumer affairs in the Virgin Islands. A board has been appointed and received orientation in May of 2023. However, due to the absence of critical administrative prerequisites, such as sufficient human and financial resources, the Commission has not yet achieved full operational status. Consequently, Madam Speaker, the Department of Trade, Investment Promotion, and Consumer Protection continues to be administered by the central government and has not been incorporated into the Commission. Madam Speaker, I am unable to provide a specific time frame for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Trade Commission. This is due to several significant challenges that hinder its effective functioning. I anticipate that these constraints will be presented and discussed in a subsequent session of this House. Therefore, I would like to refrain from making any further comments on this matter until my Cabinet colleagues and I have concluded our deliberations on the subject.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. Madam Speaker, I have two follow-ups. I think one. It depends on how the response to the first one is determined. Madam Speaker, I hear the Minister's response. My question is that the Trade Commission and the subsequent legislations were established in this House by statute, and it has specific guidance in terms of what needs to happen, particularly with Trade Department, Consumer Protection, and the Investment Promotion Agency. What is the basis or the standing in law that the Minister is using to continue to control or have control over the Trade Department at this time, considering that it's already been enforced since November 2022, and we're now in 2023? What is the basis or the legal advice that advise that the Trade Department can still be run by the Ministry versus being run by the Commission, which is a legal entity to run the Trade Department?
Madam Speaker, I want to be very careful in what I say at this point. I have explained that there are constraints such as staffing, such as funding. If I use the example of funding, at the moment, the cost of running the department is something like $800,000. The projected cost for the first year of running a trade commission is $1.7 or $1.8 million. So I'm talking about a large amount of money. My concern is to make sure that the people of the BVI receive value for money. As I've said before, I am looking at how best to manage the department and the commission. Yes, as was said by another of my colleagues, this is a country of laws, and the Trade Commission has been established by statute. And it will continue to be on the statute books. And if it is going to change, it is you, the House of Assembly, or we, the House of Assembly, that will change it or alter it. It is not for me to do so.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, for that response, but I don't think I got the response in terms of what in statutes gives the Ministry the authority to continue to run the department in the way that it has run, and what is the advice, if any, was given by the chambers to be able to allow it to be run the way it's being run.
Madam Speaker, this is a point of information, and I only speak on this, of course, because when it came into force, I was a Minister of Trade at that point. And it's my understanding in government that when government transforms a department into a statutory body, there's a certain period of transition. You know, operations are not transferred to the statutory body completely until the statutory body has been set up. So it should be expected that the Trade Department would continue to process trade applications and provide other services to the businesses until the point where the Trade Commission has been set up. Now, all that has happened is that the Trade Commission has a board, and they cannot operate and serve the business community until they are fully set up. And Madam Speaker, just to say, of course, the Deputy Premier said in her statement that, you know, we'll have subsequent discussions with Cabinet and also with the House. And I just ask for us to be able to give the time for those discussions to be had. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for that for that response. I thank him for his intervention, Premier. But Premier, all due respect, and I respect your response, Premier. I believe that, as you said earlier, we are a country of laws. And I know that, and if you could present to this House, I know that the law was very clear in terms of the transitional period. And if that didn't occur, we needed to come back to extend the transitional period, as we've done several times for financial services. We've had instances where when the BVI Business Companies Act was amended, and there was a transitional period, and there needed to be an extension, we came back to the House. So if that transitional period has elapsed, we have to come back to the House, Premier, to get that extended, because we're ultra virus to the law if we don't do so.
Madam Speaker, I have made it clear in my statement that there will be further discussion with this House. And while I'm on my feet, let me say this. I talked about value for money. I talked about businesses. You yourself, member, are very concerned about our small businesses. I have gone throughout the territory. I have met with over 200 small businesses. And except for your district, and in fact you, honorable member, no person has asked me about this trade commission. As it stands, the Trade License Department is functioning. I think I answered, I don't know who asked the question, that there is not even one application that's on my desk. It's functioning, and as I said, the bottom line is we will be coming back to the House at the appropriate time for further discussion.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, and I want to make something extremely clear. When I ask questions in this House, it's for the benefit of this House and benefit of the people of this territory. I'm not here to be confrontational. I'm here to do the people's work, and I will continue to do their work. My position is clear. We are a country of laws. If we're ultra-virus to the laws of this country, we need to come back to this House in a timely manner to address those issues, and I'll rest my case there, Madam Speaker. I'll move on. Madam Speaker, if I may, ask the following questions.
You're finished with this member?
Yes,
Honorable, yes. Okay.
Yes, sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for answering the questions in kind, and look forward to the details of those questions coming forward in a later date in the proceedings of the House.
Thank you, Honorable. I call on the member for the 8th District to ask his questions to the Honorable Minister for Communications and Works.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to place my questions before my good friend, the Minister for Communication and Works. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this honorable House how many water maintenance crew exists at the Water and Sewage Department?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, currently there's only one water maintenance crew consisting of 4 employees at the Water and Sewage Department. This crew is responsible for maintaining the entire water distribution system on Tortola. Madam Speaker, previously there were 4 crews consisting of 4 officers per crew, a total of 16 water maintenance personnel. The 4 crews have been reduced to the 1 due to officers retiring, resigning, and ultimately passing. The department has been unable to replenish these crews due to the enforcement of a strict hiring freeze and position not being funded despite repeated requests. The ministry is currently working with the department to identify the funding within the department, current legal budget allocation to begin the hiring process to rebuild these crews by year end, since there is the opportunity to with opportunity in absence of the hiring freeze.
Madam Speaker, I have to take a woosah moment here. Madam Speaker, am I hearing right? I just want clarification on the answer that I just heard. So the minister is saying for the 20-some odd million dollars that we pay for water and the variant challenges that we experience with the water and distribution infrastructure for the entire BVI, or just for Tortola, I don't know Tortola, we have one crew with 4 persons to fix the broken pipes. May I add, if anyone has seen the geysers in Yellowstone Park in Montana, everywhere around this territory, it seems like we have geysers around the Virgin Islands. We have one crew to fix all those geysers. Just clarification.
Madam Speaker, there is one crew, as I mentioned. Virgin Gorda has one crew with 4 persons. Just Van Dyke has 2 assigned workers, and Igata has 1. So, Madam Speaker, that is a complement of the crew at the Water and Sewage Department.
I'd like to follow up, Madam Speaker. The minister also mentioned that there's a hiring freeze. There was a hiring freeze that restricted putting additional crews in place. And I know this has been the case since about 5 years ago. There's always been one crew in place addressing the water infrastructure issues in this territory, as informed by the Water and Sewage Department. Madam Speaker, so did the minister at no time look at the possibility of outsourcing the water repair infrastructure to a private company or private crew to subsidize or supplement the issue of repairing the infrastructure to save the government from the wastage of the 20-something million dollars that we waste every year in water going on the streets?
What's the question?
If you looked at the issue of subsidizing the crews while you had hiring freeze, did you look at any alternative to bolstering the crews that were in the one crew that was in place to address one of the main issues for water loss in this country, broken pipes? Did you look at ways of subsidizing that crew, whether it's in private contractors or bringing other additional crews outside of the remit of the civil service itself, where you have liberty to bring in contractors to do work?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I can say is right now there's no hiring freeze. What took place then, we're at this point now and we're moving forward. So, Madam Speaker, with the opportunity to now hire, we will make sure that the complement of staff at the Water and Sewage Department would be sufficient to do the repairs. I just want the member to be aware that he's saying the $25 million or $20-some million is being wasted. But, Madam Speaker, that's the cost that we have to pay annually to the Water and Sewage Department. What we need to do is, Madam Speaker, be able to collect more revenue so that we can then come closer to some sort of closing that gap.
And I agree with you, member. It's wasted because I disagree. It's wasted because it's going on the guts. Yes, we have to pay that money, but the money does not go to the homes. People in Greenland are saying to me 6 weeks have passed and they don't have any water. Same for Lampard Estate. So it's being wasted. What I'm saying to you is that, have you looked at an alternate measure to be able to, and I don't think you answered the question, Madam Speaker.
I did.
You did? You didn't answer the question I asked.
You asked if I did look at it?
Yeah.
I don't remember what happened there.
You remember what happened when you went as a minister for the last 4.5 years?
Where what?
What?
Can I rephrase the question so
Thank
the minister
you.
didn't understand? I asked if the minister, since he's been a minister since 2019, and the complement of staff remained the same from then, did he look at any alternative measures to be able to bolster the team that goes out to fix the infrastructural issues, which is the main problem with the wastage and loss of water in the territory?
Madam Speaker, during the past 4 years or however, Madam Speaker, there were times when I know for some installation and so forth, contracts were given to private persons. But Madam Speaker, as we're moving forward, we'll most definitely make sure that the complement at the Water and Sewage Department, the complement of staff is adequate enough to address the continuous water breakages and all the works that needs to be done.
Thank you, Minister. And second follow-up, Madam Speaker. Well, we're looking, and I'm happy that we're moving forward, Minister, and I expect that we should move forward. In terms of the hiring, a person that you're hiring to be able to do the work, are we going to look at a better compensation scheme for those individuals? I know many of the persons who are currently doing that work refuse to work on the weekends because they had said that there's been said that they're not being allowed to get overtime pay anymore. There's only one crew, and they have been forced to take day off or whatever. I don't know what the compensation scheme is right now. Are you going to reconsider the compensation scheme for those individuals at Water and Sewage who have to work these long hours and have to work on the weekends to address the myriad of infrastructural issues that we have with our water infrastructure network?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I know my good friend is across from me today, but I know we were in sessions a few months back when we were able to lobby for staff working Water and Sewage, Department of Waste Management, Public Works Department, for their salary as we go through the salary review to be able to be somewhat proper pay for the work that they do. So, Madam Speaker, I think when the member gets up, he would say he would note that we all worked for that, but in the interim, based on the hiring process, we would make sure that based on the experience and based on the salary structure that is there, that is done through the Human Resources Department, we would try to make sure that they're adequately paid and the incentives would be there so that they can actually come on and work and make sure that our infrastructure is addressed.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for letting the people know that I've always worked for the people and I continue to work for them even on this side. And what I'm asking you, if we're going to reinstate, particularly for those workers who have to work long hours, have to work on the weekends, reinstate that they get their overtime pay versus them getting half day days off, and they have the lowest bracket of the income bracket, and they have families to take care of and feed. I'm lobbying here now as well in opposition to ensure that those workers, not just water and sewage, solid waste, and all the other workers who work those long hours, get their overtime pay that is so rightfully deserved.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if well, I can say, Madam Speaker, is that overtime is being processed, so overtime is being paid. I think there's somewhat a delay with the administrative aspect of it, but it's being processed and the crew would be paid overtime.
That's good news, Minister, and I look forward to hearing the same good news from the workers who have come to me on many occasions of their concern in terms of their overtime pay. Moving on, Madam Speaker. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honorable House with his ministry's plan to fix the dilapidated water infrastructure in District 8 and wider territory, inclusive of estimated cost and timeline?
Madam Speaker, a portfolio of water infrastructure projects have been identified in the 8th district, as the member is asking about, to address the water infrastructure in a phased manner. This phasing is as follows, Madam Speaker. Phase 1, installation of 1,200 feet of interconnection pipeline from Lambert to Upper Greenland. Madam Speaker, an amount of $130,000 was received in the SAP number 2 of 2023 to carry out these works, which will commence shortly. Upgrading of 2,500 feet of pipeline from Georgie Hill to Little Bay intersection is estimated at $100,000, and installation of 4,400 feet of pipeline from Balsam Gut to Hawks Nest area estimated at $300,000. Installation of 5,100 feet of pipeline from Hawks Nest to Thomas Land estimated at $300,000. Madam Speaker, phases 2 to 4 will be put forward in the next budget cycle, since all the designs have been done for this. Madam Speaker, with respect to the wider territory, the Ministry of Communications and Work is currently exploring the option for the public-private partnership to upgrade the water distribution network. And through this PPP, a strategic plan has been developed so that the entire water network can be systematically addressed.
Thank you, Minister. And you said phases 2 to 4 is being put forward, and that is for this upcoming budget, for the 2024 budget?
Yes, Member.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to those deliberations as we look to fight for that money for the people of 8 District and, in fact, the people of the wider Virgin Islands who are experiencing some significant challenges with the water distribution infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I'll move on to question number 3, if you allow me. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House the detailed account of his ministry's capital spending for the years 2019 through 2023 by district?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would present the member with a copy of the spending.
Can I, Madam Speaker? Or can I?
It's quite extensive, so I'm not sure if you
Wait for
want
the
to
Sergeant? Okay.
review it and further the question.
Can you give me the rough numbers per district? At least give me the each year. Give me what each district got per year, the subtotal.
Honorable, if you could just stand while
Sorry,
you
I
ask that question.
apologize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm asking if the minister could at least give me the subtotal per district. The detail I could go through afterwards. The subtotal per district for each year, so it could be read in the record from 2019 to 2023.
Madam Speaker, I asked that the member give me some time so I could get that information and read it into the House as he expressed.
Madam Speaker, I could give the member that time. I'm sure by the time before I'm finished, he could read it in the record very quickly. I know his team, we have calculators now. We don't have to write and do cross addition. So it won't take that much. Put it in a spreadsheet and we'll add up very quickly. So I'll go on to the next question. I'll wait for that information to come. But I'll just give one follow-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the minister tell this Honourable House in terms of the life cycle, in terms of a project, from the conception of a project to the decision to get the project done to getting the project actually executed? What is the typical life cycle of a project within this ministry?
Madam Speaker, I think the member should give me a specific project, because there are varied issues pertaining to certain projects, whether it's funding, whether it's manpower, whether it's material. So I would ask if he can, give a specific question to that.
Okay, let's give a specific. The Shepherd Hill project I've been asking for since 2019, that now has come to a critical juncture. Every time that I come to this house, I keep hearing that it's being looked at. I've asked about 6 questions in this house for that particular project, and another clerk is sick of me when she sees that question come up and have to put it on other paper every time. But the people of that district need some answers in terms of why it's taking this long, and they think that somehow their district representative is not forwarding to make sure that this is done. And we get an average, Madam Speaker, about $200,000 in our civil mitigation board that should be able to pay for that project. And I see in this rough numbers here are very in the millions since 2019. Why a project like that has not yet been to the point of tendering and execution that provides such a danger to the residents that are living within that community?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member would need to confirm. Are you asking why it's not done to the civil vote?
Well, it's not done at all, Madam Speaker, because we have the civil mitigation vote and we have the capital vote that both the ministry has to execute any project relating to road works. But we're not even to the point of getting that project out to a tender so that the relief could come to the people of that community who are now pretty much boxed into their own community and have to say a prayer every time they pass that road where themselves and their loved ones. We're going through the school season now, and the children are going to be traversing that road with their parents on a daily basis. When can we see some relief to the people of that community? In fact, we need to understand why this has taken this long to get executed, as one example.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could see the passion in this question as I answered it just a couple days ago, Madam Speaker. But I am happy that it was directed to the civil vote, Madam Speaker. Based on the civil vote is controlled by each and every district rep. So a district rep put forward a project to the civil vote. Was it right?
Members, if I could just ask you to be respectful.
Madam Speaker, the civil vote is there for projects to be done in members' district. I think based on the Shepherd Hill, that would probably be would not fall in line with what was budgeted for. So I presume that the member would have asked that this be a separate funded project in the budget. And Madam Speaker, as we spoke about it earlier, we are hoping that this would be one that would be addressed in the upcoming budget.
Thank you, Minister, and I look forward to it being addressed in the upcoming budget. But I really want to let the people know that we're not even to the point of, since I've been asking about this since 2019, we're not even to the point of a tender. So even if it was the fact that I could have directed the civil, based on the question that was answered on Tuesday, even if the fact that I could have directed that the civil vote be used, we're not even to that point. And I've said to the minister, I just need to get this thing done. I don't care how you get it done. The people of that community is suffering, and they've been suffering for too long. So I don't think that's a fair use of words by the minister, but I wouldn't go into any more detail about that. I'll move on to question number 4. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honourable House the following: A detailed breakdown of the cost of the Market Square project, inclusive of the initial estimate for the project and a grand total of what has been spent to date. B, cost and details of additional works, if any. C, how many vending stalls are created or were created as part of the project. And D, of those vending stalls, how many are occupied, the cost of vendors, and the type of vendors currently in those stalls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the initial estimate for the project was $1,432,500. Madam Speaker, this budgetary estimate was approved by Cabinet in 2020 through the Policy on Procurement and in Emergency, Disaster, Pandemic, and Catastrophic Situations. Madam Speaker, with the coming into force of the Procurement Act in 2022, my ministry has sought to adhere to the requirements of the Procurement Act by initiating all procurement processes through restricted and open tenders as the circumstances dictate. To date, a total of $1,276,714.37 has been expended on the project. Madam Speaker, a listing of the various costs associated with the project are provided for the perusal of the members. Madam Speaker, a contractor has been engaged through a restricted tender process to construct a bus shelter in the amount of $94,612. This new bus shelter will be 36 feet by 10 feet in dimension. Madam Speaker, a tender is currently out via the Ministry of Finance Procurement Unit for the procurement and installation of shutters to enclose all the kiosks and to provide shading when open. As the tender is currently out for bid, I am unable to provide a cost amount until the tender process has been completed and the award of the contract is approved by Cabinet. Madam Speaker, the completion of the bus shelter and the installation of the shutters referenced above will complete the Market Square project. Madam Speaker, there are 16 kiosks at the Market Square. One Of those 16 kiosks, 10 are 12 by 12, 6 are 10 by 10 feet. Madam Speaker, of the 16 kiosks, 8 are permanently rented at the following cost and type of vending service and product offered. All the 12 feet by 12 feet are $350 per month. One kiosk is the sale of food, snacks, patties, drinks. One is for sale of fish. One is for natural and local drinks. One is for ground provision and produce. One is for grilled fish, burgers, local drink. One is for sale of spices. One is for sale of food. One is for sale of ice cream, smoothies, and juices. Those last 4, the grilled food, spices, prepared food, and the ice cream, they're all 10 by 10, and they're $200 per month. Madam Speaker, in addition, one kiosk is demarcated for the use of by the Sister Islands farmers and fishermen, and is available free of cost to them on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, 2 other kiosks are demarked for daily rental to any vendor. All 16 kiosks were originally assigned, but Madam Speaker, for whatever reason, some vendors previously assigned have not fulfilled the requirements to utilize the kiosks assigned. As a result, there are now 5 kiosks available for long-term rental.
Just clarity, Madam Speaker, before I ask my 2 follow-ups. I just want to make sure I heard right. The member said $1.2 million has been spent to date. I remember when that facility opened, 1.3. I vividly remember a $1.7 million number that was mentioned on the day of the opening of that facility. I was there in the front seat sitting down. If I'm wrong, the minister could correct me, please.
Thank you. I can give clarity. If you remember keenly, it was for the shutters and the bus shelter. Those are anticipated projects that were not completed, that we stated would be when the project should be completed. That's what we expect to spend.
All right. So, okay, good. Understand now. Let you know, Minister. So essentially, we when this is finished, we're gonna spend 16 kiosks. Right now, we at $75K per kiosk, and when it's finished, we'll be closer to $85 to $90K per kiosk, based on the numbers. Yeah, based on the numbers, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. So my question to the minister: is it a farmers market that we have there, or we have an economic zone? Because I'm not hearing. I hear a lot of things. I don't hear much farmers. I hear mostly fried food and all kind of thing, and slushy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the kiosks are available for rent. I spoke about what businesses are there. I can't say if it's a farmer's market, but I know it's not a farmer's market. And the spaces are there for being utilized by small businesses who are ambitious of owning some sort of property and be able to sell their product. So, Madam Speaker, it's what is in there at the moment based on the requirements to obtain the space, which were for a trade license, food handler certificate for vendors, police certificate, deposit. Those were some of the requirements.
When you're speaking in this house, you have to be very clear, Madam Speaker, because things that go out in a way that it doesn't necessarily reflect what you actually said. So I want to make it clear to the other vendors that are there that I am supportive of entrepreneurship and small business development. But if we have a project and it's a farmer's market,
No, who said it's a farmer's market?
is it not tell me what it is. Is it a farmer's market?
I always heard it to be a market square. I never heard it to be a farmer's market. It was always labeled a market square, as far as I know.
Minister, tell me what did you build? Did you build a market square, or did you build a farmer's market? Just please let me know, and the people of the Virgin Islands know, whether we have a market square or we have a farmer's market for the farmers and fishermen of these beautiful Virgin Islands.
Thank you. We also got a, what you call it thing? We have restrooms, we have what else you call it? We have a center square, and So I can't say it was labeled a farmer's market, Madam Speaker. I know during the election, we all use that area for a campaign as well. So it's a multifaceted, multi-use area in the heart of Rotown.
It's amazing. The farmers are struggling to get water. They can't get water apparently the bear anywhere around the place. They can't get seedlings so they can plant their farm. And we're here making levity on a space that should be a space designated for the hardworking farmers of this community in this territory. But it's good to know that we didn't build a farmers market. We built a business center.
Honorable, is there a question?
What I'll ask the minister though.
Was that not your
No, that's,
second
I have
question?
one more. That was, well, the first one was to elucidate something in terms of the funding. I wanted to make sure that my hearing was correct in terms of what the number was. Then I asked a specific question, which we had a little clarification on that question. Now I'll ask my last follow-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the minister tell me, I don't know if it's your purview, when the farmers will have a space for them to ply their craft, not commingle, a space for the farmers that is adequate, that when they have their produce out, they don't get beat with the sun, and when it rains, they get done wet with the rain, and where they could actually ply their craft of farming. We're promoting farming and fishing, but we're saying now that we're commingling them all with all type and sundry of businesses where they cannot truly apply their craft of farming and fishing within this territory. Can you tell me what is your plan as a Minister of Infrastructure? You have to build infrastructure for ensuring that our farmers have the adequate facilities to apply their craft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that question would be for the Minister for Agriculture, and to make sure they provide the proper infrastructure for the farmers. Madam Speaker, though as a government, we know the importance of small business in our territory. The same member just asked about the business lab and all the various things. So we understand the importance of each and every person within our territory. And I know the junior minister is focused on revamping and making sure that all the proper needs are met for the farmers and the fishermen of this territory. And Madam Speaker, whatever support is needed to the Ministry of Communications and Works to get those things achieved, most definitely I will be here in full support. Madam Speaker, we must note that the Market Square area was dilapidated for lots of years. And Madam Speaker, I know at one time we tried to address it by putting some of the tents and so forth there. But Madam Speaker, we all see where farmers tend to choose other places to work. But Madam Speaker, we're hoping now with the junior minister, he would be able to bring them together, and then they would discuss where would be best for them all to be able to go and sell their craft.
So the minister, you're confirming that the market
Honorable,
square.
that's
I just
enough.
want the minister made I just want to confirm that the market
Honorable,
square.
you had your
Okay,
more than two.
I'm moving on, Madam Speaker,
Thank
but
you.
the minister is confirming that the market square
Honorable.
is not for farmers. That's on the record. That's on the record. Question number 4. Question number 4 is 5. The poor farmers. I want to ask again for the farmers because there's a lot of pressure.
Bring it on the next sit-in paper,
Okay,
Honorable.
I'll ask again, Madam Speaker. I'll ask the Minister for Farm, but he honored the bus. I don't know if he can get up in time for the next sitting. The Minister for Agriculture and Farming. He way on the bus today. Question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House the following: a detailed breakdown of the costs of the Economic Zone project in Huntersgut, inclusive of the initial estimate for the project and the current expenditure to date, and B, the detailed costs of the additional works, if any, and C, the percentage of completion of the project as of 1st September 2023.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Economic Zone project at Huntersgut was developed to provide an opportunity for small existing businesses and new businesses to access affordable space to display and sell their goods, products, and services. Madam Speaker, the economic zone will serve as a pilot project to other districts and communities that they can emulate. It seeks to provide affordable and secure spaces to our entrepreneurs to help their businesses to grow. Madam Speaker, it is anticipated that once these businesses grow and thrive, that they would leave the economic zone, thus creating a space for new businesses to enter into a continual growth cycle. Madam Speaker, it is expected that an application process will be convened in the near future where persons will have the opportunity to submit their applications inclusive of their business plans for evaluation prior to being assigned a space at the economic zone. Madam Speaker, it is expected that between the two buildings, there would be over 25 spaces of varied sizes to offer to small businesses. Madam Speaker, the initial cost estimate or budget for the Hunter's Gut Economic Zone project was $377,500. Madam Speaker, this budgetary estimate was approved by Cabinet in 2020 through the Policy on Procurement in Emergency, Disaster, Pandemic, and Catastrophic Situations. Madam Speaker, with the coming into force of the Public Procurement Act in 2022, my ministry has sought to adhere to the requirements of the Procurement Act by initiating all the procurement processes through restricted and/or open tenders as the circumstances dictate. Madam Speaker, to date, a total of $788,717.30 has been expended. A listing of the various costs associated with the project are provided for the perusal of the members. Madam Speaker, the contractual work for the two-story building are approximately 75% complete. Building 1 is approximately 90% complete and is awaiting the arrival of the exterior doors and final painting to substantially complete this building. Building 2 is approximately 60% complete with works currently on the wall enclosures at the lower level. Madam Speaker, it is anticipated that these buildings will be completed in the fourth quarter of 2023. Madam Speaker, at present, the outstanding works remaining for the project include the repairs to the bathroom building, construction of a gazebo, upgrade to the basketball court, and completion of the road and parking lots. Madam Speaker, these outstanding works have been packaged into a tender document and is being submitted to the Ministry of Finance Procurement Unit for open tender. As a result, I'm unable to provide a cost of the additional works until the tender process is complete and Cabinet approves the recommendation for the award of the contract. Madam Speaker, as of 1st September 2023, the project is approximately 65% complete and with an anticipated completion date of the first quarter in 2024.
Madam Speaker, I thank you and I thank the Minister for his response. Madam Speaker, I just want some clarity. I drove by there today just to make sure that when I ask a question, I make sure I see all what I see. So the Minister is saying there's only, I saw 3 steel structures, and one is not part of the project, or it's just two? There's just 2 structures you're saying that there's 2? That's just to the House, because I don't want him to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Only 2 structures there.
Okay. That's not, I just wanted to get clarity, Madam Speaker, before, because I know that I'm getting a little older. I just want to make sure my vision is clear. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister is saying to this House that those 2 buildings are 65% complete. He said the total project 65 complete. So you're giving, well, I mean, the best person suited to answer that question is the leader of the opposition, because he has experience. But I've built a little chicken coop up Spring Gut, and I'm looking at the completion of those buildings. You're saying on the record in this House that those buildings are 65% complete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I concur that that's what the project managers at the ministry advised me, and I will relay based on what they told me.
So you say you have the details, Minister? I don't have it, Minister.
The document I gave you.
This one is attached to this as well?
Oh, no? No?
Oh, it's there. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to go through. So I'll hold back on my follow-up for now. I'll come back if I have a subsequent question on this project. No, one more question. May I proceed, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, question number 6. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honorable House a detailed breakdown of the monies owed to the Beaver Electricity Corporation by central government and all statutory entities under his purview as Minister, and B, of the amount owed, what is the plan to pay off the outstanding balance?
Thank you, member. Madam Speaker, I'll provide a detailed breakdown of the outstanding balance to the member. And Madam Speaker, B aspect of the question is that each government department and statutory agency is responsible for paying their own individual electricity bill. Each government department would have received funding in their respective electricity subhead to cover electricity charges for the year 2023 as part of their budget allocation. Likewise, each statutory agency, I hope, would have included allocation in their budget to cover the electricity costs.
Minister, I don't think it's a very expansive list of persons under your purview. I think just for the record of the House and the people of the Virgin Islands who are listening, can you just read those numbers out so we get an idea in terms of what the cost is to Electricity Corporation?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg the members' indulgence so I could get it and read it to you shortly.
All right, that's the last question for the Minister, Madam Speaker, and I'll wait. I think in the course of answering the questions to the Minister for Health, I'm sure that the Minister will be able to get those two items that he was unable to get at this time, so we could put it in the record of this Honorable House. I thank the Minister for his responses, and I look forward to the additional information as well.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, honorable members. I call upon the member for the 8th District to ask his questions to the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health and Social Development please give this Honorable House a detailed breakdown of the monies owed to the Beaver Electricity Corporation by central government? A detailed breakdown of the monies owed to the Beaver Electricity Corporation by central government and all statutory entities under his purview as Minister, and B, of the amount owed, what is the plan to pay off the outstanding balance?
I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, a detailed breakdown of monies owed by the Ministry of Health and Social Development, the departments and units under the remit are listed as follows. Ministry of Health and Social Development's amount owed, $2,453.29. Adina Donovan's home, $5,197.81. Waste Management, $1,421.80. His Majesty's Prison, $12,545.12. Social Development, $6,894.65. Total owed, $28,512.71. In relation to the ministry's statutory boards, to date, the Social Security Board and the National Health Insurance do not owe any funds to the BVI Electricity Corporation. As of February 1st, 2023, the BVI Health Service Authority had a past due bill in a sum of $317,234.52. As a result of this, the government of the Virgin Islands allocated $4 million through SAP number 1 of 2023 to the BVI Health Services Authority for the purposes of assisting them to meet the past due balance. Madam Speaker, as of 1st September 2023, the BVI Health Services Authority now owes the BVI EC the sum of $3,441,203.06. This sum includes $2,110,775.54 owed for 2022 and $1,330,427.23 owed for 2023. Madam Speaker, it is important to highlight that the Health Services Authority incurs an average monthly electricity cost ranging from $175,000. Madam Speaker, in the 2023-2024 budget submission, the BVI HSA Board has proposed to implement several revenue-generating measures aimed at improving their revenue position, while at the same time improving services to meet the public health needs of the Virgin Islands. The ministry is currently reviewing their budget submission. However, we recognize consideration needs to be given to reduce or possibly removing the aging balance. These considerations will have to be pursued in collaboration with the BVI Electricity Corporation and the Ministry of Finance. And Madam Speaker, I want to join with the Premier's position that these challenges extend further than outstanding balances owed to BVAC. And as a government, we will be exploring all options, including payment plans, settlement in full, and application of any credit notes to BVIAC. In addition, the Ministry of Finance must continue to monitor the performance of statutory bodies to ensure that they're meeting all obligations. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for that Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that very comprehensive response, and also thank you for sharing the answers with me so I could follow and probably adequately give my follow-ups. Efficiency of Ministers of Health. What I would say, Minister, my question to you is that what is the plan? I understand that you've given $4 million in the last SAP. Some have paid up, and we still owe the corporation, based on your numbers, some $3+ million. Outages that we've been having with the BVI Electricity Corporation, we suggest there's some issues or some challenges that is going to require a financial outlay to address. And the BVIC needs that money to address those challenges that they have as an organization. What is the plan in the short term? You mentioned some plans, but those are long-term plans. In the short term, to address the issue of this monies, I know the Minister of Finance is way under the train now. It's up to you what you want to do with them. But what is the plan to get this situation rectified?
Madam Speaker, I don't think the Minister thinks that we're intentionally not paying BVIEC. He's asked a question to at least three of us so far. So clearly there is a financial challenge. When it comes to financial challenges, there are two things you must do. You have to cut costs on the one end and raise revenue on the other end. We are exploring both of these options simultaneously. It goes back many years. If it was that easy, it's a very challenging situation because, like I read to you, the monthly expenditure is significant. And because the machines we have do consume a lot of energy, but we have to have health service. We have to have health services. We have to have the services to take care of our people in terms of health situations. So we have to look at what we can do to increase revenue in the first instance, and to cut down on overheads. We are doing everything that we can, Madam Speaker, to achieve both these things in as quick a time as possible. We do understand the Electricity Corporation, being owned by so many entities, will be put in jeopardy itself, but the country must have power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to refer the member to 38.5, not to Understanding ours, no member shall impute improper motive to any other member. I hope he's not trying to do that. My question is very clear. I am here as an agent of the people of the Virgin Islands. This is information that people need to know, and I'm asking the questions on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, Minister, particularly concerning the issue with the electricity corporation. There's you've said it very clearly, there's a need for the electricity corporation to collect their funds. And we have to find a way and a strategy to ensure in a timely manner, if the entities are not properly financed or subventions are not proper, we have to deal with that. The entity should not suffer, especially, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, when single mothers are being cut off for $50 and $60 with children in the house, and the government is allowed to owe up to $3 million. That is wrong. And we need to do better, Madam Speaker. And I want to make sure that's on the record. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, if a private entity was established to manage the Joes Hill Manor, if a private entity was established to manage the Joes Hill Manor housing project, and if the answer is no, why not? B, how is this project being currently managed? And C, how is the Social Security Board mitigating against the potential liability to the fund for managing the development?
Thank you, member, for your question. Madam Speaker, answer is no. A private entity has not yet been incorporated to manage the Joes Hill Manor estate. According to the advice shared, the Social Security Board, the board is in the advanced stages of incorporating the company. Madam Speaker, the project is currently being managed by the management and staff of the Social Security Board. Madam Speaker, the Social Security Board is mitigating against a potential liability to the fund by way of comprehensive property all-risk insurance and general third-party liability insurance. The incorporation of the company will further limit potential liability to the fund by any other unforeseen risks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your response, Minister. Minister, can you tell me if the competency exists in terms of property management and all the other things that you outlined to me within the board to manage such a complex project at this time? And why are we still at this stage? I think we handed over that project well over a year ago. Why are we at this stage of still showing not just the fund, but in direct response, the people of the Virgin Islands with such an enormous liability? And I see that there are lights up there now, meaning that somebody has already purchased a home, or someone is living there, or somebody probably squatting. So I don't know. So you'll have to tell. I have a subsequent question. I'm sure you'll elucidate. But why? Where's the capacity in terms of the skill sets in the board to manage of this magnitude?
Madam Speaker, Social Security was not designed to manage real estate, so I do not believe, but I stand to be corrected, that the competency does not lie there. I would be very surprised, because that's not what Social Security is supposed to do. The board is doing all that it can to get its management company in place to manage that real estate property. I know they're eager to get it done, and I've been reliably informed it should be forthcoming before the year is out. I would say within a month or so or less. That board should be in place to take the liability, to take the expertise of Social Security, to let them do what they're mandated to do, and let a professional entity run that project up there. So I would say, give me a little time to figure out exactly when they're going to make that move. But I very much would be doubtful if the competency lies within Social Security Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you for your candor, Minister, and I will give you that time, and I think you'll report to this House once that particular management company is in place, because it's important not just for the fund, but for the people of the territory whose funds, retirement funds, are vested within that board. In case of any incident and the liability that would accrue from that. I'll move on, Madam Speaker, if I may. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House how many new applications the board has received since the change in criteria for the Joes Hill Manor project, and how many homes have been sold to date, and how many remain unsold?
I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, following a change in the eligibility criteria which took effect from 9 June 2023, the Social Security Board has received 30 applications as of 31st August 2023. To date, 2 homes have been sold. A total of 50 homes remain unsold, and 8 applicants are presently in negotiations with the bank. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And so actually, people are actually living there.
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
Okay. All right. So I know one of the criteria, Madam Speaker, that was supposed to be in place was there was supposed to be certain covenants and certain homeowner association requirements for persons who are living on the property, on the compound. Can the Minister tell this Honorable House if those things are in place for the now residents of the Joes Hill Manor?
Madam Speaker, I cannot be certain, but I think they are in place. It is a covenanted property, so it should be in place, but I will confirm that.
Thank you, Minister. And once you confirm, can you share that with this Honorable House, please?
Absolutely.
Question number 4. It's 4? Yeah, 4. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please give this Honorable House a detailed cost breakdown for the Joes Hill Manor project, including hard and soft costs as of 1st September 2023.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Outlined in Table 1 is the listing of all costs for the Joes Hill Manor estate as of 31st August 2023, which totals to $26,906,955.65. And I'll give the breakdown for the record, Madam Speaker. Contractor, $23,407,036.18. Land, $1,129,000. Architectural and design, $630,767. National Sewage Project, $514,489.74. Project Manager, $417,000. Insurance, $277,147.62. JL Development, $185,000. Landscaping, $109,662,000. $109,662.07. Legal and survey, $52,582.50. Booster pump, $37,124.05. Subdivision, $32,045. Appraisals, $28,950. Irrigation system, $24,221.51. Security, $15,753.40. Water connections, $14,297.52. Cleaning, $10,788.33. Miscellaneous, $9,805.54. Marketing, $3,985. Wages, $3,141.60. Enhancements to the entrance, $2,250. Utilities, $1,908.59, for a grand total of $26,906,955.65. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. 26, that's million with an M, right? Okay. $1 million. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister, my first follow-up, with the investment, and that's what we should call it. The fund is not, it's not government, it's an investment. The fund is expecting to take over and make a profit from this money that is being spent. What is and the fact that you have two houses have been sold, you have 50 remaining, you have 8 in negotiations, and you have 42. If those 8 negotiations, let's be optimistic, all 8 of them qualify and are able to purchase the homes, you still have 42 homes left. It shows that the criteria for qualifying is steep for persons. What is the fund doing, or what is the ministry's policy to ensure that we get persons in homes up in the Joes Hill manner? In particular, you have persons who are paying rent in the amount that will qualify for the loan, but they don't have the deposit, or they don't have the savings to be able to get into the homes, or they haven't built the credit worthiness at a time to get this done. Is the ministry or the government have any policy to buy out the remaining asset, let the fund move on, and then let the government try to get persons in those homes, whether it's through a rent-to-home, rent-to-own program, or to help persons to acquire the initial startup capital needed to get in those homes? Is there any plans of the sort to try to get persons, Virgin Islanders, who are desirous of owning a home into one of those homes in the Joes Hill manner?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member asked a very profound set of questions there that we have to really dissect. This project was envisioned, I believe, somewhere around 2015, 2016. It took a while to get a project moving. So, and persons as BVI landlords, we know we all want to own our homes. That's what BVI is all about: own some land, own a home. It was never envisioned that a project would see what is happening now. When the project first started, Madam Speaker, we had about 650 applicants. 650. That was back in 2016, long before my time. When the project was about completed and those persons were invited, then they were, some were eliminated. When the persons were asked to come down to, come to the Lingis, let's see what you're made out of. It was shocking to all of us how many, that none of them actually really qualified. For various reasons. You may say it was a combination of reasons. Persons didn't actually have savings. Some who had savings didn't have credit. Who had saved and had credit couldn't qualify for the amount of money for some of them. We are back at the drawing board, and that's why I guess the criteria was changed to be a little more inclusive, because we were targeting first-time homeowners at a period in time. Those young professionals between 20 and 34 was the target. We are a place now where the project is completed, but they're not sold. We are hoping to see more persons come forward who might qualify, first-time homeowners preferably. We have to give it a little time, Madam Speaker. However, we can't wait forever, because the asset as it sits idle and vacant will deteriorate. So we have to come back to the drawing board, all of us, not my problem alone. It's all of our problem here now, to figure out, as a government, how do we help our people own those houses up there? How? Is your suggestion the correct one? Should government then buy them up in Social Security and send them back to do what they're mandated to do, look after our Social Security and so forth, and then rent to own, lease, whatever it is we choose to do? Is that where we want to go? Is that a conversation that we need to have sooner rather than later? I don't have the answers. I do not. I'm kind of lost like everybody as to what we should do. So member, we could sit together and brainstorm. You are a finance person, IT person, and let's figure out how we can get our people in those homes as quickly as possible for Christmas. Let's give our people a Christmas gift. Let's figure it out. Let's figure out how to get them in there. I don't mean a gift, but let's make sure, let's see if we can get them in there, not for free, but let's see what we can do as a government to facilitate persons owning these homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Minister, and I've given my suggestion, Minister, and the reality is that if person, you've changed the criteria and person hasn't come forward, they may come in again. So it suggests that there's some deeper underlying issues there that we need to, and I believe, and I've said to you privately, I'm saying it in this house just now, and I'll say it again, that government needs to buy back that asset from Social Security, deal with the asset, and figure the longer it sits, it's going to be a huge liability or arbitrage around the necks of the pensioners of this country, who now have $26 million that could be invested for their retirement sitting on a hillside. That should not be the plight of the Social Security Board. We need to take that asset as a government from the board, give them back their money, and figure out how to get the persons in the Virgin Islands into those homes. I've given some suggestions, and I'm happy, Minister, to work with you to get people into those homes.
Speaker, the government made a statement that I don't appreciate at all, to say that we have the pensioners' money sitting on a hill. You guys are very misleading statement to make, and people have heard similar things. Social Security money is invested for pensioners, but it's not direct pensioners' money. The average person gets a lot more out of Social Security than they put in. So to loosely say that $26 million of pensioners' money is sitting up there is grossly misleading, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Minister, I don't know. I don't understand. Minister, Madam Speaker, you just read an answer to a question, said that it's $26.9 million that was spent on this project. The money came from the Social Security Board's fund. It is up there on the hillside, ain't owning a red cent. So it's pensioners' money sitting on a hill, not accruing any kind of interest. The quicker that we don't get the asset away from Social Security and the government manage that asset, the way that the fund can move forward and invest the pensioners' money, so that when I retire, you closer to me. I got a long way to go. I want to make sure there's some kind of money there when I do retire, to be able to get from the fund of $26 million that sit on a hill. That can be helpful to the pensioners. So we have to find a way, Minister. And I think it's the pensioners' money that's sitting on a hill, $26 million.
Honorable,
no
I think you made your point.
Yeah, I have to reinforce. People listening. Well,
Honorable, does that conclude your questions?
that's your view. Madam Speaker, can I ask the minister if he's ready?
No, I thought you were going to wrap up.
No, I'm done with the minister. Yeah, that's my friend.
What do you mean done?
What do you mean you're done? The minister and I are both members from the East, so we share a border together. So I want to thank the minister for his very comprehensive answers to the question, for his advance of sharing with the notes as well. Minister, I thank you for that. I was able to get the data to answer a follow-up, and I look forward to further discussion with you on this matter in due course. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I now call on the member for the 8th District to ask the Honorable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports his questions.
Just a cap, just the total, subtotal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please give this Honorable House the following? A detailed breakdown of the maintenance works that were conducted on the Willow Whitley and Francis Letson Primary School, inclusive of costs of said work and who conducted the work over the past 4 months. And B, also advise how the contractors were selected to perform said works.
Madam Speaker, routine maintenance works, which included plumbing repairs, removal of debris, and the landscaping of grounds, were carried out by the maintenance team in the Ministry of Education on both the Willard Whitley and the Francis Letson Primary Schools for the period May through August 2023. Madam Speaker, the maintenance team was also charged with painting the classrooms at the Willard Whitley Primary School. I have been informed that the cost of supplies for the works is incorporated in a bulk purchase of paint and plumbing supplies across schools in the territory, so it would be difficult to say the amount spent on each school. Madam Speaker, in addition to the aforementioned works, There is a contract in place to provide sewage treatment at both the Willard Whitley and Francis Letson primary schools. The service provider is BioSafe, and they were paid the sum of $4,620 per school for the period May through August 2023. Madam Speaker, there are some additional works ongoing at the Francis Letson Primary School, which includes the installation of playground equipment and a basketball court for student recreation. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to say the recreational facilities were donated by Unite BVI, a private donor in the Virgin Islands, who continues to support the development of the Francis Letson Primary School. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if I got the Willard Whitley aspect of it, or maybe Minister, I probably was distracted and probably missed the Willard Whitley. If you mentioned anything about Willard Whitley, just repeat, please, Minister, if you don't mind.
Madam Speaker, in relation to the Willard Whitley Primary School, maintenance works were done, including plumbing repairs, removal of debris, and the landscaping of grounds were carried out. I can also further emphasize that additional works are to be carried out at the Willard Whitley Primary School. These works include repairs to the roof, upgrading of the electrical services, replacement of some air conditioning units, and the renovation of the restrooms. Madam Speaker, I have to admit that I am not pleased with the pace of the execution of works since this Honorable House provided funding in SAP number 2 in July. It was my hope that the works would have been completed in time for the start of the school year. However, it is the intention of the ministry, though delayed, to ensure that this work is completed. I have therefore requested an implementation plan from my team regarding this. Madam Speaker, in June, I personally visited every single public school in the territory, after which I communicated complete dissatisfaction to my team regarding the safety and the state of our schools. I remember expressly telling my team that I can't unsee what I have seen, and so, Madam Speaker, I want to assure the member and this Honorable House that it is my intention and that of the ministry to ensure that the Willard Whitley Primary School gets its due attention to ensure that the teachers and students are operating in a safe and conducive learning environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker, Minister, for repeating. I did miss that aspect about Willard Whitley. But Minister, you know you and I work well together, and you know I have a specific concern, and I'll ask this question concerning the Willard Whitley Primary School. I do not see, Minister, how that school could open on Monday, based on what I saw yesterday when I went there to do my walkthrough. And this is not about embarrassing anyone, about any or calling anyone else. It's about just the safety of the students and the due care of the teachers who have to work within an environment. With the heat that we have to endure, only one air conditioned unit is working in that facility. I went into the male bathroom. One urinal is working in the male bathroom. I went to the female bathroom, I had to turn back. The playground equipment and space where the kids have to eat and play, they cannot play in that area or eat in that area. It is not sanitary, and we need to figure out how to get that addressed before we put the gems of our community in that facility. Absent, I'm willing, Minister, if we have to work over the weekend to clean that place and paint it and do what we have to do to get that space up to an inhabitable place where our kids could go and eat and play. They cannot play on that playground equipment, nor can they eat in that space that is there currently, the way that it is right now that I saw yesterday. And I wouldn't advise anyone to go and take the kids in that space in that current condition. And overall, just the untidiness of the exterior of the building is unbecoming, Minister. We have to find a way to get this done ASAP before we put our students back into that facility the way it is right now.
Madam Speaker, to respond to the member, I hear his concerns, and as I've stated, Willard Whitley is one of the schools that is of high priority of the Ministry of Education. I will seek to receive an update in the morning from the team regarding the current look of the facility and the readiness for the school year. Safety is extremely important to me. I believe since I've taken this seat, I've tried to take as much strides as possible to get our schools up to par Of course, given when the SEP came to the House, the funding allocation would have come at a very late stage. However, I offer no excuses. Schools are under the purview of the ministry, and I will seek to do whatever we can. Of course, we have some weather coming in on the weekend as well. So with all of that in mind, I will speak with my team and see what is practical and possible over the next few days, and a decision will be made on the opening of school. But rest assured that if it is unsafe, we will do whatever we can to get it up to par before we allow students in. Of course, I want you to understand as well that some of it would have to take place over a phased approach, but we will work assiduously to get it rectified.
I appreciate your comment, Minister, and I appreciate your efforts. But we will work together to get this done, Minister. I know there's also a concern in terms of rodents and insects. I think we need to have extermination added to that list, as well as there's a kitchen for the teachers that needs to be done as well. So we need to ensure that the teachers and the students have a space where they could do what they need to do within that facility. So I will work with you offline and we'll talk about this, because I believe that school needs some more attention than what I've seen, and I'm really disheartened by where we are right now, and I'm hopeful that we can work to get us to where we need to be. I have no further follow-up, Madam Speaker, on this. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs, Sports please give this Honorable House the following: A detailed breakdown of the monies owed to the Beaver Electricity Corporation by central government and all statutory entities under her purview as Minister, and B, of the amount owed, what is the plan to pay off the outstanding balance? Minister, I profusely ask your apology, because I don't want to be called a word that I was called in this house, which I'm not.
Madam Speaker, to answer the member's question, I am advised that a total of $140,473.17 is owed to the BVI Electricity Corporation by the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports, and its departments and statutory agencies. Madam Speaker, a table is attached with a detailed breakdown of the monies owed to the BVI Electricity Corporation. Member, it is here for your viewing, unless you want me to read out the figures.
Just the ones for, not the one for the trust is what I'm more concerned.
Okay, so I'll go to that. Madam Speaker, I am advised that the electricity bills for the ministry and its schools outlined are paid through Telephone Services Management Unit on behalf of the ministry after verification of billing is received from the BVI Electricity Corporation. I am further advised that the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports has the sufficient budget allocation to cover the outstanding electricity bills. Once TSMU is satisfied with the charges, the outstanding bills will be paid and charged to the ministry's account. Madam Speaker, in regards to the Recreation Trust, I have been informed that in July 2021, the Trust entered into an agreement with BVI Electricity Corporation to pay $3,000 per month until the balances are paid. Madam Speaker, I have been informed that the Recreation Trust has increased the amount to $5,000 monthly and has been meeting its obligations. Therefore, the Recreation Trust, based on their second quarter report, should have sufficient funding allocation to meet its electricity bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. So you're saying that the trust should be up to date in terms of its facilities and the costs in terms of the bills? That's true. That's an amazing turn of events.
It certainly is, Madam Speaker. As stated, the trust had an outstanding amount of let me read what I'm saying. The Recreation Trust has an outstanding balance only currently for the Greenland Field, totaling $43,427.89. This is as a result of an accumulation of bills for over a period of years, which previously totaled $164,667.61 for the multipurpose sports complex since 2011 and the Greenland Field since 2012. However, as stated, this outstanding balance is now 74% defrayed.
Thank you, Minister. That's good news. That's good to hear that we're getting that managed in a better way now. Minister, can I also ask, is there any plans? I know there were discussions previously to have the facilities, particularly the multipurpose complex and other facilities, solar, in terms of solar to be able to power the AC systems and the lights and so forth, based on the roof structure. Is there still plans to move in that direction to turn most of those facilities green, since we don't really collect much revenue from those facilities and they burn a lot of electricity to service the population and our young people as well?
Speaker, the ministry is still very much committed to ensuring that that happens, of course, because we are ensuring that we have smart facilities and green facilities. Of course, currently, we would need a funding requirement in order to support recreational facilities. As stated yesterday, on Tuesday, we only had a very small amount of money for recreational facilities this budget cycle, and I'm hoping that with the support of members, we'll be able to have its due share so that the Recreation Trust as well as the ministry can move forward with the plans mentioned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I have no further question, Minister, and I thank you for the responses and your forthright and honest and candid response to my questions. And I look forward to us having a more detailed discussion on the Willow Willie Primary School and how we can move forward to ensure that a safe, clean, and conducive environment is provided for the students and the teachers of that institution. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll take a recess until 7 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business. 1, government business.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Act 2023.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Procedure Amendment Act 2023 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Act 2023. I will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Act 2023 be now read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
Thank you. Honorable member, been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Act 2023 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
Act 2023.
On the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a motion that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Jury Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Jury Amendment Bill 2023 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Jury Amendment Bill 2023. I will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Jury Amendment Bill 2023 be now read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Jury Amendment Bill 2023 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Jury Amendment Act 2023.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to reorder the order paper. I am asking that under 8 public business, 1 government business, Roman numeral 3, that we place the second and third reading for the Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2023, and that the current Roman numeral 3, which is the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2023, second and third reading, become Roman numeral 4. So we're essentially just switching Roman numeral 3 and 4. So I'll just repeat that for clarity. Under 8.1 Roman numeral 3, we have the Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2023. And Roman numeral 4, we have the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2023.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the reordering of the order paper. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order paper has been reordered as so moved. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2023 be read a second time. I'll now read the objects and reasons. But just for clarity, Madam Speaker, persons may be wondering why we switched the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act and the Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2023. It is because we are shifting or transitioning the shipping registry, which is currently a department, into a statutory body. And once we do that, we will have to amend the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act, which gives certain powers to the department. We would have to give those powers now to the authority. So really one should be done before the other. Madam Speaker, shipping has been in the veins of Virgin Islanders for as far back in time as we can recollect. At times we think of it as boating, and because our sailboats were small, we think we were boating and not shipping. But those were the ships of the time. Those were the vessels that were transporting cargo up and down the Caribbean chain. And we built our own vessels and captained and crewed our own vessels. We were not only fish and farm folk. We were in the shipping business, and we still have BVI families in those businesses. Families like the Chalwells, the Stouts, the Hodges, the Frets, the Maduros, the Georges, the Foys, and the Smiths, among others. Commercial vessels trading into foreign ports require registration to give the vessel a title, a name, and a unique number similar to what a passport does for an individual. In addition, if that vessel wishes to trade commercially and into foreign ports, the vessel requires various certificates to verify the vessel's safety and seaworthiness, and to confirm that the crew is properly trained and certified to operate the vessel. These standards are international standards agreed by member nations at the International Maritime Organization and extended into member nations through national legislation. As maritime nations, we are mandated to comply with these standards as we have agreed via the International Maritime Conventions, SOLAS, the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, MARPOL, the Marine Pollution Convention, and the MLC, the Maritime Labor Convention, among others. These conventions have been extended to the BVI, allowing us to participate in maritime trade and commerce at the very same level of any other maritime nation. We have, however, not just started at this. We are not brand new, as the young people would say. The oldest records that we have available and intact indicates that in 1935, the following was recorded on the BVI Ships Register, making this vessel a British ship. Aina A, a 27-foot, 4.3-ton vessel built in 1929 by Claremont Davies, my great-grandfather, of East End, was registered under the ownership of Benjamin Romney of West End Tortola, former member's grandfather. The record indicates that Mr. Romney bought the vessel from a Dutch citizen in St. Thomas, which indicates that we were not only building boats, but we were exporting boats. The BVI Ships Register was under the Customs Department from 1935 to 1974, then moved to the Ministry of Communications and Works under the Ports and Marine Services Department, until the Ports Department became an authority. Then the function transitioned to central government under the Ministry of Communications and Works, later to the Financial Services Commission, and then back again to government, finally residing under the Premier's office today. During that time period, the BVI established a maritime administration responsible for the implementation of the various conventions in BVI waters and on BVI ships, wherever they may be. By this time, the BVI was established as a UK Category 2 register, capable of registering commercial vessels up to 150 gross tons, and recreational vessels up to 400 gross tons. Our growth and advancement continued, and in 2015, BVI's register was upgraded to a Cat 1 unrestricted register. Again today, we propose an additional improvement to our register and maritime administration by establishing the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry as a Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority. The BVI continues to grow and advance, and as markets and commercial environments change, we too must change in order to remain compliant, to remain conversant, to remain relevant, and at times to remain competitive. The government of the Virgin Islands seeks to diversify the direct government revenue sources, as well as the direct revenue sources into the BVI economy. Both opportunity presents itself for the BVI to further develop and advance its ship register and administration to both of the above. Improve direct revenues to government and to improve direct revenues into the economy by stimulating activity in the subsector. There is the opportunity to leverage the symbiotic relationship between the flag and the company registry to improve the use of BVI companies for shipping companies and ship operations, alongside the utilization of the flag of the Virgin Islands on ships trading globally. Our BVI company structures are proven to support business globally, and our flag and maritime administration can also support ships trading globally. Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, on behalf of the BVI, is a member of the UK Red Ensign Group of flags supported by the quality standards agreed across the group, resulting in the stellar reputation of the Red Ensign Group as a quality flag. We have worked over the years to build the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to an equal member of the Red Ensign Cat 1 group, each of which enjoys success in the chosen area of focus. The department is now poised and positioned to serve the BVI in a slightly different way, to enjoy similar success of its Red Ensign siblings, the Maritime Administration of the Cayman Islands, the Bermuda Shipping and Maritime Authority, the Isle of Man Shipping Registry, and the Gibraltar Maritime Administration, and to support the establishment of those successes throughout the various subsectors of the BVI economy. The industry is very competitive, not only within the Red Enzyme Group, but the Red Enzyme Group competes with non-UK flags for business as well. Statistics show that world trade in vessels have steadily increased from 750 million deadweight tons in 2000 to 2.18 billion deadweight tons in 2022. That growth trend remains steady, which means that the number of ships available for registration in the market continues to grow. As the UK group of flags competes for that business, BVI must play a role and uphold our end of the bargain if we expect to reap the benefits. Benefits which include improved revenues to government, diversification of business opportunities and revenues within the BVI government, additional career opportunities for BVI landers onshore and offshore within the maritime space, and just as important, these avenues establish additional pathways for revenues to flow from offshore, onshore into the BVI. To achieve this, however, we first have to recognize that in order for the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to establish and maintain this role as a reputable competitor within the various spaces, the department must maintain various international standards, including those embedded within the III Code. They must be ISO 9001 compliant. They must perform exceptionally and efficiently. The department must be responsive, competitive, agile, flexible when required, and aggressive within the market sectors. The Virgin Islands Shipping Registry must be accessible globally and have a surveyor network capable and positioned to support vessels globally. The Virgin Islands Shipping Registry must be able to manage its affairs and conduct its business in a manner that allows it to become self-sustaining. The reality is that within the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry is embodied a business function competing on a global scale, and it therefore needs to function with the capability and efficiency of a business. This is a structure that has, this structure has been achieved, accepted, and reflected within all other successful flags. This is the reason why today we place the Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2021 before the House for consideration to transition the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry from the status as a government department to body corporate in accordance with Section 21 of the Interpretation Act. There are two bills before us for consideration today. The Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2021, which essentially addresses the legal matters and provisions to create the Maritime Authority and to transition the shipping registry into that authority. The bill establishes the authority and assigns its principal functions, which include survey, documentation, and certification of ships in accordance with the Maritime Conventions. It is important to note that these ships that we are referring to will be BVI ships that become BVI ships by registering with the Maritime Authority. BVI ships mean that they fly the flag of the BVI, have either Road Harbor, Garda Sound, or White Bay on their stern, below the name indicating their port of registry. These ships are not necessarily in BVI waters, but these are ships trading all over the world that our Maritime Administration will be responsible for surveying and certifying. That is how the administration makes revenue, not by imposing fees internally, but by competing with other flags for international business and bringing revenue and other ship business support functions into the BVI. This includes having a survey presence globally to support ships wherever they may be and need surveying. We have discovered over the years that this overall function does not thrive within the public administrative structure. Other countries have already discovered this and have established maritime authorities to keep pace and to be competitive. The Maritime Authority is also responsible for port state control and the detention of ships. That involves inspecting foreign ships for compliance when in BVI waters, and responsible also for maintaining safe and accurate charts of BVI waters in conjunction with the UK Hydrographic Office. Other key functions include issuance of safety notices, promoting the BVI as an international shipping center, advising the government on maritime policy, liaison with the UK on maritime matters, collection of its own fees to fund its operations, and representing the Virgin Islands at international fora related to maritime affairs. These are things we do not hear about regularly, but these are things that other countries are actively participating in to expand their maritime prowess and secure their maritime environments. We are now taking this step to solidify our foundation in this arena so that we can compete and build and improve our chances of success. The bill goes on to establish the board of the authority and details the competencies required of the board, the finances of the authority, appointment of managing director and other staff, and administrative transition matters. The second of the two bills, the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2022, makes legal adjustments necessary for the transition of responsibilities and appointments for Virgin Islands Shipping Registry under the existing Merchant Shipping Act 2001 to the Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority. The Merchant Shipping Act is the primary maritime legislation which embodies and authorizes most of the BVI's maritime regulatory functions and includes registrations of ships, certification of ships, the REX functions, and the maritime enforcement provisions. The Virgin Islands Shipping Registry is the authorized agency under the Merchant Shipping Act, and this Amendment Act will authorize the authority in place of the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. Further, it gives the authority powers to appoint the director, surveyors, and the registrar of ships, as these are statutory positions performing functions which relate to ships trading into foreign countries. The person in these positions must be formally and properly appointed. The amendment further devolves the superintendents for matters related to merchant shipping and seamen from the minister to the authority, and the minister will have oversight, allowing the Maritime Authority an additional breadth of authority to handle these matters. Finally, the Amendment Act proposes to add a responsibility for the III Code Steering Committee to the Maritime Advisory Board established under Section 4 of the Merchant Shipping Act. The steering committee is a requirement under the III Code, and its absence from the BVI maritime infrastructure created some challenges during the recent MCA and III Code audits, resulting in a finding. Our corrective action requires the establishment of a steering committee, and although our interim arrangement with the PS in the Premier's Ministry Office now chairs a committee of key stakeholders performing the steering committee function, has been accepted by the MCA, the steering committee must be established to close out this finding. The Amendment Act addresses this matter. The BVI continues to identify areas for growth and improvement and to address matters relating to our standing in the international community and our regional and international compliance. The advancement of the BVI flag has long been seen as a potential area for growth and broad economic contribution into the BVI. This proposal to develop the Virgin Islands Maritime Authority is the key step in the success path of this initiative, and we expect that what was once the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry will now excel and represent the BVI as a notable and significant flag on the oceans of the world. And I'll just close off by saying, Madam Speaker, I'll just reiterate something that was mentioned in my final paragraph. I've been around this house for a short time, just over 4 years. But I know even long before I was here, there have been talks about our shipping registry and attracting more tonnage and becoming more successful and being a bit more competitive with some of our peers in the region like Cayman and Bermuda. We can take a huge step in that direction by transitioning this shipping registry to a maritime authority. As I mentioned before, every single one of our peers who are category 1 in the red enzyme group have authorities. They are statutory boards as opposed to departments of government, and that has to do with the nimbleness, the responsiveness, the agility to be able to do what needs to be done quickly and to have the authority to be able to do so. And I also want to salute, Madam Speaker, the director of the shipping registry, Mr. John Samuel, who has been there for a short time, but in that short time, I have heard him articulate a very clear vision of where this maritime, soon-to-be maritime authority can go, and I salute him for the vision, and I support the vision which he has delineated and outlined, because of course we know that this shipping registry that we have has tremendous potential to bring in revenue to the country, similar to the way that we have with our BVI companies, similar to the way that we have with our BVI companies. And similarly to how we support the financial services industry, we must also be willing to pass legislation that will allow BVI flagships to have certain incentives and certain benefits that will attract them to our jurisdiction to be able to register as a BVI flag vessel. And as long as I'm in the position, I certainly will be very helpful and supportive of the efforts to provide incentives and benefits to BVI flag vessels, and of course the concept that we are also exploring is vessels which are owned by BVI companies. So having said that, Madam Speaker, I look forward to my colleagues' full support on this bill. As I said before, this is we need to be able to transition this effort of bipartisanship. This bipartisanship that we've displayed, or not even just bipartisanship, but multi-partisanship that we have had as it pertains to financial services, transition that to our efforts to build our shipping registry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a second?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion. And I reserve my time to speak a little later.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. I call on the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're very optimistic people, especially the opposition. We come here and the government brings these bills before us with all the glory and the glow, and we buy into it. And tell us that if we pass this piece of legislation, neither us nor our constituents will have to worry ever. I could bring up one piece of legislation to mind where they tell us that if the body goes statutory, the hemorrhaging would stop. And here we are 2-3 years later and the body hasn't gone statutory yet. The Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, Madam Speaker, I have a history with Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. And that history goes a long way back. I was a minister in 2001 when the red ensign was authorized for Virgin Islands Shipping. And it doesn't, I'm not saying that to say that this initiative isn't going anywhere. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I have been a long believer in potential for the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, just as I have been for the aircraft registry, which is something that I too ushered in with the hope that we can emulate in some way, hopefully not a small way, but even medium to large way,
what the BVI business companies has done. It's a compliment to the people who register companies in the territory. We were hoping that shipping registry and aircraft registry would be a compliment to those companies. A company comes to the British Virgin Islands to register, and they have somewhat of a one-stop shop where they can register, the corporation can register their aircraft here, and they can register their yachts and what have you, those expensive yachts. So I listened to the director of the BVI Shipping Registry here when he came to us the last time in Standing Finance, and he explained that the difficulties that he has when he tried to get to conduct business overseas. If he wants to contract an agency, he has to go through a mini bidding process because he doesn't have the resources available to him in a manner that he can commit the Virgin Islands to whatever contract he wants to enter to. He has to go through the Ministry of Finance, which of course, you know, when you're going through the Ministry of Finance for money, it's like having to brush the teeth of an elephant. And that could be a bit of challenging. Got to get the elephant to lay down, and you got to beg him to open his mouth. By that time, even a fly don't want to be around. So I am hoping that, with the onset, Madam Speaker, this particular piece of legislation, I'm prepared to support. But I am hoping that the stumbling blocks that normally find themselves in the way doesn't present themselves after we pass this bill, and that there's a speedy transition. And that's why I think that we ought to write it into the bill as to when this thing should come into force, as opposed to just leaving it up to say, well, this bill comes into force when the minister decides. We need to have some timeline when we pass this piece of legislation this evening, Madam Speaker, as to when it should come into force. And I think that we could learn a lot more. We have to get a lot more details tonight from the shipping registry as to what their plans are going forward. I don't want for, after we pass this piece of legislation and the authorities established, you have a board now that gets in the way between what the director wants to do and what he needs to do. The board gets into the way. So we need to have some clear guidelines going forward for making this thing work. Now, I know we're up against, not every jurisdiction are ideal for every industry. God knows that everyone has tried to emulate us with our financial services. They haven't succeeded, and they can't figure it out. Can't figure out why they haven't succeeded. Because as far as they're concerned, it's simple. Establish legislation, advertise, and people will come. But I learned in economics a long time ago. Spain is successful in growing grapes and making wine. The United Kingdom tried, it doesn't work. You go and grow your beets and produce sugar. That's what you're good for. That's what people will patronize you for. But that doesn't mean that our shipping registry shouldn't work hard to compete against the Caymans of the world. They don't have a thing that we don't have. Nothing they don't have that they have, we don't have. And all it takes is a competitive spirit, know-how. You want to do it, you go ahead and do it. You have all the support that you need from this House. You will notice tonight that the opposition will be lock stock with the government as far as this particular piece of legislation is concerned. And if you're looking around right now, you see we have the majority over here tonight. So the bill will be in our hands. Watch them show up later. No, they're gonna start showing up. They're gonna start showing up. But I am sincere in what I'm saying as far as the particular bill is concerned, and I wish that we get it on fast, as quickly as possible, and you have my full support.
Thank you, Honorable. I call on the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too, like the member for the third, been around here for a little while when this bill was introduced, the Merchant Shipping Act. And I noticed when the Premier was giving the objects and reason of the Merchant Shipping Authority Act, that he commingled both in his objects and reasons. I don't know if that was deliberate. But, Madam Speaker, I don't have any real objection to what the government is proposing. But I know, based on my experience, there was some stuff in the act itself that needs some explanation to me. Madam Speaker, we have formed many authorities in this country. And whenever you form them, you try to, the one you formed last, you try to make it better than the one that went before. So it's important that we look in the clauses of this Merchant Shipping Authority Act to make sure that the mistakes we made in the past, we don't make them again. I know we're gonna make new mistakes. Don't get me wrong, I know nothing is perfect. Madam Speaker, the first thing I see, and the Premier always mentioned it, we call it Premier colonial thing. And the first thing in the document is the governor by proclamation. And in the past, we have been erasing this stuff from most legislation, minister by a date to be appointed. So there was stuff like this that bothers me, make me think that we're not thinking. And if we had an informal meeting on this act, we probably could have gotten rid of a lot of this stuff. But since it's here and the public already had their first look at it, some of the things, Madam Speaker, I will point out. So the first point is we're creating an authority to make sure that we make monies by registering ships around the globe. And we want to do it as effectively and efficiently as we possibly can. So the way to do that, Madam Speaker, is to, as the Deputy Premier said, make an organization that is nimble and can respond to the needs of the international marketplace. But Madam Speaker, I don't want us to respond to the international marketplace and leave our people behind. As the Premier mentioned, our people were boat builders. Our people are maritime people. Do not make laws for governing international things and leave our people behind. Because that's what we do on a lot of instances. And when we get 100, 200 yards up the road, we realize that our people back there can't make it because they don't have the resources, they don't have the equipment to do it. So I want us to understand that we need to create an authority that looks at both issues and try to balance them off. I know some you can't. There is quite a bit that you can. So, Madam Speaker, we're going to create a 5 to 7 member board to manage the affairs of the authority. And that 5 to 7 member board, it doesn't say who appoints them, but how they are selected. And again, in the past, we had it selected by different methods, where the premier select one, two, and the leader of opposition get one, the governor get one, and somebody else, the cabinet get three. You know, those kind of stuff needs to be in there so that you have a cross-section of people to manage your affairs. And let's put people who have an understanding of the maritime industry and who are willing to make it work. And not just put people on for body's sake, you know. So, Madam Speaker, that's one of the things. It just says that there be a 5 or 7 member board, and it says who they should be. They should be people from the maritime affairs, industry, commerce, transportation, finance, law, government, or administration, and one non-voting member, which should be the director, should not vote. I have a problem with stuff like that. You're asking somebody as the director to manage your whole affairs. He knows everything that you don't know, but you tell him he cannot cast a vote. He needs to put his money where his mouth is and vote, you know. So those things were things of the past. If you want to build an effective and efficient system, we have to change it. Madam Speaker, we have the delegation of powers in the Act number 10, immunity from prosecution and confidentiality. Madam Speaker, delegation of powers, this thing says, subject to this act, the board may, with the approval of the minister, delegate to the director, to a committee, to the powers of the authority. I think you're making a mistake. I think for one minister, not with the approval of cabinet, to do those kind of stuff, we're going backward again. You know, we're going backward if we do that. Madam Speaker, the managing director, we have the managing director shall, with the approval of cabinet, appoint a the board shall, with the approval of cabinet, appoint a managing director. That's the point I was trying to. Here you have the cabinet. The board is going to select somebody, but it must have the cabinet approval. So we know we all are walking lockstep, going in the same direction. So that is what I'm talking about when I say the minister part of it. Madam Speaker, the financial year. Again, these are stuff that we formed statutory board. We had the electricity, social security, financial services, ports authority. And it's good that we form these things because what it says to us that we are graduating. We are not relying on the government civil service system to fully manage the affairs of our country. Yes, they must have rules and regulations inside these authorities to do what's good and right so that they can make all of us feel proud. But I don't think the financial year of these authorities should be the same time when the government is doing its budget. It says that the financial year ended 31st of December. Again, you know, I like to go back into the corporate world. You know, budgets, it's April, June, July. So you get information from these statutory authorities. When government doing their budget at the end of the year, all of the information, because it also spells out here that excess monies in the authority will also go into the government consolidated funds. So it says that this financial year, need a bit of adjustment. Now, it might be the government might know exactly why they're doing it this way. I really don't know. But I know in the past, you've gone away from the government financial year. Madam Speaker, the funds of the authority, again, you know, it makes its monies and it's deposited in its own bank account, in any excess, including losses that they had the previous year. Including losses they had for the previous year. Whatever is left over, a percentage of it is given to the consolidated fund, which is right. I don't have an objection to that. So, but Madam Speaker, let me see if I can get to the accounts and audit. It's a little confusing to me. I know most statutory boards, the final arbiter is the Auditor General. But for these statutory boards, she allows the statutory boards to appoint, and she approves, or he approves, and the audit company to do the work. And those are the things that makes stuff like this more transparent to the rest of the world. It has the accounts of the authority shall be audited by the Auditor General or such other auditor as may be appointed annually by the Auditor General. And then it goes on here, a person shall not be qualified for appointment of an auditor under subsection 2 unless the auditor is a public accountant. Public accountant, that has a specific meaning. Am I wrong? I know I'm not wrong. You have public accountants which are US based, but you have certified accountants. They're two different. I don't know if you mean public accountant as a certification, or it means as just an accountant. Huh? A CPA, they call it public accountant, yeah. Or a CPA, it needs to be some auditor registered, something. It needs to be more defined before somebody misinterprets it like I did. Madam Speaker, laying of the annual reports, or getting the annual reports. You know, if these things are so important, the audit reports, the audit report, the general report from the authority needs to be laid in the House to make it a public document. And the provision that is made here is too general. It doesn't be as specific as it should be. And if we want to run a good railroad, we need to make it, 6 months or 3 months, I don't know about the time, because the cabinet needs to look at it, and it needs to be laid at the table of the House within a 6-month period or something. So some of this stuff needs to be tightened up before the COI come and tell you to do it. Before the COI come and tell you to do it. And my last couple of points, Madam Speaker. There is another provision here again that says Power and Amend Schedule 31, right? Clause Section 31 or Clause 31. The minister may amend schedules. Again, this is old wording. Minister with approval of cabinet may amend the schedules and they gazette it. Because you get a minister like me who will go and amend the schedule and gazette it. That's not what you're looking for, no? You're looking for more responsible, yeah. So the minister with cabinet approval amend the schedules. I think this is my last point, Madam Speaker. It says here the tenure of office of directors, appointment of chairperson and officers. It says the minister shall appoint from among the directors the chairperson and the deputy chairperson, and the director shall select one of the members of the board as a secretary. That's not what you want to do, no? Madam Speaker, that's what we want to do? You want me to read it again? The minister shall appoint from among the directors a chairperson, a deputy chairperson, and the director shall select one of the members of the board as a secretary. I don't think that's what your intention there, but I guess when we get into the committee stage, you will make your adjustment. And tenure of office of directors, 2(1). It says subject to subparagraph 2, a director shall hold office on such condition and for such term as the minister may determine. You know, these things. So, Madam Speaker, just my cursory look at the thing. Yes, the object, what you're trying to achieve is, I don't have a problem with it. It's just that how it's, the wording inside the document needs some adjustment in my mind in order for us to have a very efficient and effective authority moving forward. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? Yes, I call Honorable Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And while we're well into the night, I think that this bill has great potential, and I would not have wanted to miss the opportunity to speak in support of it as it is before us. Clearly, as we are in this house and understand the myriad problems facing our territory, realize that a lot of the problems that we have, not all, but a lot of the problems, Madam Speaker, will require greater and greater amounts of funding in order to be properly addressed. From situations related to crime, matters in education, healthcare, money, as a member from the 3rd might say, makes the mayor run, and money is needed. I think that this move, Madam Speaker, has the potential to help government in 2 ways: by decreasing the obligations for subventions and providing revenue to run certain functions, and also, Madam Speaker, to actually contribute to government coffers. I believe that there's tremendous potential in this maritime market. During my time at the H. Stout Community College, I've had opportunity to hear from the current head of department and other heads in that area through the years, and have been convinced that it is an area that is strategic for the British Virgin Islands to pursue. In addition to the actual registry, Madam Speaker, there are other supporting industries and activities that can benefit and impact positively the economy here in the Virgin Islands. As I mentioned, there is a program at the H. Lively Stout Community College, and while much is to be done, it does represent a starting point for some of the supporting activities. Madam Speaker, here we are again creating yet another statutory body. And I believe, Madam Speaker, I do not believe, I should say, that a statutory body is the answer for every administrative problem that government faces. That there are processes in government that impedes efficiency, that impedes effectiveness, that impedes nimbleness. And I think that any government, and I encourage us as the government and members of the House in general, that we must seek to fix government. It cannot be, Madam Speaker, that we always seek to walk around government, when in fact the responsibility is ours to ensure that government works properly. It is ours, not anyone else's. But Madam Speaker, I do believe that in this instance, that a statutory body is precisely what is needed for success in this arena. The market is competitive, Madam Speaker, and the somewhat sluggish processes of government are not fit for this purpose. Speaking specifically to Clause 7 in the proposed legislation, and I will speak on the leader for the opposition mentioned the issues, for instance, of the potential for excess funds to go back to the consolidated fund. And I see, Madam Speaker, that all statutory bodies are not the same. There are various bodies to which various powers are given. In many of the statutory instruments here in the Virgin Islands, the minister is only allowed to give general policy direction to the particular board. In this legislation, Section 7, it also says that the minister may give to the board in written form general and specific directions on matters related to finances and on matters of policy, as the minister is currently empowered to do under the current Merchant Shipping Act 2021. I point this out, Madam Speaker, because I believe the purpose for enacting this legislation, should be pass it, is to ensure that nimbleness, that marketability for this entity, but not to necessarily say to take it out of the responsibility of the hands of the minister who has charge for that subject generally. So I'm pleased to see that particular clause in there, because it ensures that, yes, while we're creating a nimble organism, the minister still has some opportunity to direct. The linkages with financial services and other industries, I think, are positives for this model. And I would even comment, as far as the leader of the opposition spoke about whom should be the secretary of the board, I would say that many organizations have gone the route of having the chief executive officer as the secretary to the board, with of course having a recording secretary to take care of those duties, but it ensures that the chief executive officer and the chairman of the board are in lockstep with respect to the activities of the board. So it may be that that model may be considered here as well. But I'll simply wrap up by saying that I fully intend to support this legislation, and I plan to be supportive in terms of relevant initiatives related to it that would increase the chances for success. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I call on the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill, the Merchant Shipping and Maritime Authority Act. Virgin Islands, okay. I want to associate myself with the comments that the Premier made. They were very eloquently put and very clear in terms of why we are moving to an authority. Like the other speakers, I also have some history with the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. As the Premier said, it was first part of the Financial Services Commission. It was also a part of BVI Finance. And in fact, we still have a working group on shipping within BVI Finance. So it is a very integral part of financial services. I have, of course, been to some of the major boat shows, and I have to confess that I have always felt a little envious when I've seen the Bermudas and the Caymans and the Isle of Man, the super yachts especially, all flagged from these countries, and BVI very much bringing up the rear. BVI has always been innovative. We have always been courageous. This is not necessarily an innovative move, but it certainly is very courageous on our part. The BVI is, in terms of our beauty, in terms of our geography, in terms of the BVI, we are the boating capital, especially the bare boating capital of the world, but in many respects, we are the boating capital of the world. You look at Nanny Key. Nanny Key is a city of boating. I don't think there's anywhere else in the Caribbean that would have that level of a facility. In the 3rd district. No, the moorings, but the Nanny Key is different. It has the kind of variety, and I'm going in the direction of what this authority will bring, and maybe I am getting ahead of myself by hoping that we would have established in the BVI a super yacht facility so that boats can, tie up and use the facilities right here in the BVI, being flagged in the BVI, and use our BVI waters. And as I said, there is the variety at Nanny Key. I'm not saying it's going to be there. There are lots of opportunities for BVI landers. And the point that the leader of the opposition made about the importance of balance between BVI business and international business is very important. The Premier started out by talking about BVI boats, the fact that we have always been in the boating business. And we certainly want to maintain that balance. And speaking of balance, we also want to make sure that our customs, our immigration, and our labor departments are in lockstep with this authority. Because too often there is a conflict in terms of those departments. You might find that the authority might be out promoting the BVI and saying, come to the BVI, come sail in the BVI, come and be flagged in the BVI. And then the customs department might say, oh, but you can only come for 7 days. Clear conflict. And it immediately puts off people. So it is important that there be this kind of discussion so that as we've been talking a lot about lockstep, and lockstep goes in many directions. but that is certainly very important. I think, let's see if there's anything else I wanted to say. I applaud the Premier, and in fact, I think we all do in this House of Assembly, for the vision of establishing this authority. Everybody's talked about the importance of being nimble and about being agile. We know that it will be necessary to establish satellite offices around the world in the way that you can't do it from a government facility or under a government department. So we have to be bold, we have to be brave. It's a facility, or the authority is one that could become very lucrative for us once we get it right. And with the director of the shipping registry and his team, I know that they will get it right, and I wish them well with this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Any other member wish to debate? Yes, I call on the Minister for Communication and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to also support this Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority. And Madam Speaker, I can't say that I've been here as all the other members spoke about being an understanding shipping registry, but I know I've dealt with them in terms of registering my boat, and I know the professionalism of the shipping registry. And Madam Speaker, I'm here in support of this department now moving into a statutory body. And Madam Speaker, what I like to see is I understand the full layout of the bill, and I see that in the bill it speaks to having a website as they go to promote the BVI. And Madam Speaker, I know that things emerge and we evolve, and I'm not sure within the bill if it should just say an official website, but whatever the additional activities should be there with whatever comes with technology should also be in the bill so that you don't have to go and do amendments. Well, Madam Speaker, I heard the leader of the opposition speak about not disenfranchising or leaving out your locals. And Madam Speaker, I think that is quite important, as we are definitely known to be the sailing capital of the world, and we're seeing an emergence of young and local boaters offering various services. And I just want to encourage the shipping registry to also do more education as to the importance of the shipping registry, getting your boat registered, and all the safety equipment and mechanisms that should be on the boat. Madam Speaker, I heard the Premier excitedly spoke about the first boat on the register as it came from, I think he said, East End. Madam Speaker, after doing some research, I saw that the second intact registry and the shipping registry, it was also done in 1935. The name of the boat was Relief L, a 23-foot, 3-ton fishing sloop. It was built in 1883 by John Reimer. And I just need to put that there on the record. Though John Reimer, he came from East End, but I mean, he carried the name John Reimer, and the boat was actually registered under the ownership of August Letsom of East End. So I might have some roots up in the East End area. Honorable DeCastro, we need to find out what is happening there. But Madam Speaker, also the third intact entry on the BVI register was in 1935. And the name of the boat was Moselle. It was a 28-foot, 6.8-ton sailing vessel built in 1934 by John Davis. And the register showed that That boat was built though in Cane Garden Bay, and it was registered under the name of Alice Martin of Cane Garden Bay. I think I have some relations to those people, the Martins. But Madam Speaker, I say that to say we've known the importance of this registry, of this shipping registry from back in 1933. And we now understand, and we've heard the word being nimble by all members in terms of the operations of this department. And in order for us to compete on the international market, we must be nimble in terms of the way we conduct business. And I must applaud the shipping registry as they stand now, because when you go, Madam Speaker, when you do an internet search for I did an internet search, and the website is aston.com, and it says the 10 countries for yacht registration, the top 10 countries for yacht registration. The BVI is listed there. We have Malta as #1, Cayman Islands, Cyprus, Marshall Islands, Libya, Gibraltar, and then the BVI is listed there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I say some of the benefits of the ship registering a ship in the BVI is that we have the lowest cost of vessel registration in the world. Low renewal costs. We have exemption from some taxes, ease of renting and reselling the yacht, and the BVI flag that allows traveling to any place in the world. Madam Speaker, I see a marriage with shipping registry and our local financial services industry, because we register, I think there's about 300-400 companies on our financial services register. And Madam Speaker, I think it's only fitting that we try to get some of this business where we could have some of these companies that own these yachts and so forth register right here. So Madam Speaker, I heard the deputy speak about there's still a group that speaks to registration and yachting and so forth. And as one of the functions of the authority is to go out and do marketing. So I think we should start right here at home with our shipping registry to make sure that we reap the full potential of these registration. And Madam Speaker, I think it's only necessary that we take this serious and try to reap as much revenue and make sure that everything happens here. I heard the member for the 3rd speak about aircraft registration as well. And you know, with all these companies registered here, some have to leave to go to different jurisdictions because the ease of doing businesses in other places is inviting. So we need to offer some sort of incentives to make sure that everything is done right here, whether we have an office or something at the shipping registry or something is tied to the shipping registry and the financial services, so that these companies could do everything as a one-stop shop. Madam Speaker, doing business, people want to make sure that it's easy to do business wherever they do their business. So Madam Speaker, as I rise to support, I just want to highlight some of the functions of the authority, Madam Speaker. And some of the functions of the authority is to administer and enforce all matters for which the minister responsible under this act and the laws of the Virgin Islands relating to this shipping and seamen, and promote the proper development of ship registration, survey, inspection, safety management, audits, and all related services. Madam Speaker, as we speak about being nimble, we understand that if a boat is registered someplace in the world, I think the shipping registry is responsible for that boat, and they need to send an inspector somewhere in the world. And I know some of the heartache they would have to go through in terms of getting finances and getting different things in order to send that person to go and do inspection. So being an authority now, they'll have a bit more autonomy to be able to manage some of the finances and get these things done in a quicker manner. And this would be comforting to the boat owners and the yacht owners, so that they know that their investment will be secured. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to, lend my voice in support of this bill, and I wish as the member for the third state, we will be getting full support from both sides in support of this legislation. So I can say now that I wish them well in terms of their approach in taking this bold step, and hope that we will see reap the benefits of this authority. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other members? If not, I'll ask the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members for their debate, very substantive contributions, and I also want to thank the members for their support. I believe all members who spoke expressed support for the legislation, though of course there were some matters brought up that of course we can look at that in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, I'll just begin with the member for the 3rd District, who somewhat bemoaned the length of time that it was taken with other authorities, the Water and Sewage Authority, for instance. I have a statutory board that's taken way longer than I would like. So I understand that perspective and that point of view. I think this one will be different. If you know anything about the director, John Samuel, you know that he's trying his best to get into that more nimble, agile structure to be able to reap some of the fruits of the seeds which he's planting right now. So I suspect that this one will go much more quickly than the other statutory bodies which we mentioned, and I'll be there to support the process going quickly as possible. One thing that I mentioned in the objects and reasons was, of course, being able to comply with the requirements of the III Code, and those things are quite urgent, and becoming a statutory board will help with those type of things. That's the type of pressure that we need to help us to move quickly. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition spoke about a number of areas. Some I agree with, a couple maybe I don't. Things like he said about, in terms of bringing the act into force, Governor doing that by proclamation, I do agree. The minister can bring the legislation into force, and I agree with him, we need to move away from that type of thing. The governor by proclamation would bring it into force. He made a statement, of course, that we should not leave our people behind, which other members repeated, and which I agree with. And we should take all measures possible to ensure that we get our persons involved in maritime matters, in the maritime industry. The member, Minister for Communications and Works, recalled fondly that John Reimer, I believe it was one of the first on the register. I am certainly very proud of the fact that Clariman Davies, my great grandfather, was a stalwart and pioneer in that industry, and I'm proud of his contributions. And of course, he's had some of his progeny who have gone on and continued the tradition, and I'm also proud of that. And I would always like to see our people be a significant part of our maritime industry. As we have all said, we are the sailing capital of the world, and we have to have a more meaningful stake in that industry. I salute this administration and administration before for the efforts, and as well as our partners and the H. Labadee Stoutt Community College for starting that marine training program, which is highly successful. But of course, there are other aspects as well that we can get involved in. Many persons don't know that many of those cats and those boats that the mooring has, for instance, private individuals or companies own those yachts and lease them to the moorings. And these are the type of things that we can get in because we're looking for opportunities for investment, and those are the type of things that we can invest in, and we need to speak to our financial institutions about how we're able to own some of those boats and be able to lease them to organizations like the moorings, or start our own charter companies and get a bigger slice of the pie. The leader of the opposition mentioned about the board being appointed by cabinet. It's my understanding, and when we're in committee, the acting attorney general can clarify for us that some of the places where it says the minister will appoint, it really has to come to cabinet anyway. But we can clarify that in committee, and we can, of course, if it needs to be made clear that it has to go to cabinet. I don't have a challenge with those things going to cabinet. The leader of the opposition also mentioned about, had a challenge with the board delegating functions to essentially the executive structure. But I think that's basically how it has to happen. Something like that you wouldn't expect cabinet to get involved in. That would be way too bureaucratic. This is essentially the board appointing employees and ensuring that the employees will be empowered to have various functions or various powers of the authority. So that one certainly I don't necessarily agree with the leader of the opposition. Something like that can't go to cabinet. As it pertains to the financial year and some of the matters which were brought up about public accountant and how they are referred to and things like that, I can't necessarily comment. I'm not an expert in those areas. I'm looking forward to good discussion in committee on those areas. And of course, Dr. Dawson, Honorable Dawson, made some good points, of course, spoke about subvention. And one thing that I did not mention in opening is that it's expected that this authority will not require more money than we give them right now when it becomes an authority, and actually will eventually give money back to central government, which I have every confidence that we'll grow in success and be able to do that. Honorable Dr. Dawson also mentioned about fixing government instead of going around government, and I agree with that as well. We do have a responsibility to make government more efficient, more effective, and I agree with Honorable Dawson that this statutory board, however, still would be required to be the function that we want to achieve in terms of registering ships would be best achieved by a statutory board just because of the nature of the work that they will be doing. Of course, government is supposed to be doing particular things, and I think the work that is being done here just fits better in this type of organization. Of course, you don't get a hammer to do what a screwdriver is supposed to do. You just have to get the right tool for the function that you're trying to achieve. And of course, Honorable Dawson also mentioned about the power of the minister to give directions, which I'm grateful for, because if we have to be honest, sometimes statutory boards can become runaway trains. And we have to ensure that, they're owned 100% in most cases by government, And sometimes, they decide that they'll do what they want and they don't have any regard to who created them and who appointed them as a board and the goals we wanted to achieve in bringing about the statutory board. So I'm grateful that the minister has very clear powers to be able to give policy direction. And of course, we had the Deputy Premier who gave us some great history, including the role of BVI Finance and the Financial Services Commission, which I was grateful for the Deputy Premier's support and the history that she provided to us, and as well as Honorable Reimer, who also gave good support. So, Madam Speaker, I would say that certainly this perhaps was the first debate that this House have had on a piece of legislation. I'd say we are off to a good start as it pertains to debate on legislation with very substantive contributions being offered, albeit late in the evening. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to sitting down and going through this piece of legislation in committee stage. And I thank the members for their contributions and their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2023 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Shipping and Maritime Authority Act 2023.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.